You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
A live NFL draft first round coverage. The Yankees say they're giving Juan Soto a big contract. Aaron Boone ejected for a strange fashion of umpire and discipline. I don't understand that. But and the Bengals Pro Bowler pass rusher has asked for a trade request. And much, much more for a very special show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Jackson cried to the referee. No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Darryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, what is up?
Nervous as hell for the Giants to not draft J.J. McCarthy. One can only hope they will do the right thing.
Why do you keep on going with this J.J. McCarthy thing? That's just a rumor. That's not going to happen. How many times do I have to tell you? I bet you any amount of money right now that the Giants will not draft J.J. McCarthy. The best chance they have to get a quarterback is move up for Drake May. That is the only way they're drafting a quarterback. J.J. McCarthy will not be drafted at number 6 by the New York Giants. Nobody thinks J.J. McCarthy is a top 10 pick. So I don't know why you're stressing about it. They're going wide receiver or they're going offensive line. I've been saying that for a long, long time. Anyways, at 9:30, we'll be talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett. He will be joining our draft party. It will be fun. A lot to get into. We're going to have a live NFL first round coverage draft party right here in the studio. So stay tuned for that. That'll start about 8 o'clock. The Yankees say they're giving Juan Soto a huge contract, and it will be a top priority this offseason. Aaron Boone ejected in a strange fashion. Umpire could face discipline situations because for some reason he ejected Aaron Boone during the game when a fan was screaming at the umpire. So Aaron Boone was ejected, and now the umpire might be disciplined. Bengals Pro Bowl pass rusher Trey Hendrickson requests a trade from the Bengals, which shows me that he wants either more money or he's not happy with the Bengals. Let's Parlay probably will start between 8:30 and 9. Wes will be joining us, and Reno Johnny, they will be joining our draft party moving forward, and maybe we'll have Nithin joining us with ex-NFL running back and Giants running back Otis Anderson. So stay tuned for that. So we will start our draft party around 8 o'clock. Anybody that wants to call in and join us, you're more than welcome to. But we have 3 important topics to get into. And the first one, the New York Post, John Heyman reports that giving Juan Soto a huge contract will be the Yankees' top priority. Ken Rosenthal also reports that Juan Soto will get a lot more than $460 million of non-deferred money that Shohei Ohtani got because he will be 26 at the end of the season. ESPN's Buster Olney expects that the Mets to be the main competition to drive up the price for Juan Soto if he enters free agency. Scott Boras said a couple of weeks ago that $500 million will be the starting price of any negotiations. Heyman also added that the Yankees would be interested in Pete Alonso if the Mets are not able to keep him and sign Juan Soto. I've been saying that. Soto has a .319 batting average, a .995 OPS, 6 home runs, and 22 RBIs in 25 games. And probably right now is the lead candidate for the MVP voting for the American League. So everybody expected Juan Soto to be great with the Yankees. Yankee Stadium is built for his bat. He's a pull ball hitter. He likes pulling the ball to right field. He has, I think, out of his 6 home runs, I think he has 4 of them in Yankee Stadium. If Juan Soto stays healthy this year, Juan Soto's hitting over 50 home runs. Juan Soto's going to have between 130 and 140 RBIs. He's going to have one of his better seasons, maybe his best season as a pro baseball player. You look at the Yankees right now, and Garrett Cole is not healthy. He's making $38 million, and he's not even playing. He can opt out of his contract at the end of the season. I expect him to. I believe Garrett Cole will be back after the All-Star break. The Yankees will try to clear salary room for Juan Soto. Now, if they do make a move for Juan Soto and they do offer Juan Soto between $500 and $550 million, that would tell me Gleyber Torres is absolutely gone. Gleyber in the offseason, even though he's having a putrid of a season, he will get better if he hits between 25 and 30 home runs and probably scores about 90 runs and about 80 RBIs. Gleyber Torres is going to be asking for between $150 and $200 million. The Yankees' big offseason move will be Juan Soto. And I expect the Yankees to make a move for Juan Soto because of what Juan Soto is doing in this lineup right now. He is creaming the opposition. He really is. And you're talking about right now Aaron Judge, who's really not hitting the ball. He's not. We all know Giancarlo Stanton is up and down. Rizzo's up and down. This lineup is up and down. The only 2 guys that are really hitting at a clip is probably Cabrera, Volpe, and Soto. Those are the only 3 guys hitting right now in the lineup. So Juan Soto right now has been everything the Yankees believed he could be. A power hitter, can hit for average, can get on base. His on-base percentage is one of the best in baseball. He's done everything right. And right now, the Yankees are in first place in the American League East. For everybody that believed that the Baltimore Orioles were going to run away with this division, well, the Yankees seem to think otherwise. And I've been saying this, and Heyman comes out and speaks about Pete Alonso. I've been saying this for the last month, 2 months. before the baseball season started that if Juan Soto goes to the Mets, it makes a lot of sense on why the Yankees would make a move for Pete Alonso. They need a first baseman. He's a power bat. He'll be 32 next year. They'll give him a 5 to 6 year deal. They'll give him around $200 million. He'd probably be happy with that. He stays in New York, and the Yankees don't lose the power in their lineup. Now, they lose a guy that's probably, well, it's not even probably. He's a much better hitter than Pete Alonso. Hits for average. And I'm talking about Pete Alonso. He hits between 250 and 270. That's what a first baseman usually hits, and hits for power. Juan Soto is a career close to 300 hitter. And if Juan Soto hits 50 home runs and has between 130 and 140 RBIs, he's going to make a boatload of money. And I don't believe the Yankees would like to lose a player, and this would be one of the first times the Yankees lose a player to the New York Mets in free agency. So I know Steve Cohen will jack up the price. We all know that he is going to be willing and able in the offseason to spend a lot of money. I expect him to go after Burns. I expect him to go after Fried. I expect him to go after Juan Soto. I expect him to go after all the top free agents. Why? Because this offseason, he spent no money. He saved all that money. Now, maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was David Stearns. But I believe David Stearns is going to have the green light in the offseason to make a pitch to Juan Soto, make a pitch to all these top-end free agents. I expect the Mets to land at least 3 big free agents in the offseason.
Yeah, and you also look at the Juan Soto sweepstakes of him being such a young player, so durable. Like Ken Rosenthal was reporting that as being the main focal point of why this is like a harmless signing for like a free agent even too. Like we've seen big free agents in the past too that have a great Hall of Fame reputation still not do as well on their second teams. Look how long did the Angels, the Albert Pujols, to even be a competitive team, and they still really weren't besides maybe 2 or 3 years when he was there. And that contract became devastating. The Tigers with Miguel Cabrera, that long-term contract became devastating, even though they had a nice run with him. Like Juan Soto at 26 years old seems like the most harmless one you could get because there's not a flaw significantly in his game. There's no durability issues. He's a lefty. He gets on base. His OPS his on base percentage in the first, since he came into the league, is historically good for a player's first 6 seasons. I think only Mickey Mantle's is higher. Like there is no harm in the Yankees trying to do this kind of thing, as far as we know right now with injury. And like you said, the Pete Alonso thing maybe is a big thing as well. But you're right. The difference in the 2 hitters is very drastically different. Pete Alonso is everything that the Yankees have had in the past, where you have power, but you strike out a lot and don't get on base as much as you should. And I've always had that issue with him as a Mets fan. And that's why everyone that's saying, oh, Pete Alonso is the best first baseman in baseball, I never thought that way, even as a Mets fan.
It's fitting that if the Yankees lose Juan Soto to the Mets, that the Yankees would go after Pete Alonso. And Pete Alonso is a great leader. He would fit with the Yankees like a glove. Now, I still believe the Yankees will make the biggest and the best move for Juan Soto because the Yankees would not want to lose their best player to a Mets team that obviously has deep pockets, and a Mets team that if a guy like George Steinbrenner was still alive would never allow that to happen. Now, Hal is not going to sit still and let a guy like Steve Cohen outbid him. Now, if Steve Cohen's willing to go over $600 million, I cannot see the Yankees doing that. Now, does Juan Soto take a little bit less to stay with the New York Yankees? Only time will tell. Now, the Mets right now are playing good baseball. And right now, with the pitching staff as bad as it is, and it's not good, they don't have any health on their side. Senga is still out, and they're still waiting for him to come back. And even when you look at this rotation right now, it doesn't really scare you. And if you were Juan Soto right now, would you rather be a Met or would you rather be a Yankee? More than likely, he would rather like to stay in a smaller ballpark. He would rather play with this team. He still has a chance to grow with some of the young players the Yankees have. He still hasn't played with Dominguez. He still hasn't played with Spencer Jones. He sees the talent that Volpe is. This could be the future of the Yankees lineup when we talk about Jones. Aaron Judge is still going to be there. And then obviously Dominguez and Volpe. So he has a chance to grow with these guys. And that's where I see Juan Soto, if he builds a relationship here in New York and the fans start to love him, there's no way, I believe, Hal Steinbrenner will let this guy go to the other side, the evil side in Yankee fans' eyes, and head over there to to Queens, where he has been at the Bronx all season long.
Yeah, and Juan Soto has been with a lot of young players when he was with the Nationals. With the Padres, he was with a lot of veteran guys, a lot of guys that had egos, and I don't think he liked it there as much. And that kind of young team that the Yankees are trying to bring in, especially if Dominguez does come up earlier than expected this season, especially if somebody like Spencer Jones even comes up later in the season in September.
It'll be next year.
Yeah, again, that's the decision for Juan Soto to make. And I think he's going to embrace that kind of thing with the Yankees. And the Yankees are right now trying to embrace that thing and trying to make it easier for him to make that decision early. And it's tough to do when you have Scott Boras as your client. And the other interesting thing with Juan Soto is he's also a top end free agent on a team as a guy that's already won a World Series, which is something you don't usually see as often either. I mentioned Albert Pujols as being one of them who won a World Series his last year with the Cardinals, but like there's not many of those types of cases. A lot of times you get the money and then you also go to a team that isn't as good right away too, and you're not going to win a title right away. Look at somebody like Manny Machado. Now it worked out for Bryce Harper when he signed with the Phillies because the Phillies have gotten really good since then, but still those circumstances don't always happen that same way. Now, Juan Soto, that gives him more leeway to chase the money if he wants, but at the same time, the Yankees are still going to be competing for a long time.
I don't think the Yankees right now are thinking about the offseason and where Juan Soto is going. I obviously believe that the Yankees are starting to believe that Juan Soto is going to test the market, and that's why they're going to be looking at the All-Star break or at the trade deadline to see if they can negotiate a deal before the season's end. But already there has been conversations with Scott Boras that he has already said that he is going to go to free agency no matter what, even if the Yankees offer him $600 million. I expect Juan Soto to test the open. And I believe he will test the market, and there will be opportunity for other teams to sneak in and steal him from the Yankees. Now, if there's any team that can win over a player, it's the New York Yankees. And that's because the Yankees have been the face of baseball. They've been the reason why baseball over the years has been even compared to all the other sports. The Yankees were the evil empire. Now, over the last 14 years, the Yankees really haven't won a championship. You have teams like the Red Sox and the Giants and the Texas Rangers and all these other teams to start, Houston Astros, all these other teams picking up the pace, and the Yankees are still staying stagnant. And now the Yankees are trying to get back to royalty. They're trying to win that next championship. And they've been trying to win that championship since 2009 when the stadium opened. So the Yankees are still trying to crawl and get that number 28. And it just hasn't worked. And now this is a season where, yeah, the Yankees have a chance to win a World Series. Do they win it? And if they don't win it, are you willing to give up a guy like Juan Soto? Let Juan Soto go to another team where you have a chance to build with this guy for the next 10 years. And we speak about Spencer Jones. We speak about Dominguez. We already know what's going to happen. A guy like Giancarlo Stanton is going to be there for at least 3 more years. The Yankees will probably wait until his final year, and then they'll probably, if Giancarlo Stanton's having a decent season, the Yankees will try to trade him and try to get something back for a guy like Carlos Stanton. Not much. You'll probably get a AA or maybe a AAA player. I don't know what you're going to get for him, but I could see the Yankees eventually moving Aaron Judge to an everyday DH, and Spencer Jones, Dominguez, and Juan Soto is the future of that outfield. Now, I don't know where the Yankees are when it comes to that money and what they're willing to spend. But what you're hearing right now with Jon Heyman, if Jon Heyman is coming out with this, it means he is inside the Yankees room, and he's speaking to people that have say on what they're going to do with Juan Soto, which tells me that Jon Heyman believes that the Yankees are going to do everything to re-sign him.
And we mentioned it a couple of weeks ago with Scott Boras clients being very stingy with him, the way he operates, that you have to really start negotiating to make the relationship good quickly. And I think the Yankees and Brian Cashman, Hal Steinbrenner have done a nice job starting with that. And I think Soto is kind of embracing that role as well, being able to handle that kind of pressure in New York, being able to handle that kind of expectations. You look at the beginning of his career too with Washington. Washington was a team that was consistently one and done in the playoffs pretty much every year from 2012 to the entire Bryce Harper tenure pretty much. And then he comes in 2018. They missed the playoffs the first year, but he does well. And in 2019, they're a wild card team. They are a 90-win team that gets in, and they beat these juggernauts. And it just, that kind of pressure shows that Juan Soto is built for New York. He's built for that kind of media criticism, built for that kind of pressure. And I think the Yankees have to realize that too and embrace it.
On Monday, Aaron Boone was ejected for a bizarre and in a bizarre way during the Yankees matchup against the Athletics. Boone was first yelling at the umpire Hunter after a 0-2 pitch by Carlos Rodon that he thought should have been a strike. Later in the inning, there was more yelling, and the umpire ejected Boone. But it turned out the yelling came from a fan sitting near the Yankees dugout that looked very similar to Aaron Boone. And you know what? And I don't really want to finish this. I'll say what Max Scherzer said. Also commented on saying that umpires should be regulated for actions like this. And Scherzer, for years, have been complaining about umpires. A couple of years ago, as a New York Met, he was caught with some kind of tar on his hand. He was ejected out of the game. Now, was he cheating? Probably was. Maybe it was pine tar, whatever it was. He was caught. He was thrown out of the game. Ever since then, a guy, not just Max Scherzer, a lot of veteran pitchers have been complaining about the umpires. Some of the calls on the field, some of the ejections with different things found in their gloves, under their hats, in their pants, wherever they found it. I mean, I think an umpire caught a player, putting his hand between his legs. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's been pretty serious, and this has been going on for a long, long time. Baseball, everybody's trying to find an edge. Everybody is so similar. There are great players. There's no question. There are those Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds, those type of players that even though they cheated, even if they didn't cheat, they were still fantastic players. They were above everybody else. But again, everybody's trying to find this edge. These pitchers know that these hitters are much more powerful. They see the ball better. They're more athletic. So these pitchers are throwing extra fast now. You're speaking or even talking about pitchers. The worst pitchers in the league are throwing at 94, 95 miles per hour. I would say about 15 years ago, the hardest pitcher was throwing 98. 97. Now the guy throwing the hardest right now in the league is 105, 106. That's pure gas. And the umpires are trying to keep up with the game. And what's going to happen behind the plate is they're going to bring these robots there. They're going to be umpires on the field, and the guy in the instrument that's going to be calling the strikes from now on, when baseball starts to approve this, because they're doing it in the minor leagues. Baseball is going to realize that the robotic strikes are going to be more there when it comes to finding where the strike zone is than letting an umpire decide where the strike zone is. So it's been a big problem in baseball for the last couple of years. Everybody knows Angel and what he likes to do. And I again, everybody has their thoughts on what umpire is good and what umpire is bad. Just like in basketball, everybody knows I wouldn't say umpire. What are they? Referees. A lot of basketball players know who the good referees are and who the bad ones are, and they got to be careful. Draymond Green speaks about it on his podcast all the time. And even in the NHL, they know who the good referees are and who's going to call the most penalties. And you're talking about these referees. They work together in hockey. All three of these referees, they work as a team all season long. So if they're working with these three guys, they're working pretty much all season long with those other two guys. So they're going to Toronto. They're going to Long Island. They're going to California or Anaheim. So that's what they do. They keep these guys together so they can figure out each other and how they can work together and build camaraderie. That's the same thing when it comes to sports. You're putting these guys on a team at the trade deadline. You bring these guys in, and they don't know the offense. They don't know the defense. It takes weeks for them to figure that out. And that takes a team to work together to do that. The same thing with the referees. You can't blame the referees all the time or the umpires all the time for the game being the way it is. It's so much faster than these umpires. And I do believe they should be getting young.
Yes.
These umpires should be younger. They see the ball better. They're more athletic. They're bigger. They're stronger. Some of these umpires are lucky they could still walk.
And I was complaining about that during the Ranger game too. Like Wes McCauley's one of the older referees in the NHL, and he's still getting these playoff
Referees
games.
and umpires are the same.
Yeah, he's still getting these playoff games at this point, and he's had a lot of bad calls in that first period against the Capitals in game number 2. I know people were complaining about the Panarin one, but there were a lot of bad ones on the Capitals. But nevertheless, you're right. And the NHL and the NBA, especially when you have all this movement that goes on during the game, you're going to have to get guys that are going to be able to watch and just keep in shape with all that, not necessarily running back and forth with all of them, but at least enough to where the game is getting faster. The NBA, the NHL is based on transition points now, and the MLB is kind of the opposite. You have more data now, more available data to these people. I'm seeing umpire cards on Twitter. That was never a thing. I'm probably up until 2 years ago. Like, that's accessible to the public, how bad these umpires could be. And Angel Hernandez has had, I think, 2 different clips this year where he was under 70%.
And listen, do I believe Wendelstedt should be fined? Yes, he should be fined. Yes. Should he be disciplined and obviously suspended? No. Okay. And I understand he made a mistake, and being disciplined, maybe you take a salary away from the game. Maybe you don't pay him for that game. That would be, he umpired for free for that game. But to suspend him for a mistake, people make mistakes. Umpires make mistakes. That's why they're trying to implicate all these different rules now. The pitch clock, they're trying to make the bases bigger. They're making the mound bigger. They're doing everything they can make to make the game more faster, more fun to watch, more and get the chance to see some of these athletic, gifted players in baseball. And baseball's been boring. I don't care what anybody says. And I know everybody there's a lot of baseball fans here in New York, and they love watching the Yankees and the Mets on television. As far as I'm concerned, I am not sitting for 9 innings watching a baseball game. I'm not. It is boring. Watching a guy pull off the plate, play with his gloves, play with his belt, play with his pants, pull up his socks, and then get back at the plate. And then the pitcher's doing the same thing, playing with the bag, playing with their hat, wiping their face, wiping the snot off their nose, itching their ear, itching their ass.
Or whatever sticky substance might be on their hand.
Whatever.
Max Scherzer.
It is boring. So that's why a lot of people complain about watching baseball on television. Now, going to a game, it's completely different. Right. Because you're not only watching the game, eating the hot dogs, having your chicken fingers or fries, or drinking your beer. You're around crazy people chanting, cheering, calling players' names, seeing things that you probably don't see on television when they go to break. Those are the things that what makes baseball so fun to go and see live. Now, the umpires people complain about all the time. How about this? All the fans. How many times have we heard the fans complain about the referees and the umpires?
Especially baseball, because you have a bigger field. You don't always have the vantage point to actually see what it was realistically going to happen. So if you're sitting in right field, you're not going to be able to tell a ball or strike that well.
I'm not going to blame Wendelstedt for throwing Aaron Boone out, because Aaron Boone has been thrown out more than any coach, any manager in baseball in the last 5 seasons. He has. Go look at the numbers. So what is the first thing this pair or this group of umpires do before the game? Watch the managers. Make sure that the managers don't disrespect you. That's the first thing that I'm sure the umpires are talking about when they're getting their cards from the managers. Make sure you guys understand the rules and how we're going to go with, calling the game tonight. They speak to the managers when they meet at the plate and shake hands. I don't know if anybody sees that, but they do that every single game.
They do it a lot of in between innings too.
Yeah. And I'm sure Wendelstedt was told by all the other umpires, if he starts to open up his mouth, give him a warning. After that warning, toss him. And that's what he did. He just made a mistake because he thought that the fan who looked like Aaron Boone was Aaron Boone, And he said, you know what? I'm not dealing with this for the rest of the game. I'm throwing him out in the first inning and getting him out of here. And that's what he did.
Yeah, so. And Aaron Boone was still talking, so I guess that alleviated it more. And you're right, with the reputation last year especially, where he had a lot of ejections that were very theatrical too. Now, I don't think it's as bad as what it used to be with Billy Martin and Lou Piniella and Bobby
Lou Piniella
Cox.
was the best.
Lou Piniella was definitely the most theatrical of them all. But
Lou Piniella would pick up the base and throw it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him take off his hat and kick it to the referee or the umpire. He'd go up to him, take his hat, throw it on the ground and start kicking it, or rip the umpire's hat off his head and start kicking it.
Yeah.
Kicking dirt at his shoe. I mean, you don't see managers do that anymore.
No, you definitely don't see that. A lot of them, I guess, being a lot more being former players, I guess, maybe helped that cause. But even so, Lou Piniella was also a former player too. There are still plenty of managers that back then that were like that. But still, I think just with the game being a more analytical game, you be more player friendly at this point. You don't get those Billy Martins anymore.
I enjoy watching baseball when it's fast paced and the teams hate each other. And that's the problem with sports over the last couple of years. All these players are friends. They hang out in the off season. They're brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, they're married to their sister. It's crazy. Because I remember sports in the 90s where everybody hated everybody. The Yankees hated the Red Sox. The Red Sox hated the Yankees. The Mets hated the Braves. The Braves hated the Mets. I remember when the Dodgers hated the Anaheim Angels because they were in the same vicinity. Mm-hmm. The fans hated each other too. Now it's a love fest. They love each other. I don't understand. Sports is supposed to be competitive. I don't know if anybody watched the Carolina and Islander game number 2. The Islanders were up 3-0. They lost the lead. They shot, I think they had 12 shots on goal for the whole game. They scored 3 goals.
They didn't have a shot on goal
in the first period.
They didn't have a shot on goal for the first 13 minutes.
And I will say this, at the end of the game, you saw they were humiliated. And what did they do? They came out of their shell. They started to fight. They started to beat up Carolina, make sure that they felt it. And I expect that to happen tonight at the UBS Arena. They're not going to let Carolina run all over them. Why? Because the Islanders realize the only way they're going to beat this team is if they get in their heads. In professional sports, every team has done that. The Bulls did it when they had to beat the Detroit Pistons, when the Pistons were the bad boys. They had to get over the hump. What did the Bulls have to do? They had to become the bad boys. Look at the Lakers and the Celtics in the 80s. Even though Larry Bird and Magic Johnson had a lot of respect for each other, those teams hated one another. And that's where sports is fun to watch. It's not like that anymore.
And Keith brings up a good point in the comments section. Some of the umps are on power trips, though. It's more about the money now, not intense anymore. And I think that's the same way with the players. They care more about their brand and they care more about that kind of stuff over the fact that, I have to hate each other because it's the Yankees and the Red Sox. It's the Dodgers and the Giants.
Come on.
These rivalries.
Speedy, it doesn't bother you when you go and watch a baseball game and you sit there and during the breaks, you see both shortstops hanging out, throwing the ball. The other guy's in the batting box. He's about to get up, and the shortstop for, I'm just saying, the Yankees and the Mets are playing, and Lindor and Volpe are having a nice conversation on the field.
Yeah, I think that would be more of an issue later in the season, but yeah, earlier in the season, I guess wouldn't be a big deal. Later in the season, in playoff intensity. Yeah.
First of all, this has nothing to do with it. When you're on the field, you're supposed to hate the other team. When I grew up playing sports, it was competition. It didn't matter if I was friends and best friends with the other center on the other team. When I stepped on that ice, it was war. It wasn't about, that's my best friend. No, I made sure my first shift, I was going to let him feel the heat. I wanted to make sure that he knew I was on the ice every single time and that he better not turn his back on me. It's same thing with football. Some of these guys, there's a love fest. Some of these defensive linemen love the other team's offensive linemen. And you could see it. J.J. Watt, okay? I don't know if anybody remembers J.J. Watt. If you remember, when J.J. Watt played certain teams, he could never get to the quarterback. Could never get to the quarterback. And everybody was like, well, this offensive line's not that good. Why are they stopping J.J. Watt? And then you seem to find out that J.J. Watt's best friend is the guard that's defending him on the other side, or the tackle. One of his friends is the tackle that's defending him on the other side.
Yeah, there's a lot of jersey swaps now, even with receivers and corners, which, should be.
I'm telling you, this isn't a coincidence. I'm telling you, I watched this stuff, and then I'm wondering, wait a second, J.J. Watt had 3.5 sacks last week against a better offensive line, and now this week, he can't get to the quarterback. And why? Because he's not bulldozing that offensive line like he did the week before. Not because of injury, not because he hurt his foot or had his panties up in a bunch. It's because one of his closest friends is the guard or the tackle on the other side. And that's the problem with sports now. The Chicago Bears in the 1980s, I don't know if anybody knows this, Buddy Ryan was the defensive coordinator for those great Bear defenses, especially the 1985 Bears defense. Buddy Ryan couldn't stand any opposition offense. Couldn't stand any of them. He hated everyone. And he made sure that when they went on that field, he wanted his defenses to know that they were on the field. That's why Singletary was so vicious. That defense was so vicious. And they made sure that you felt it. You felt the earth shake when you were playing in Chicago. That was Buddy Ryan. That he pushed his players to be that way. It's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore.
How much do you think it is the rules, though, too? Like the stupid NBA, especially.
It has nothing to do with the rules. It has nothing to do with the rules anymore. All you got to do, for instance, Giant fans are taking shots at Saquon Barkley because Tiki Barber came out on national radio and said, we disown you. We hate you. We dislike you. We disown you, whatever the hell he said. And that blew up all over social media. And what did Saquon do? Saquon went on the Kelsey show, New Heights, and took shots at Tiki Barber. And took shots at all the Giant fans. He understands why the Giant fans don't like him. He did what's best for him and his family. But you see, over the years, and if you remember in the 90s, there was none of this. There was no free agency until, what was it?
94.
94. So if you were drafted by those teams, you were with that team for your whole career. There was no free agency. There was no trading. There was none of that. That changed in the 90s. Why? Because the market's open. There was a floodgate of money. And obviously, it gives these players an opportunity to see other cities, grow in other places if it doesn't work out for that specific city. And I'm going to tell you this. I sit here today, and I don't like where sports is going. I don't. And we went from referees to this because it bothers me. And the reason why I don't like the way sports is moving in so many different directions, one, they're changing the game. They're changing the rules. The rules have been there forever. Now, I think this kickoff rule will be fun to watch. And I understand they're trying to keep CTE out of football. You're not going to keep CTE out of football the way these guys hit. It's impossible. They're more athletic. They're stronger. They're bigger. They're faster. There's no way of stopping this unless you make it a flag football game. And I know the fans will never allow that. And the league will never allow that because they're going to lose a ton of money. And that's what it's become. Back to it, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about money.
Keith says nobody likes Tiki Barber. Giants fans respect Saquon May more than Tiki. I am one of them. And Buddy Ryan was awesome. Best defense I've ever seen for that year. Yes, it's been probably the best defense year I'll ever see.
It's all about money, ladies and gentlemen. The business of sports has changed everything for the better or for the worse. Now, everybody knows that sports betting is going to change the industry as well. It's already doing that. Everybody and their mother is betting. Even women that don't know nothing about sports, they're all about it now. I know a girl at one of my jobs. She told me, she's like, who do you have? I'm doing a parlay. And I'm like, you're doing a parlay? What do you know about basketball? And she says, I started to learn what basketball is. And I'm starting to follow certain players and how many rebounds they average and all this other stuff. I'm sitting there. I'm like, who are you? But now it has something to do with money. And what does that do for sports? It draws people to watch, even people that don't like sports.
They'll follow their one player they have a prop for, yeah.
And that's those are the facts. Does this help sports? It opens up a different new fan. And maybe one of those girls or some of these other kids that wouldn't be interested in football or baseball or hockey because they're from a different country and they're interested in European soccer or whatever, European football. Maybe because of that and because of betting, it will open up the floodgates and it'll get them more interested in coming to the United States and playing professional football or playing professional baseball or playing professional hockey.
And even if you're not a fan, you're at least following the league. So you're getting the knowledge of it where you could eventually say, all right, I can actually embrace this when I end up seeing that kind of thing in person.
That's why I think when it comes to sports, and I know me and Jeff speak about this all the time. Whenever we have a conversation on the phone and we speak about the growth of sports and sports betting, it's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get bigger. People are going to lose their houses. They're going to lose their cars. They're going to lose their bank accounts. It's going to absolutely change the way you look at sports. And it's already doing that. Because now you have guys like LeBron James asking for $180 million for 3 years at the age of 40 years old. Why? Because he knows that these teams are making that kind of money. Now with the new CBA, and the CBA is going to open up again in 2025, 2026, with all these betting and all the business that is coming in through the transaction of sports betting. What do you think these teams and some of these owners are going to do? They're going to gain on this, not lose. And that's the way the business is working. And I would tell all the fans out there, if you have any children and you think they would enjoy a specific sport, I would get them into playing it. Why? Because if they're any good and they develop into a great player, it could change your family's life forever. And that's the difference right now. There's so much money in. The first thing I asked Charles Oakley, I had a conversation with Charles Oakley. I said to him before we interviewed him, I said, what is the difference between the game now and when you played? And you know what he told me? The money every single player makes. The money. And I said, I agree with you. He says, we never seen that kind of money. The most money I've seen in a contract was probably $4 or $5 million a year. These guys, some of the worst players in the league, are making ridiculous amount of money.
NBA especially. Oof.
It's ridiculous. And again, it's become a business. And now with sports betting, it's only going to put more money in their pockets. So it's very interesting. I think if you're a sports fan, you should look at this. And again, it is scary because we went from umpiring to the game and the transition of all these sports. Look at how much it costs to go to a professional ball game. If you go to a baseball game right now, even if you buy tickets at the last minute and save yourself $50, when you're driving there, you got to pay for parking. You got to pay for food. If you drink, you got to pay for 1 or 2 beers. By the end of the day, for 2 people, you're spending $600-$700.
And ballparks are getting more exotic foods now too, which are also really expensive.
It's ridiculous. You're pretty much using your paycheck to go see one baseball game. If you're going with 2 people, it's crazy. It's not affordable. So it's very interesting. By the way, Carolina just scored. So it's 1-0 Carolina.
Oh, Brent Burns
against the New York Islanders right now. And it was probably a bad goal. Adam Schefter reports the 3-time Pro Bowl pass rusher, Trey Hendrickson, has requested a trade from the Bengals. His agent, Harold Lewis, said that he and the Bengals are not even close to a long-term deal. Schefter added that the Bengals don't want to trade Hendrickson, but there is an out in his contract worth about $18 million. His original deal has 2 more years left, worth about $14.8 million this year and $15.8 million next year. Hendrickson has 40 sacks in 3 seasons with the Bengals and was a Pro Bowler for 3 of those seasons. The Bengals still have to figure out a long-term deal for T. Higgins, who could be traded, and Jamar Chase, who is on his 5th-year option, but wants a long-term deal done by the end of this season. So I will say this. They are going to put all their eggs in Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is their number 1 target. Jamar Chase, when he is at his best, he's one of the top 5, top 6 wide receivers in the league. They don't grow on trees. This guy is ultra fun to watch. He's a fan favorite. Just like Joe Burrow, they made sure that Joe Burrow was happy. They're going to do the same with Jamar Chase. T. Higgins will probably be traded. I would be very surprised if he's traded anytime in the next couple of days. I cannot see that. But I do believe T. Higgins could be traded sometime in the middle of the season. I think they'll keep him until the trade deadline. They'll try to get as much as they possibly can for him. And right now, if you look at the picture, the big picture right now, he's not worth what they thought he was going to be worth. He had a bad season, maybe because Joe Burrow got hurt early in the season, but he didn't have that electrifying season that he had the year before. And that's why not many teams are going to offer more than a 3rd or 4th round draft pick. If they traded him the year before, they probably would have gotten a 1st or an early 2nd round draft pick for a guy like T. Higgins. As far as Trey Hendrickson, Hendrickson's getting older. Hendrickson's what, 30
29.
years old? Yeah, he's going to be 30 years old. If you give him a long-term deal, how many good years does he have left? 2? 3? He wants a 3 to 4 year deal. I don't know if the Bengals are willing to do that. Now, if the Bengals don't do that, they better, in the 1st round this year, should go after a pass rusher. Because if he's not happy, he is not going to play this year. So you're probably going to have to trade him before the season starts. So you're losing your best pass rusher on your defensive side of the ball.
Or you have the opt-out, which will mean you lose him for nothing. $18 million you got to pay.
So, and I don't think they'll do that.
No, I don't either.
I think they will absolutely trade him if need be. And I expect them to do that. Because they're not going to pay him $18 million.
But they're going to lose value off of this season, which was one of his best seasons, had 17.5 sacks, which was 3rd in the NFL this year. And that kind of value is not going to come as easily when it comes to the offseason and training camp starts, where it's not going to be thought of the same way. So taking that value in this draft makes a lot of sense, especially like you were saying, they were drafting defensive ends in recent years. They drafted one in the 1st round last year. They drafted one in the 2nd round the year before, and they still got Sam Hubbard, who's pretty good too. So I think they prepared for that a lot more than the wide receivers.
It is so funny when you look at what's going on in professional football and everybody is trying to make their money. And I laugh at it because I've spoken to so many former NFL players that were Hall of Famers or formers. And the conversation that they speak about all the time is, do you see how much money these players are making? Do you know what I was making when I was at the top of my game? These guys weren't even making $1 million. Do you know that? Reggie Jackson, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was the first $1 million player. Reggie Jackson was the first $1 million player in baseball history.
Think about that. 100 years it take for baseball to get to free agency.
Now, and how long ago was that? That
72,
was,
I believe.
72.
Yeah,
So now you look at baseball 45, 50 years later. Okay, it's 50 years later. Baseball players, especially if they're at the top of their games,
that's going to make it even tougher to try to do that. So now they might have to do that with Jamar Chase, where they're going to have to either put most of the money in the middle or in the back of the contract if they want to keep T. Higgins. Otherwise, you're going to lose T. Higgins too.
It's so interesting when you look at the NFL and now you have the draft and you see some of these kids, what they're making. It used to be 10 years ago, you could pay anybody, any 1st round draft pick, whatever you wanted. I mean,
yeah.
I I don't remember what quarterback it was. I think it was St. Louis drafting him. Is it Sam Bradford?
Sam Bradford, yep.
Sam Bradford made like $40 million off his first deal or something.
That sounds right, yeah.
Some ridiculous number. Now you see these number one picks. They're not making $40 million. They're making a little bit less, So and maybe because football is completely different. The CBA is different. But after that, after they're done with their rookie contract, these guys are making ridiculous money. Lamar Jackson just got a $250 million contract. Jalen Hurts got a $200-something million contract. Joe Burrow got a $200 million contract. Pat Mahomes got a $500 million contract. Josh Allen got a $230 million contract. Deshaun Watson, who hasn't played football for 2 years because he was doing other things behind closed doors or whatever the hell he was doing. The Browns gave him guaranteed money of $230 million.
Fully guaranteed money.
I mean, and that's another thing about football. It makes no sense. Baseball, it's guaranteed money. Basketball, it's guaranteed money. Hockey, it's guaranteed money. But for some reason, football, it isn't. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense. It's just as dangerous as hockey, probably more when it comes to head trauma. Why aren't these football players, when they're getting these contracts, guaranteed that whole contract? I don't understand that. Why would you offer him $200 million if you're not giving him $200 million?
Right. And that's the other problem that the NFL has right now, because you also have all these teams that are going through all these contract loopholes the way they do it. And I was talking about with the Bengals, they made sure that Joe Burrow's contract wasn't a lot this year, but we've seen other teams do this too. The Browns that you just mentioned, like they had to maneuver a lot of other contracts to make sure that Deshaun Watson could get paid the money that he got, which clearly he doesn't deserve. But nevertheless, we've seen it with the Saints. We've seen it with many other teams that are just maneuver the cap all the time. And that's why all our commenters say, oh, the cap is really a myth. It doesn't actually exist. Well, it does exist. And it's screwing a lot of these players over. And how many players have we had on too that say, oh, these GMs, these front office executives are telling guys not to play these games or not to sack the quarterback to get these bonuses too. It's so bad that the way the NFL operates for that. And again, a lot of these players we had on, we feel bad for them, but also ththese players have said the NFLPA is not as strong of an association as it should be as it is in other sports. Baseball has the best players association. That's why, even though there's a pay discrepancy issue, their top players are getting their top players. That's what we were just discussing with Shohei Ohtani. And hockey, I think, is getting better, but still not great. And that's why their players are still getting underpaid too. But I think that also has to do with TV deals. And the NBA, forget about it. Like,
I'm watching what Kyle Lowry did to Dante DiVincenzo. That was a flagrant foul.
Mm-hmm.
That is an absolute flagrant foul. He smacked him right in the face. It was intentional. Look at that mark on his forehead. Look at that mark right by his eye.
Yep.
Cut
his eye.
Cut his eye. That is a flagrant foul. If they don't call that a flagrant one or I don't think you throw him out of the game. I guess that's a
flagrant one. Yeah,
that would be a flagrant one, right?
Yep.
So I don't think you throw him out of the game, but that's definitely a flagrant foul. I don't know how they don't call that a flagrant. I mean, what happens if he poked him in the eye?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, they could have easily gotten his eye out and cut his eye and make it hard for him to see, or it's like that's going to impede you for the rest of the playoffs. Nevertheless, though, this game too. Like,
I would say that he didn't intentionally try to hurt him, but he definitely intentionally tried to hit him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a flagrant foul. I would call that a flagrant foul. Did he call it a flagrant foul? It says no. I don't know if it's a flagrant foul. Was it?
I couldn't read the lips.
I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. Was it?
Flagrant foul. Okay.
It is a flagrant foul. So, and he missed the foul shot. You know why? Because he can't see out of his eye.
Yeah.
He can't see out of his eye. How do you expect him to see? I wouldn't let him shoot the ball. Does he have to shoot the ball?
He does, unfortunately.
It's ridiculous.
The contact was on him. Well, yeah, they're doing it's 2 free throws with possession. That's what a flagrant one is, but it has to be that. The technical fouls where you get the choice of who gets to shoot the free throw. So it's a rule loophole that doesn't, you're right, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but we've seen other guys have to play with it before. They should change that rule, I agree, but they're not going to do it.
I think that's one rule that they have to change. I mean, if they're getting hurt, let's say he stubs his knee and he can't stand up straight, but he wants to stay in the game, And by the way, Hartenstein's playing great basketball right now. Mm-hmm. He really is. He is earning himself a lot of money in the offseason. The Knicks are going to have problems signing him and OG Anunoby. I don't know. But Hartenstein probably stays with the Knicks. He probably takes less because if he goes – and that's the problem too. these guys get a lot of money. They decide to go somewhere else, and they're not the same players.
Sure.
Because he fits this Knick team. He fits as a role player, so I don't know if he fits if he goes over there to the Pelicans and starts to be, he's their starting center.
Yeah, maybe they'll trade him for Zion. Who knows?
What is it? What did Joel Embiid hit him? Now they're looking at Joel Embiid with a flagrant. What the hell is going on?
Maybe the referees should just stay there the whole time with this rage. Add more referees. Why not? We're talking about the umpires having issues with seeing the ejections too. Maybe just add more of them so there wouldn't be as much of the pace of play issues.
You know what it is? I think that a lot of these 76ers, that's a foul too. What? Now he flopped. Now he definitely flopped, but he went at him. And again, I expect Philadelphia to go hard at them tonight. I expect Philadelphia to do whatever it takes. And the 76ers are playing dirty.
Yes.
There's no question that they are, because this is win or go home. If they don't win this game, they're not winning this series. They're not coming back. Nope. Because they're not beating the Knicks if the Knicks they're up 3-0, they're not coming back and winning 4 games in a row.
Nope. No team has ever done that in NBA history.
I don't expect them to do that. So they need this game more than anybody does. And the way they're playing, it shows you that they're very frustrated and they're going to do anything to try to win this game.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to be chippy because they know that, there's this referee controversy now because there's a grievance filed to the NBA.
Well, again, I don't believe, and I'll say this again, I don't believe the NBA is going to sit still with this flopping thing. It's been going on for the last couple of years. It started really, I would say, with LeBron James. LeBron James was him and James Harden. Those two guys, they love the flop. And now every single player in the NBA does it. Mm-hmm. Every single, even Julius. I think Julius Randle is the biggest flopper for the New York Knicks. Yeah. He's the biggest flopper for the Knicks. And I understand that's part of the game now, but it's so boring. I listened to Michael Jordan. He did an interview a couple of months ago, and I was on YouTube and I was checking out his interview, and so I forget who was interviewing him. I forget his name, but he asked him, he says, "What do you think about the game now than when you played?" And he said, "Well, the game when I played, you knocked me on my ass. I'm going to the foul line. I'm going to shoot 2 shots. Now, if you try to knock me on the ass, I'm flopping and there's a flagrant 2 and I'm getting thrown out of the game."
Unless you're Draymond Green and just do vicious things anyway.
But they did that in the NBA in the 90s. Bill Laimbeer used to choke people out. And Dennis Rodman used to do just as bad. I remember when Dennis Rodman played for the San Antonio Spurs. He was there for like a year? He had all the different color hair. Dennis Rodman did some dirty, dirty things. He did some dirty things, and he got away with it.
Even Greg Popovich embraced it.
Well, Greg didn't embrace it, but Greg knew the talent that Dennis Rodman is.
It was worth it.
I will say this. The Bulls never wanted Dennis Rodman. As a matter of fact, Scottie Pippen couldn't stand Dennis Rodman. Couldn't stand him. They couldn't get along. And one of the reasons why he was a part of those bad boys, the bad Pistons, the bad boys. And Dennis Rodman was actually a nice guy when he played for the Pistons. It was, yes, I agree with you, Keith. Rick Mahorn and obviously Bill Laimbeer. These guys, they were vicious. They would not let you, they had the Jordan rules. They would not even let you get into the paint. He would be flattened.
Do you say Dennis Rodman was a deceptive identity on the Pistons, then took it to the Bulls?
No, I think Dennis Rodman, he started to become mentally challenged. I would say
that could be a way to put it.
I would say he started to become mentally challenged. But why don't we go to a quick break? We have scoops here. And when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into it. We're going to have our executive producer joining us. We'll have Fish. We'll have scoops. And we're going to start our draft party, and we will get into it when we come back. But first, scoops with our Sports Minute.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what time it is. It is the Loudmouth Sports Minute Report with the man, Tommy Scoops. top of the hour for you guys. And for today's report, starting off as appropriately for the NFL, the Eagles announced that Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown will be signing a 3-year deal for $96 million with $84 million guaranteed. Switching over into the MLB, Oakland A's second baseman Zach Galoff is placed on the injury reserve list. An MRI showed a low-grade left oblique strain. However, he will be reevaluated in 10 days from now. Over in college basketball, Miami Hurricanes guard Keyshawn George is declaring for the NBA draft. Projected first-round pick, he is foregoing his eligibility to go into the 2024 NBA draft. And finally, in the NBA, Steph Curry is announced the winner of the Clutch Player of the Year award, beating out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, DeMar DeRozan for the second overall winner of the award. Now going over into the scoops and scores, where I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the NBA and all sports scores going on currently right now. As in the NBA at halftime, Orlando has a 61-45 lead over Cleveland and New York and Philadelphia, with New York having an 18-15 lead over Philadelphia. Over in the MLB right now, Oakland has a 3-1 lead over New York. With the NHL scores right now, Carolina currently has a 2-0 lead over the Islanders, with Florida having a 1-0 lead over Tampa Bay. And that is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm going to kick it back to the boys for our special draft party on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out your local listing is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. All right, so we do this every single year. We go into our draft party. We have all these different special guests. Over the years, we've had a lot of great guests that have joined us. We've had Eric Coleman, Brandon Jacobs. We had a ton of people. Now, we tried to get a lot of guests to join us tonight, but being that the draft is in Detroit, a lot of these writers, a lot of these guys that are writing for different organizations for the draft couldn't join us. We have one guy joining us a little bit later in the show. We will have Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett joining us, so he will be getting involved in the conversation. We will have Wes, we'll have Reno Johnny, so they'll come in and give you their parlays and their picks for the week or the weekend, and they'll join us a little bit with our draft. But yeah, we're waiting for Fish to come in. So Fish, are you ready to come in? Oh yeah, Fish.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to restart everything. I'm back.
All right, so we're gonna go. Obviously, the draft is about to start. It's 8:05, and I don't like the NFL draft outside. Okay, I don't. And they did this for I think
Vegas.
Yeah, they've done it. They've done it for the last couple of years. It's been outside. Even in Tennessee, they did it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They did it in Tennessee. They did it in Vegas. Now they're doing it in Detroit. And Detroit, it must be cold still over there.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely got to be about 30-something, 40-something degrees over there. It's all the way up there. I don't know if anybody's been to Detroit. It is cold in the wintertime. It's not winter. It's about springtime. I think it's spring now. I'm a spring baby, so it is spring. But
you're a Taurus.
Yeah, so it is spring, but it doesn't feel like it. Like this morning, it was like 38 degrees, 36 degrees out over here. It was 5:30. And it was cold. I like the weather, so I don't think it's cold. But people looking at me with obviously short sleeve shirts, and I was wearing pants today, but I usually wear shorts, so I don't find it to be that cold. I really don't. But yeah, the NFL draft is in Detroit. This is the first time it's ever been in Detroit, and I think the fans are excited. I think if you're here with the Giants, if you're hearing what the Giants are, some people believe they're going to do. I've been hearing that the Giants are trying to move up with New England to get that third spot. And if they do move up to that third spot, Drake May would be their pick. I think that's where they're gunning if they're looking to move up or they're looking to draft a quarterback. If it's not Drake May, and I've been saying this over and over again, J.J. McCarthy is not going to be a New York Giant. I've been saying this over and over and over again. So I understand that fans sitting here today are worried about what the Giants are going to do at 6. The only place the Giants jump is 6-3. If not, they're sitting pat at 6, and I expect them to draft a wide receiver. And here comes Roger Goodell. He's up on the stage. Eminem's joining him on the stage. Of course, it's Detroit. So he's there, and he's enjoying himself as his Detroit Lions last year had one of the better drafts.
Oh, yeah.
Adding Laporta, who I think is going to be the best tight end in football in the next couple of years. But Eminem's on the stage enjoying himself, wearing a Lions sweatshirt.
The same sweatshirt he was wearing in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, well, I mean, he probably smells. He's probably been wearing it since. I mean,
he's got to do that after eating his mom's spaghetti.
Yeah, well, I want to go check out. I want to go check out that place, Mom's Spaghetti.
Yeah,
I heard it's a very very nice place, and the food's really really delicious over there. It's in Detroit. It's right by 8 Mile. He opened up over there, and I've heard that he wants to open up locations all over the country, and even here in New York, I've been hearing. So, very interesting. He's an entrepreneur now. Eminem is all about his food, the chef he is. But yeah, so the clock has just begun, or is going to begun right now. Who's on the stage? Oh no, it's not begun. They're inviting,
I guess, some of the Lions players. Yeah,
the Lions.
Hutchinson.
Why are they there? Because
they're embracing the city for the first time, hosting a draft.
Well, I do believe they're my favorites to come out of the NFC this year. I do think they're going to be as dangerous as any team right now in the NFC. Everybody's coming back, and they have a chance now this draft to really fix up that secondary, which they've had problems with over the last 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. Now, I believe, who did I pick them to go after? Was it Kool-Aid?
I think you had them get with Kool-Aid, yes.
If they can get Kool-Aid in the 20s, that's a steal. Mm-hmm. That is a steal.
Well, he was going to fall because of his injury risk because he was originally going to probably be more like a top 10, 15 pick originally, but he had some unknown things with the combine, some mysterious injuries.
Is that St. Brown? It has to be St. Brown dancing around, singing. I don't know, but he's over there. But
yeah, I think that's him in the suit on the podium.
He definitely is smiling and he's happy. He just got a $120 million contract. I'd be happy too.
Mm-hmm. Keeping their own happy.
I'd be dancing. Give me $400,000. I'll be dancing. I'll be dancing on this table naked right now. Yeah. I could care less.
You probably would. Just don't do that. Just don't do that at the.
Speedy, would you be shaking
draft.
your ass?
No, I wouldn't be shaking my ass.
I mean, if we had a live chicken here right now, and you had it in it, would you cradle it like a dog?
No.
Why? You don't
spank it.
There you go. I think it would be fun to watch. I really would. You know what I'm going to do? For one of these shows, I am going to bring a farm animal here. And we're going to hang out with a farm animal for the whole show. What do you think, Speedy?
I have no idea what to think.
You know what's so funny? I'm going to tell you guys a story. By the way, I think is it going to? No, there he is. He's just going to
open up the room now, and
he's going to open up the room, and then we'll get into it, and we'll go through where we think they're going. We all know they're going with Caleb Williams, but I actually today I was at work. I'm going to tell you guys this quick story. I was at the St. James, and I was getting out of my car, and I turned around, and for a split second, I thought there was a dog behind me. Okay, I thought it was a dog. I turn around, and it's a turkey. Okay, I'm not lying. There was a turkey standing right behind me. And I don't know if anybody knows how vicious a turkey could be. Okay. So I'm standing there and I know turkeys could be vicious. And here's how you know a turkey could be vicious. They open up their feathers. It's like, and then they jump, they lunge at you. Okay. So I'm standing there and I'm trying to shut my door and go out my passenger door. And this thing was just standing out there and looking at me like I was lunch. Okay. And the first thing, a lady a nurse was trying to get into the facility and she's standing there with another nurse, and she's just watching what was going on. And I take this this igloo, like my sandwich bag, and I swing at it. And the thing jumps. I'm going to tell you this right now. Those things could fly. I don't care what anybody says. Those things could absolutely fly. The thing lunged at me. I jumped in the car, shut my door. Hey, one of his feathers got caught in the door. Okay. I jump out of the passenger side, and now the thing's like flapping the thing and screeching and making these dirty sounds. And the lady's screaming, "You got his feather! You got his feather!" Well, he almost ate me, you know.
I'm not a big science guy, but I think, you remember Jurassic Park, the one that kills Newman with like, it opens it up just like you're describing, spits at him.
No, you know what it is? Is it's weird. The way they get vicious, and they lunge at you, and they open up their wings. It's like you don't even know they have wings, because it doesn't look like that. They just have the back, the beautiful. Oh, look how beautiful a turkey, look how they look, and then all of a sudden they lunge at you, and they're vicious. They peck at you. They can hurt you, man.
They seem harmless, and then they're really not.
Dude, it lunged at me. I took the igloo, the sandwich bag that I had. I swung at it so it would move back so I could jump in the car. It just jumped at me, and I shut the door. And when I shut the door, the top wing got caught into the door. And the lady's like, "Oh, yes." What happened right over here? Oh, why does it take 7 minutes to decide where they're going? Everybody knows where they're going.
Maybe the person delivering the card is an 80-year-old man.
But anyways,
the first pick, you would think. Remember the Vikings screwed that up that one year and didn't get the guy up there? I'm sorry to cut off
Browns did that.
No,
the Browns did it. Fish. I don't know if you know this one. The Browns did it even funnier. They wanted to draft Cameron Jordan in 2011. They took Jordan Cameron instead, who was like a fourth-round prospect in the first round of tight end, and they could have gotten a future Hall of Fame pass rusher instead.
But I've been hearing a lot of good things about Caleb Williams. I heard him and Roma Dunze were hanging out on a plane, and Roma Dunze was telling he posted up on something on Twitter or whatever, X, stating that don't worry, Chicago fans, I'll protect him and all this other stuff. So I like Roma Dunze. I do. I think he's got a great personality. And where is Jeff? I would love to get Jeff on the show. And Jeff, it's funny.
He was in the comment section earlier, but
Jeff got sick today. He after the show, he actually went to a bar, and him and his boy got messed up. And then this morning I called him. I wanted to see how, I thank him for joining us. And he was like, "I got to go." It sounded like he was about to throw up. And then he, he's better now. He seemed pretty good when I got out of the gym. So shout out to Jeff. Hopefully we can get Jeff on the show. I mean, he knows more about college football, I think, than Mel Kiper or any of those idiots. I really think Mel Kiper's an idiot, but
I hate when Mel Kiper just uses one game of.
I mean, look at them sit over there right now. Chicago's just sitting over there, hanging out, relaxing, because they know where they're going. So, what is the point of waiting for 5 minutes and 46 seconds to go down?
I got a theory. I think they want Cliff Kingsbury to convince Josh Harris that they need Caleb Williams at any cost. And if they're dumb enough to send them the Godfather offer to move up to 1 from 2.
That's not going to happen.
No, I don't think it is, but I don't know. Oh, huge alley-oop, heart to Robinson.
Keith says in the comment section, I have a sheep for little Bo Speedy. Keith, I'll give you that. That's a good nickname. We have turkeys. We get turkeys, a family of them last summer. They were a nice family of turkeys because we fed them every day. LMAO. Well, just don't bring them to Errol.
No, it's not just me. A lady, and here's the crazy
and the
thing.
Other lady. Okay.
Here's the crazy thing. After I opened up the door and the bird went away. She went, whatever it was, male or female, went into another parking lot and almost attacked another person. It wasn't just me, because when I came back outside of the facility, she said she was talking to one of her girlfriends, and she said, "Did you see that turkey? It almost attacked me." So it wasn't just me, Speedy. It would have attacked you too, you skinny little bastard.
I believe that. I'm not disputing that.
I mean, keep him away from Errol. You'll be talking about it too. I'm going to send him after you. Anyways, we're still waiting for Chicago to call out their pick. I mean,
again,
we know where they're going. So what is? There it is. It's in. So
finally, I can only hope.
Oh, they're going right now. What is it? 9:52. So the pick is in. All right. Oh, hold on one second. I'll tell you when to go in. So we're going to have it. We're going to have it up. So when Roger Goodell goes to the podium, who's this girl right of you? What is it? What's up with this? I mean, they have these good-looking girls. I mean, they're wearing pink. There it is. I like that siren over there. I like that. The pick is in, baby. The pick is in. Sweetie, what are you going to give me? The pick is in.
The pick is in.
What do you have? Like something stuck up your ass or something?
I have no idea.
What do you have? The pick is in. It's like a goober. How about you, Scoops? I mean, you could join us. You can be in it. You don't have nothing to say over there?
About the pick being.
Why is Caleb Williams still sitting there? I'd be getting up.
I don't remember it being 10 minutes. Did he change?
Yeah, it was 10 minutes.
It was 10.
It's been 10 minutes as far as I know.
Why does it take forever for him to be called to the podium? The pick is in. We know where they're going. They're hugging. They know
Maybe
where
he's
they're
got to
going.
paint his fingernails a second time.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine they go up there and they say, the Chicago Bears draft Jeff Steinberg.
Imagine he really
from Tampa.
I would be
quarterback.
Would Jeff want to play for what is considered though a poverty franchise by his standards?
All right, here we go. You can unmute.
It's the with the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Caleb Williams. There you go. The number one pick as predicted 3 years ago. Thank you, Errol Marks, for making that assumption. And there you go. I was right. Where are my guys that how many people told me that Caleb Williams was not going to be number one in the NFL draft? How many guys told me that?
At least two that I could remember.
Yep. Well, there you go. It is Caleb Williams, the 2024 number one first round draft pick, goes to the Chicago Bears, and I believe a superstar in the league. And I think it's all about development. I don't trust Eberflus, and I think this could be Eberflus's last season as the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it wasn't iconically special his second year, even though he did some things with the defense. But yeah, if now you have a franchise quarterback that's supposed to be this generational talent, you have to do everything you can to make sure, one, you keep him happy, because we heard those issues with Justin Fields, but we also heard that he's not having good relationships with these other players too. And that's why they lost their pretty much entire defense now. So yeah, they better make it work. But obviously Caleb Williams can't miss prospect. I don't have an issue with his off the field stuff.
How about you, Mr. Fish? What are your thoughts to Caleb Williams going number one to the Chicago Bears?
I mean, we talked about it before. It's probably not going to be Eberflus much longer over there unless they can turn it around right away, because now they're giving him all the offense. They got pick 9 also coming up in a little bit. He's got DJ Moore, who I thought had a pretty good year. Now he doesn't have, now he's got the quarterback to go with him. They're going to be able to be a lot better. They're still loading up. They're on the right trajectory. It's kind of crazy that they gave up on Fields, the way they did. They must just really think Caleb Williams is second coming of Mahomes. It's the only way that you can justify it, I guess. They did get very little for him. So, maybe we'll see some revenge games coming up where Caleb, starts crying, his emotions, everyone loves everything.
I like that.
It's just a little bit much, have we ever seen anyone like this before, that to this level?
But that's what makes the game so fun to watch. I would love to see Caleb Williams cry every time he loses. That'd be funny. I mean, Speedy, you enjoy crying, right?
I don't think anyone enjoys crying.
Why not? What's wrong with crying?
Because it's an emotion of mostly sadness.
That's not true. You cry for
happiness.
happiness.
Mostly.
But you cry for happiness.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying mostly.
When you first get laid, I think you would cry.
I don't know.
Have you ever cried before when you were laying with your dog and he was licking your ass?
No.
All right. So what did you do?
It's good for both of them.
There you go. It's good for both of us.
No,
It's good for both of us.
It's good. It's good for Jake, not for me.
Is it good for Caleb Williams?
It probably is good for Caleb Williams.
There you go.
I'm sure Caleb Williams has had that had that kind of thing with his dog in the past too. Keith says nobody is the second coming of Mahomes. It's the closest thing, though, Keith. Closest thing we've seen as a prospect.
So where we go at number 2, ladies and gentlemen? Where does the Washington football team? Well, Commanders. They have like 3 different names every single time. Don't worry about that. They'll go away. Don't worry about it.
The great moth problem.
It doesn't matter. It's touching the TV. It'll just ruin the lens on the TVs.
Right.
But where do you go if you were Washington? Do you trade out of this pick or you go with Daniels? I think they go with Daniels.
I think they will.
A mobile quarterback, a guy that can get in and out of the pocket. You know, it's so funny because I spoke, and by the way, you're putting up the Caleb Williams, things again, the graphics now. But the thing about Daniels that really sticks out to me, and I'll say this again. Daniels, I never got a chance to watch at all this year. I've heard a lot of great things. He won the Heisman Trophy. He had 2 fantastic wide receivers in Thomas and Malik Neighbors, 2 guys that are going to be first-round talents. What I heard about him is he is the prototypical Lamar Jackson, just a better arm than Lamar Jackson. What are your thoughts to that?
Yeah, no, I definitely better deep strength, I think, when it comes to his arm talent. I even liked him at Arizona State when he was converting a lot of these deep balls when they had a lot of really bad teams at Arizona State and they were behind in games a lot, and he made a lot of really good intermediate throws. So I think his ceiling definitely is Lamar Jackson. I don't know if he's as good of like throwing on the run like consistently as Lamar Jackson, but I agree with you. Bigger arm, bigger on intermediate throws than him. And I can see that kind of thing, especially in this scheme. If he does end up going to Washington, which I do think he will go to, and Keith says in the comment section as well, they keep it. And he also says, I like Jaden Daniels more than Caleb Williams. Interesting.
I disagree. I like Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams is the best quarterback. I think the best NFL-ready quarterback is Drake May in this class. That's why a lot of people believe that the Giants will do everything they can to move up at 3. I don't think they're going to trade enough to move up 3 spots. They're going to have to give a significant amount. I know everybody thinks, it's only 3 spots. That's a significant amount. Jumping from 6 to 3 to get your quarterback and your future quarterback, you're probably going to have to give up. I wouldn't say a first, but you're going to have to give up maybe 2 seconds and a third.
Right.
So.
And the Giants, like we talk about all the time, are not close to that kind of thing talent-wise. Gedfish, what you're saying?
I actually think it's a mistake to take Daniels by Washington, and it's not because he's not going to be good. I just don't think he's going to be good there. He's a little slight in frame. He's tall and lanky. He's had, they showed that thing with the weird elbow in his throwing motion. He gets hit a lot, takes big shots, and we know Bobby Johnson is now the offensive line coach of the Washington Commanders. And if anyone's going to get a quarterback killed, it's that guy. So I worry about his health if he does go to Washington. And, as we were talking about, some guys just get derailed by, constant pressure. I mean, take a look at what happened to Daniel Jones. We go back in time to David Carr scenarios. I believe Tim Couch, similar, or high draft guys that just were so shell-shocked by getting hit. I just don't trust Bobby Johnson in a million years. I can't believe they hired him. And to protect the guy who's slight in frame, I think it's a risk. I probably would have went May. Let's see what they do.
Wow. By the way, Jeff, you should come in. Call the show. I would love you to join us right now with our draft party right now. But Jeff is saying that the Pats are taking Drake at 3 and they are trading with the 49ers for Brandon Ayuk. So
Did you see? I saw that all over Twitter just now.
wow. That's a big.
We got the pick in on Twitter.
What did you say, Fish? What do you say?
The pick is in on Twitter. I know who it is already. You want to make guesses, and I'll tell you it's right, or you want to do it the way we're doing?
All right, Jeff, I know with us.
I know where they're going. They're going with Daniels.
Nope, he's walking to the podium.
All right, here we go.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
As expected, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff, Jaden Daniels goes to Washington. What are your thoughts?
Terrific football player, man. Can run, can throw. Smart dude, goes through his progressions. Like, he's a really good football player. Like, better arm than, not as good as a runner as Lamar. I can see why everyone does Lamar Jackson thing, because he kind of looks like him,
Mm-hmm.
But, like, not as good of a runner, probably a better thrower. Like, Lamar's not a great thrower. Hold on, sorry.
No, that's all right.
You're getting the Brandon Ayuk scoops here. Is that what it is?
Well, I will tell you this, Speedy, because I do not out my sources, but you do know I have a source with the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
I was the one that told you a month before Julian Edelman was retiring that he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Was I not?
Yes, you were.
And no one knew that, correct?
Correct.
The Patriots have a deal in place right now for to trade 34 for Brandon Ayuk.
That's pretty good.
The trigger will be if the receiver that the 49ers want is at 31 and they take that receiver.
Ah, interesting. That's a big move for the New England Patriots. I mean, you get the quarterback, you get the wide receiver, which they've been craving for the last couple of years. They get their number one guy. And by the way, I don't know if anybody's seen Daniels' mother. She's pretty hot. I'm not lying. She looks pretty good. But Speedy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it seemed inevitable with the Commanders. I think getting Cliff Kingsbury, you get a Kyler Murray type prototype, and I think Jaden Daniels athletically is very similar to what he was. And again, we'll see what the durability issues, like Fish was talking about, with this offensive line still not being great. They're going to have to repair it, but they have a lot of picks in the top 100 to make that kind of thing happen. And I think they could definitely make that work. I think it's a really good scheme fit, a heavy motion offense for Jaden Daniels, and coming in with not great but pretty good wide receivers and running game right away.
I think they're going to be fun to watch, and I think under Cliff Kingsbury, he is, I believe, one of the best offensive minds as far as offensive coordinators concerned. I don't think he's a good coach, but as far as what we've seen over the years that he was in college and in the NFL, the guy knows how to run a good offense. So I think it's a great fit for the Washington Commanders.
Well, that's why, he's the guy that made this pick make sense the entire time, right? Like that's really the comp. I get that he looks like Lamar and that's what everyone does, but the comp is like stacking one Kyler Murray on the top of another Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the cartoons where it's like one dude in the trench coat, but it's two dudes stacked on top of him. Like that's what it is, right? Like that, the offense that he runs, that he had with Kyler Murray, like that's the guy that they want, like the prototypical, like can move, can run, can throw kind of dude.
It's going to be fun to watch. I think Washington is going to be dangerous. It's going to take about a year or two for him to figure things out, the speed of the game. But I think he could change the team even off the bat. I think that Dan Quinn is a great defensive guy, and then you bring in a guy like Cliff Kingsbury, who's a great offensive guy. And that's the thing we've seen. If you look at 49ers, it's worked for the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan was the offensively sound mental guy, and then he brings in a Robert Saleh. He brings in all these different defensive coordinators that could run the defenses that he wants to run. So I think it's a great move for Washington. I think Washington now adds their franchise player. Fish, what are your thoughts?
Like I said, I think it's a risk, with the guy's frame, with the offensive line coach, who I think is the worst of all time currently after my experience with him on the Giants. I just don't know if it's going to be the difference maker. I think you want a sturdier guy like a Drake May. He's got more prototypical size and strength. He's a really good runner as well. Yeah. May, maybe not at Daniels level, but I don't really think it's I don't think it's a home run. I think it's a real risk.
But what makes it any different? Like honestly, from what you just said, what's the difference? Your concern is the offensive line coach. He's dog shit, like the whole thing. So who cares who's behind it if the offensive line is going to stink?
Well, that guy's a little, he's not very big and strong, like May is a lot bigger and stronger, could take the hits a little bit better. So you just worry a guy like that can't survive it.
Different than Jaden. Why would Drake May be so much better? Your concern's the offensive line coach. So what would it matter?
For long term, you're taking a guy at number 2. You don't want him to only last like one contract. You're expecting him to be a 2 to 3 contract guy. If he's so beat up that he can't really do it anymore at the end of the first contract.
run away from the pressure, different than a guy that could run away from the pressure.
Jeff, I'm answering your question. You keep saying the same thing. I said he's sleight of frame. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that they'll both get lit up, but I mean,
a lot of people had complaints about Lamar Jackson, about his size. If you remember, he's too skinny. He's going to get hurt. Blah 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 blah. His feet aren't going to. His knees, his feet, his Achilles aren't going to hold up in the league. The game's just so much faster than college. And look what Lamar Jackson has done.
And,
we got the pick on line.
Is the offensive line coach no good, or was he just working with dog shit? Because the guy they took from the guard they took from UTEP, I think it was.
Here we go.
Jeff, the pick is in. We're gonna.
Yeah, it's Drake May. Don't worry.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
There it is. Jeff called it. It is Drake May, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
So like, does the offensive line coach stink in Washington, or was he just working with dog shit? Because Nate Solder was no good. I think Hernandez was a UTEP kid.
Yeah.
That's where he was from, right? Like that whole, like he wasn't working with anything. Like everyone on that offensive line stunk. So is it the coach, or is it because he just couldn't work? He had nothing to work with.
I mean, Andrew Thomas was on that line, and he's one of the best in the league. So I don't think it. I think it's more when you watch them mess up, it's a lack of communication. And as a guy who coaches line, it's about a lot of what the line coach does is work on that communication, not just physically, but like you audibly have to communicate. And sometimes guys get a little too cute with their schemes. I've seen guys like have the tackles read the secondary. Maybe Neil just isn't that kind of a mental player if he's doing that. I can't really speak to it. I don't know what he's doing, but I know it doesn't work because they're not being able to pick up stunts. You could pick up stunts in fucking high school. I'm saying, sorry, in high school. Sure. Like you could pick them up in high school. If you can't do that at the NFL level, it's not because you're not athletic enough. It's because something is screwed up in your scheme. And that's what I see.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you about the coach. Maybe he stinks or maybe he doesn't. Like, I don't know if the coach is good or bad. But I do know the players for the Giants were abysmal. Like, if you're not working with anything, it's just not going to work. Like, no matter who the coach is, you could have Dante Scarnecchia, widely considered the best offensive line coach in the history of football. And if you have dog shit up front, you're not doing anything.
It's so interesting. By the way, the Patriots get Drake May, and Drake May, to me, is the best ready quarterback in this class. I think he's going to make a huge difference for the New England Patriots. He has a great arm. We've seen him play for North Carolina all season long. I know, Jeff, you loved him all season. You said that you're hoping that the Patriots don't lose out on Drake May and they get their guy. And now
they don't deserve it. All the Boston people, they're all racist. They suck. Terrible people, right, Errol? That's what you say, right?
That's right. No, it's true. But listen, as a Patriot fan, you should be happy. Hopefully who's
a Patriot fan?
Stop. You're a Patriot.
Mikey sees a Patriots fan.
No, go Jets. I despise the Patriots.
Well,
I like winners.
Then the Patriots are the winners. I mean, that's never win.
We have the best quarterback in the league, Aaron Rodgers.
Well, he's not the best quarterback in the league, but
and we're about to get the best tight end in the draft in Brock Bowers.
Stop. I hope not. I know everybody can't wait until they can be laughing in my face if it is Brock Bowers.
No one would be laughing because your reasoning is fine. Like, no one knows what these people are doing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's a reasonable pick. You think it's Roma Dunze. It's not like, some fifth rounder you just stuck at number 10. Like, it's not crazy.
No, and again, going back to Drake May, I think Drake May is the perfect fit. He's in the AFC East. You have Josh Allen, you have Aaron Rodgers, you have Tua. You need a good quarterback, and I think it might take him a little while to figure it out, but I think he has a tremendous ability inside and out of the pocket. He's not the speed demon, but he has legs. He can definitely run outside of the pocket and make every single throw, and I do believe he has the best arm in this class. So
I think his running ability is comparable to like Andrew Luck. Like Andrew Luck wasn't a runner, but he can't run if he has to.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of what Drake May is. Like, no one's designing an RPO for Drake May. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Arizona's pick is in, but go ahead, Speedy.
I was gonna say, I think his arm talent comparison, like overall game comparison, very Justin Herbert-esque to me. I think he does a lot of things well on the run, intermediate throws. And Jeff, you know this well, watching college football. He was out without his top receiver for most of that season last year, and played well even amidst that with all the crap with Tez Walker.
He missed him for like 2 games. That's not most of the season.
I thought it was like a month. I thought it was at least a month.
He came back pretty early.
By the way,
Walker's a good player.
By the way, it looks like it's Marvin Harrison Jr., just so everybody knows. It looks like he knows he's going to be called. That what they do is he already got the call, but they don't have the cameras on him because they don't want anybody to know. But if you're on X right now, I'm sure it's been out that Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the pick at 4. So it looks like it's going exactly the way everybody predicted it to go.
So, by the way, before we get the Cardinals pick in, we have Wes in this, who has a different opinion about Drake May.
All right. What are your thoughts, Wes?
I don't see it. I don't get it. I have a hard time buying into any ACC quarterback. I mean, the kid that got hurt from Florida State is the interesting one. If he ends up getting drafted, I mean, he changed the outcome of the voting for the college football playoff. But the ACC was just a really weak conference, and so I think that what we see with Drake May is it's a reflection of that conference. I struggle with some of these Pac-12 wide receivers because the defense in the Pac-12 was, outside of a couple teams, the defense out there was pretty bad. So and Drake May is going to New England where he doesn't really have much to work with. Gerard Mayo is an unproven coach. I think the only thing we can feel comfortable with that May is walking into is a situation where Robert Kraft is probably not going to be impatient at the coaching position. I mean, he's coming off of a coach marriage for the last, 2.5 decades. So I think Gerard Mayo is going to get a little bit of, nobody loves you like your mother does, and they take care of him. So they're not going to make bad decisions. But we don't know what kind of coach this is. We assume he's going to be defensive minded, but what does he have to work with on the offensive side of the ball? And what is that coaching staff offensively? I don't think he's going to the right situation. I wasn't high on him as a prospect. And every year we have this. We have these
Wes,
quarterbacks.
Did you just hear that it came out that they're making a move for Brandon Ayuk?
Okay, it's a wide receiver that's going to demand a lot of money at some point. And I mean, what is the wide receiver market now? 30 plus mil. So I mean, we're starting to get into quarterback money. I'm a Chiefs season ticket holder, and I watched what they ended up paying Chris Jones, who's one of the best in the game at what he does, and it's not what they're paying wide receivers right now. So if they do get Ayuk and they do pay him even close to market value, that's just going to give them further challenges as to what they can build around this quarterback.
That's very interesting.
Well, they have the most amount of cap space projected for the following year, so they have the money. They locked up their right tackle, Michael Onwenu, long term. Their interior offensive line is pretty good. They are missing a left tackle, but they did add a running back. So, and they also added KJ Osborne at receiver. So I'm failing to understand where the lack of things that they have on offense is coming from. It's quite the narrative.
And by the way, I just want to give a shout out to Keith. He said that, Errol, you told me Harrison is going to the Giants. I don't know if you listened to our mock draft. I said Malik Neighbors to the Giants last night. So just so you know, and right now it seems that that's the way it's going. So go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, it's a pretty wild narrative because they've retained all of their players, a lot of them to really reasonable deals. Uche took a deal for $3 million or something, which is nothing. Right? They re-signed Duggar. Their defense is basically all set. They got Osborne at receiver, Gibson at running back with Ramondre. Re-signed Hunter Henry. Where's this narrative that they don't have anything?
Josh's boy, Hunter Henry, coming back.
So statistically, what did that lead them to last year? I realized they didn't have a quarterback and they had a coach on his way out.
You also realize Mac Jones was dog shit. So when you go statistically last year, you realize that you would be better at quarterback than what they have, right?
That's a sad story if I'm better at quarterback. Yeah. I don't hate the pick for them. I just don't think it's going to change the franchise.
You want to hear something funny? Jeff, you know what Wes's last name is?
No idea.
Go ahead, tell him, Wes.
Boston.
Boston.
It's just a wild narrative to me that they don't have anything, because they went and got Antonio Gibson, who's a really good change of pace running back, can catch the ball. J. Osborne's a pretty decent receiver. They re-signed Kendrick Bourne. They re-signed Hunter Henry. They re-signed Owenu, who was widely considered the best available tackle in this year's free agency class. I have zero idea where this narrative is coming from, because they've actually had pretty decent offseasons. You have a point with the coaches. They're all unproven. But Alex Van Pelt was in Cleveland for a long time and worked with a lot of successful quarterbacks. So it would seem he would be a guy that would be able to develop a young quarterback. Whether that happens or not,
Well,
it's a pretty wild narrative.
Well, it's my opinion. I'm not creating a narrative or a story. I'm not that powerful. It's just my opinion. And if he is the real deal, every one of those players that you're mentioning in that situation, it'll shine. I mean, we saw it with CJ last year. We couldn't. I would have said the same thing, and most of us would have, about the situation in Houston last year. That everything down to the rookie head coach and the players who we couldn't name. So CJ Stroud did it last year at Houston, and Drake May, he very well could. I like the pick for them. I just don't have high confidence.
All right, so let's go to Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, Jeff, you first. What did you think? Marvin Harrison going for?
I mean, he's for a long time been considered the best wide receiver in this draft class, which is saying something, because the draft class is also pretty strong. Like, he's a very good player. Obviously knows what he's doing. His dad is a Hall of Famer that taught him everything he knows. He's applying it into games real time. He's impressive.
How about you, Speedy? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no-brainer wide receiver, best receiving prospect we've seen probably since Julio Jones. The Cardinals, after all this craziness of, they're going to screw this up because they're the Cardinals, they draft unconventionally, they do the right thing. Kyler Murray's there long-term now. If you're going to pay him that money and not trade his contract, they're going to have to make it work. So this was the best move they could have done.
I think this is a good move for Marvin Harrison Jr. Obviously, going to Arizona, he is the star. He's going to be the face of that organization. Him and Kyler Murray, I think they're obviously going to grow as teammates, and obviously something that Arizona hasn't had in a very long time. So, I mean, they had Larry Fitzgerald and then obviously Anquan Bolden. They don't have that anymore, and now they have the guy, the playmaker that they needed. So hopefully this year it'll be different. Gannon looked pretty good throughout the season. They were very close, and early in the season they were playing very, very close, and the problem with them is they had no weapons. They had no wide receiver that can make plays down the field. And now they have one of the better young wide receivers that we've seen in a very, very long time. So Marvin Harrison Jr., I think it was great, a great move for them. How about you, Fish?
I mean, you look at that guy. He could do everything on the field. He goes underneath. He can go deep. He can beat you in contested catches. And he's immediately number one receiver, and he could be a top 10 receiver in his first year. He's that talented, and we've known this for multiple years about him. It's a great pairing with Kyler. I really love Trey McBride as a tight end as well. So they have outside, inside. They can go underneath. They get one more. They get a little bit more of a take off the top. Some of the other guys step up. That's pretty damn good offense. I did want to say something real quick. Apparently, Giants and Vikings tried last minute to get it to number 3, according to Ian Rappaport. McCarthy might end up slipping to the Giants. The Chargers are not trading their pick.
I told you, and McCarthy is not going to the Giants.
Here's the thing, though. Do the Giants now do a deal with the Vikings if they're afraid to get it? Because the Giants going back to 11, maybe Shane has been doing his magical smoke screens that I've been hoping that he's just smarter than everybody, and he's waiting till today to show that he's so smart.
Speaking about the same Joe Shane, who I believe has just been absolutely putrid. I don't care what anybody says. I was listening to WFAN today, and everybody was making excuse after excuse for Joe Shane. Oh, he didn't have anything. I mean, they had a good offensive lineman. They had a good running back. They had some good players. They had Dexter Lawrence, one of the better defensive linemen in the league. For anybody to say that Joe Shane didn't have anything when he went over there is ridiculous. And again, you sit here today. I don't believe the Giants are drafting the quarterback. They're going wide receiver. And Daniel Jones will be their guy this year. I think they look next year for a quarterback. I believe that's where they go. If there's a quarterback of their liking, this next year's not a quarterback class, but who knows where the Giants are going to be, and who knows? What is Schefter saying over here? What does he say?
Pick is in. Giants might get their wish.
They're not
Guess
getting
who do you think-
McCarthy.
No. What you thought might happen, because guess who's going at number 5? Who do you think it is?
It's all.
Joe Alt.
Most likely.
It looks like it's Joe Alt. It's going exactly the way.
Pretty chalk.
Go ahead, put it on.
Not going anywhere. The Giants will have an interesting decision to make in just a matter of moments. But first, let's see what direction the Chargers went. There were several highly touted offensive tackles. They could be choosing between Jim Harbaugh.
And we knew Jim Harbaugh was going offensive tackle. I expected that.
With the pick in the 2024 NFL
What drugs
draft,
is he on?
the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle.
There you go. It is
That's
Joe.
a pure Harbaugh pick. I mean, it makes sense with everything he does.
Well, what?
I'm 5 for 5 in our mock draft, though. What's up?
I think I'm 5 for 5 too.
Yeah, you two are both on the.
It always is. It's
And
really
Errol-
neck and neck with me and him.
Errol, I gotta say,
I predict 1,000 trades for today.
I didn't predict any trades, by the way. Go ahead,
Neither
Wes.
did I, yeah.
I was
did.
going to say I feel differently about next year's quarterback draft. I think it's a good one. I think there are some good quarterbacks at the top. I think we're going to
There's
be looking
two.
at.
Who do you like besides Shador Sanders and Quinn Ewers?
Well, at the top, I like those two better than the two at the top right now.
And then it's dog shit. So unless you're a top 2 team, it's dog shit.
I don't like Shador Sanders. I don't even think he's a first round talent. I don't.
Well, I think that's going to
I'm
come
crazy with
with
that.
a lot of entertainment and circus building up to the draft.
Oh yeah, I know. He's a circus. They're a circus. The whole family's a circus. I mean, I just told Speedy I want to bring like a live, what did I say? Like a zoo animal in here or something like that.
Right,
Oh yeah.
But this is why JJ McCarthy has risen up people's boards, and they were talking about him maybe being at 5 or 6 or whatever the debate is been. It's because JJ McCarthy as a prospect is as good, if not better, than either of the top 2 guys next year. So if you don't get quarterback this year, you wait 2 years is basically what happens, right? So you're sitting here and going, oh, well, we want to get better. But if you get better, you can't get a top 2 guy. So that's why even Penix is probably better than those 2 guys. Even Nix, and I just mean as a prospect. I don't mean like those guys could turn into be good quarterbacks. But that's what it is. If you're not a top 2 team next year, you're stuck.
It's interesting. It really is. And again, everything is falling into place for the New York Giants. Sitting there, I think you draft Malik
They'll
Neighbors.
screw it up.
I think Malik Neighbors is perfect for them. They need a weapon, a guy that can do everything, run the routes. He could be your slam dunk guy, or you could put him in the slot and do things with him. He's got a tremendous ability. I think he has as much talent. He has as much talent as Marvin Harrison Jr. I think it'll be fun for the New York Giants. And the Giants have never given Daniel Jones any weapons. Yeah. So this guy is a weapon. He's from LSU. These LSU wide receivers always become stars in the league. I mean, go look at the list of right now in the NFL. How many LSU guys are stars? So, I mean, Justin Jefferson is the number 1 wide receiver in the league. Where is he from? LSU. Jamar Chase, one of the better top 5, top 6 wide receivers in the league. Where is he from? LSU. So you can find these guys, and I think the 2, Thomas and Malik Neighbors, are going to be stars in the league. I think this will be a great pick for the New York Giants.
Here, I just want to highlight how big of a dog shit class it is next year, right? You got Shador Sanders and Quinn Ewers at the top of the class. Here's the rest of the quarterbacks that are so good. What a good Drew Allar from Penn State. Oh, he's amazing. Yeah, I think he had a game with like 80 yards passing this year. Terrific. Carson Beck from Georgia. They were thinking about benching him. He was so bad this year. Riley Leonard at Notre Dame. Smart kid. He'll never play. Right, Riley Leonard. Right. Jalen Milroe at Alabama, who only ran, couldn't throw a pass. That's why Alabama sucked. Will Howard, who's going to Ohio State, but he was the QB at Kansas State. He stinks. Tyler Van Dyke, the former Miami quarterback, now at Wisconsin. He's garbage. Cam Ward from Washington State. He's pretty good. Almost came out this year until he realized he's no good, so he transferred to Miami. Cam Rising, he might not even get that job. His backup was better. Graham Mertz.
I forgot it still existed.
Graham Mertz can't even throw a football.
No.
Right? Dylan Gabriel, who transferred to Oregon.
I didn't like him in
all
Oklahoma.
right. Yeah, he's
too
just
small.
all right. KJ Jefferson, who be at UCF, but was at Arkansas. What did they ever throw for?
All right, the pick is
He's
in.
injury prone. KJ's injury prone.
Pick is in. Here we go.
Wow.
The most explosive player in the position in the draft. The Giants received from the state. Here it comes. With the sixth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
As predicted, ladies and gentlemen, it
They were
is
6 for
Malik
6.
Let's go.
6 for 6. Let's go, Errol. We're taking down everybody in this draft. Wait until we get to 10 and Brock Bowers.
That'll be the deciding factor.
I got Roma Dunze, man. That's what I have. But
You can
anyways,
have whatever Roma Dunes that you want. It's going to be Brock Bowers. And at 9 with the Bears, I have Jared Verse. No one else had Jared Verse.
who did I have at 9? I had Latu, right?
You had Dallas Turner to the Bears.
Dallas? No, I
Which
didn't.
is-
Oh wait, no, you had Dallas
which is
Turner to
kind of-
8. Yeah,
I had
Yeah, you had
Dallas
Latu
Turner-
at 9.
I had Latu at 9.
Right, which is basically like me picking Jared Verse. You had defense too. So like that's kind of the same pick. You just chose a different guy. That's 1A and 1B there.
Okay. All right. So, Wes, what are your thoughts to the Giants getting Malik Neighbors? We got to unmute him. There we go.
Wes, you're muted.
I mean, how can you get hurt taking a wide receiver like that? Not only this season he's coming off of, but he did it in the SEC. So, I mean, there's a lot of argument to be made that he compares pretty well to Marvin Harrison Jr. I think these two receivers are just the top of this class. So, I mean, the Giants have other needs, clearly. I mean, they have question marks at quarterback. They're paying the wrong guy a lot of money, but how do you go wrong with this guy? So, I mean, if they ride out their quarterback situation one more year, depending on where they finish, they got to crack at getting a better quarterback, and they have a Pro Bowl ready receiver that they just drafted. So it's hard to say anything bad about Neighbors.
Jeff, your thoughts to Neighbors. And by the way, Fish, when the Jets pick, I don't want you giving me any thoughts. You keep it to yourself.
Yeah, Neighbors is good, but I want to highlight the number 3 quarterback in next year's class. What a gem we have. He cracked 200 yards passing 6 times last year, but couldn't get past 80 yards twice. He threw for 70 yards against Michigan and 79 against Rutgers. What a prospect. I can't wait till he gets to the NFL.
But the reality though is half of the names that are on that top 10, we won't even be thinking about them until probably week 4, week 5 of college. And some of them are hot prospects out of high school. Some of them are going to be first-year starters. You got to look at Tennessee quarterback. I mean, I can agree with you about Will Howard. Now I'm an Ohio State fan. Will Howard was a good move on paper until they started making other moves to buy other quarterbacks. But
Drew Allar is considered the number 3 prospect this year. He threw for 70 yards against Michigan and 79 against Rutgers.
Is there a list?
I don't know your athletic ability, but you're in, pal. Strap it on and let's go.
Is there a list of what that top 10 list was like for this draft at this time last year? Because I think it would be interesting to look at how many names weren't on that list and how many names were calling number 1 right
would
now.
not have been on that list, but Caleb Williams and Drake May have been on that list for 2 years now.
Yeah.
People have been waiting for Caleb Williams since that run at Oklahoma his freshman year, which won the game against Texas.
Yep. I think Penix was lower on that list going into the season. I mean, JJ McCarthy, there was never a point throughout the college season where I said, wow, that's a first-round talent. Wow, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Like, I never at any point thought that about that quarterback where he has climbed in this list of popularity and conversation. That one surprises me. And I don't think he would have been on that top 10 list going into the season last year either.
Right, but I think your point is valid. But I think the list expands depending on what happens in the NFL, though, because the list has gotten bigger to include Penix and Nix, even though they're not in the top. And why did that happen? Because Russell Wilson was dog shit. But
Grayson McCall is.
And when they found out he was dog shit, they were like, "Oh, I guess we got to find a quarterback."
Yeah, Grayson McCall is an interesting one to look at. He's played a lot of football. He's a big body. He makes good decisions. Not really playing against the greatest talent. But if you look at some of the quarterbacks in the NFL up until the last 5 years or so, some of them don't come from huge name schools. I like Grayson McCall as a prospect too. I don't know where he's going to end up next year or in these rankings, but
is he even still in school? Or did he come out this year?
No, he's still at school and he's still at Coastal. He was. There was rumors of transfer when Chadwell left and went to Liberty. He was going to go there. At one point, there was an A&M conversation, which would have been the best thing for him because just to get more national recognition. He had some injury problems last year, but he's a real smart quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's why you didn't declare this year because Wes, you were even saying watch out for him as the sleeper quarterback even before we thought of McCarthy, something like.
By the way, the Titans pick is in, and by the way, congratulations to the Giants. They got it right, and I agree with Keith. I think Daniel Jones is a lot better than people think he is. I do believe the Giants are going to ride with him this year and see what they have with him. And now that they gave him a weapon, and maybe they'll add another weapon. Maybe they trade for T. Higgins. Maybe they're not done. As the draft moves on, T. Higgins wants out. Maybe they make a move and they add another wide receiver and give him 2 weapons. They need weapons on both sides of the ball, but I think they need more than Malik Neighbors. And I think Malik Neighbors is going to be a fantastic player. He's going to be the face of this team. He's going to be the big superstar. Saquon Barkley now is with the Eagles, so they need another big guy, another big name. And I think Malik could really be – this year he'll be a 1,000-yard guy. There's no question. And he's going to be a guy that that Daniel Jones is going to rest on and hope that he's going to be there every single game. So
is Hyatt now more productive because they have Neighbors on the roster?
That's a great point, Wes.
Does Neighbors help Hyatt live up to what he was in college?
I think so because you have to think that Neighbors is going to take a lot of the middle of the field and intermediate routes, whereas Hyatt I think still has to develop as a route runner, and I think from there you could see Hyatt grow a little more because the Giants were barely throwing him the ball because his route tree was very limited and they really couldn't afford to do that kind of thing last year.
I'm not a big Hyatt fan. I never was. So
you know what's great about Neighbors though? The Giants love to throw these little screens and everything, and they haven't had any guys to do it. Now they have the best. And that is a wonderful thing to stretch the field horizontally, Hyatt vertically, Neighbors also vertically at times. And really, it's the right piece, taking the top off the defense. Unfortunately, Saquon's gone. So now, he doesn't get to run against those 6-man boxes. I've been asking for this for years when he was there, but that's what Motor Singletary is going to get this year is 6-man boxes. And he might have more yards than Saquon did last year because
you're out of your mind. Stop it. And I will say this. If you look at their division, the Eagles secondary sucks. Look at Washington secondary. It sucks. Look at the Cowboys. Besides Diggs, they suck. They're old. I mean,
their fans suck too. Don't forget that.
I mean, Malik Neighbors has a chance to be explosive in a division that's just their secondaries. All 3 of those teams ahead of them, their secondary is just absolutely crud. So I expect Malik Neighbors to have a big season in the NFC East. I think he's going to be fun to watch. There's no question.
Speedy, who did we all have at 7?
So you had Latham at 7, Jeff, and Errol and I both had Fashanu to the Titans at 7. Fish, I don't remember yours offhand.
Don't worry, mine's already destroyed because I went with all the fun stuff.
Oh, you had a trade scenario here. I know you had a trade scenario. With
no,
the Bears.
I had Alt going here at 7 because I thought the tackle would still be there, but I think right. Jeff might be on a hot streak. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Brock Bowers pick might be the.
What would you call a hot streak? Where do you start? I'm sitting 6-0, baby.
Well, this one's your first difference.
Could be 7. So. Could be lucky number 7. You should take it to Vegas. Ask Wes for some sports betting.
Here we go. Here we go. He's a Titan.
So this is the difference.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham.
There you go.
Oh, Jeff is right.
I am a god. Get out of my way.
He's on fire.
Oh my God, get out of my way. All right, Jeff, since he was your pick.
But you guys were close. That's the same position. That's just a preference over one or the other. But those guys are close, though. You know what I'm saying?
What are you?
There's a huge difference.
What do you know about Latham that fans would like about him, and what would you think that fans wouldn't like about him?
Nothing to not like, honestly, for me. Always been a big-time guy, was a high recruit, played at a great school. He's mean, he's big, he's got long arms, he can block. Like, dude is a wrecking ball. Like, he's a good weight. Like, dude, I love, like, mean people. Not just because I hate the Beeve and I'm mean to him, but, like, I mean, like, mean people. Like, he plays mean. Like, he's blocking a second after the whistle, you know?
Is he another Evan Neal? That's the question.
Nobody knows. That's an unfair question.
He doesn't have to be blocked by Bobby Johnson, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He's not going to be ruined by the worst offensive line coach in NFL history.
By the way, do not let me get to 9-0. We get to 9-0, and Brock Bowers is going to 10. Don't let that happen.
So you're.
Who do I have at 7?
You had Fasciano at 7, so
now who do I have at 8?
You have Dallas Turner and Jeff at lot 2 here, so this could be really
there we go. This is my chance to jump and tie, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Why does everybody pick up Roger Goodell? If I was drafted and I picked up Roger Goodell, I'd throw him off the stage.
You're such a bullshit liar, dude. Nobody would. This is their moment, and they're happy. You're so full of shit. You'd be hugging up.
I can't stand Roger Goodell. I'm telling you, I can't stand Roger Goodell.
I'm sure he's not fond of you either.
He probably isn't. Errol has a bunch of hate mail towards the NFL.
That's true.
Yeah, who cares? Like, this is a happy moment for all of these guys that get to walk on stage, get a jersey. They're a number 1 draft pick. Like, this is a great moment. This is like years of work for them since they were like 6 years old doing days in 100-degree heat in Florida with 100% humidity, having some coach scream at them. Like, this is a great day for them. This is a lot of work.
All right, Wes. By the way, the Falcons pick is in. Wes, what do you like about this pick?
I can't see the pick.
No, Latham.
Tennessee.
JC Latham.
Oh, it's a good move. They need to protect their investment at quarterback, and they certainly it doesn't hurt the run game. I think it's a great pick. Bama O linemen usually work out. This is a big body. It's a boring pick. I mean, this is not a guy that's going to be scoring touchdowns, but he's going to protect the people that do.
He's a Bama lineman that isn't Evan Neal.
Fish, stop telling people what's going on. We want to know. We don't want to know. We want to see, and we want to be surprised. Okay.
All right. So let me find a different way to go about this. I'll just make a face, and I won't say a word, and that's it the whole time. So this one is my for this pick.
That's not good.
All right, Atlanta's taking a quarterback based on that.
That's not good.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jeff made a reaction too. So
oh my god.
It's clearly something
Yeah,
that
be honest, I like that.
out of the box.
This is wild.
What is it?
Nobody knows this one.
We gotta wait.
Yeah.
I'm not saying. He told me not to say.
I think you know what it is too, correct?
Michael Penix?
This is clearly out of the box. So it looks like the Falcons are going to take a quarterback.
They're going Michael Penix. That's my prediction. It's got to be.
Oh,
new offensive coach, a Rams type offensive coordinator. So,
call that name. What a cool pick this is.
Who is it?
Now I don't want to spoil anything. And now we have to alert to the surprise at this point.
You guys, stop looking at Twitter. Stop doing it.
It's Tala
You're killing me here. You're killing me.
Right,
did you just say Tala Tagovailoa? Baby Tua.
Tua train coming in, Wes. Dolphins are not moving up.
Everybody knows what it seems like it's Penix. That's what my prediction is. It's got to be.
You know what's crazy is, and you're right, Errol. Who cares? Who cares? We all know. We've all been talking about.
Jeff, you ruined it.
Maybe this is a trade because someone traded up for this. They might be taking him, but there might be a trade in the works.
That's true too. That could happen.
You see that in the NFL a lot. You see that more in the NBA. They don't usually trade for it after the fact.
If this sticks,
no, they do because trades can't be finalized.
This is an absolutely brilliant Chiefs drafting Mahomes, Packers drafting Jordan Love type move. And it is really smart if this sticks and this is what they want to be doing.
All right, here's Atlanta's pick. Here we go.
Hey, Kirk Cousins, $2 million guaranteed. Let's see if the stunner is about to take place. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the pick. In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wow.
It's like the fans didn't know how to feel.
All right, Jeff, let's hear the craziness.
Yeah. Ironically enough, this is actually funny. I'm happy for the kid. One of my very good friends, Anthony Davis, used to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, an offensive lineman, blocked for Carnell Williams. He coached Michael Penix at Tampa Bay Tech here. So, like, there's a little bit of connection, and I you know, like, look, no hate. I hope he does well. I don't see it. But, like, you know, they signed Kirk Cousins, so maybe Fish is right, and this is a Caleb, a Jordan Love situation. I almost said Caleb Love. That's weird. Jordan Love situation where they sit him for a few years, and it could be good. I mean, look, you don't get to this point without talent, so let's see what happens.
Well, obviously, they believe that Penix is going to be sitting the bench because Kirk Cousins signed an extension of 4 years. So they're only going to keep him probably for 2, and they're probably going to get rid of him. That's what I believe. They're going to give Michael Penix at least 2 years to sit the bench, learn the offense, learn his strengths and his weaknesses, and fix whatever his weaknesses are, which he has quite a few of them. So I'm very surprised that they went up. He went all the way up to 8. I really thought he was a second-day quarterback. I did not think he was a first-day quarterback. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it was surprising based on the recent draft rumors between the injuries, between the accuracy metrics that a lot of coaches didn't like. But I think in this type of scheme, it definitely can work when you're bringing in a coordinator from the Rams. We've seen that offense work in other places in the NFL. And I think him learning for Cousins behind 2 years makes that kind of situation work. Now, I think they have to make sure they keep all these skilled players intact. They have to make a difference with Kyle Pitts and guys like that this year for a lot of them. And that's where I think the Falcons have to figure it out with a new front office. But still, I think the upside is still there for Penix. He's good at intermediate throws, not overly mobile, but intermediate throws can make it work.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think they do this if they didn't have Kirk Cousins? I wouldn't.
No, I don't think so.
I think they did this strictly because they knew Kirk Cousins was there, and they're giving the kid at least 2 years to learn.
Right, but what did they give? But what did they give Cousins? Is that a 2-year deal or a 3-year?
4-year deal.
4-year deal.
It's a 4-year
deal.
Yeah.
Right, but they could throw the end away
after the second year.
That's the idea.
Right, right, but he's getting right. But he's right. So it's 2 years basically, and then they have it out. Yeah. And this goes back to what I was saying before about the quarterbacks. We have a direct comparison now between Michael Penix's prospect this year and Quinn Ewers' prospect next year. And Michael Penix it's Quinn Ewers in the national semifinal this year. Like there was a clear difference on who was better.
Right.
But I do love the talent of him once it gets to that level too. And I think this at least the offensive coaching staff, I'm not sure about Raheem Morris, but at least the offensive coaching staff is a good fit for that kind of growth as a pocket quarterback, an intermediate thrower, which he was at Washington and really grew his game, even in Indiana at certain points.
By the way, this is the first time in NFL history 4 quarterbacks were drafted in the top 10. That's the first time it's ever happened. And who would have thought the 4th guy was going to be Michael Penix? Everybody was saying it was J.J. McCarthy. And where does J.J. McCarthy fall? Does he go to Minnesota now?
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings they have no choice, or they have a trade back situation. I don't know. That's weird.
Well, they found in I'm calling Chicago.
J.J. McCarthy
there might not have to trade at all to get their guy.
Go ahead, Wes. What did you say?
I think McCarthy falls where he belongs, which is in the 2nd or the 3rd round. Maybe I'm looking at this all wrong, but J.J. McCarthy was never in a situation playing for the team up north where he had to outright be the reason they won a game. He did not have to face a ton of adversity. He played in the Big Ten, which is pretty soft. There was never a point in his playing career where we would say this man is one of the best in the country. I'm not saying he's bad. He just doesn't belong in the first round. I think that the 4 that have been taken already are so good. And I think Bo Nix is better than J.J. McCarthy for sure. I mean, the tape shows it. The defense that Michigan had never put him in a bad position. I mean, we've watched Bama quarterback after Bama quarterback get drafted.
Hold on. Here it is.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Oh, it's gonna be Bowers. Damn it!
They just got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze back to back. That's pretty damn
and they
good.
were hanging out on a plane and hanging out as butt buddies. And now they're going to be playing as butt buddies over in Chicago.
It's a nice offense they're developing over there.
They're going to be good. I don't trust Eberflus. I don't trust them.
So Wes
by the way, Wes is a real Chicago Bears fan, just so everybody knows. So
Wes was talking about, watching the film, the difference between McCarthy and Nix and Penix, and you can see the difference on the film. I mean, that's probably true. Also, that's also not
the Jets trade the pick to Minnesota. Oh, so they get
back one.
They're obviously getting a second. They obviously know JJ McCarthy is going 10. And the Jets are going to get their second round pick.
Yeah, so somebody must have said the Raiders or the Broncos must have said we want to take McCarthy.
They probably were going to get Romo.
Because there were other teams reaching out to the New York Jets and probably saying, what do you want? And the Jets probably got a second round draft pick. And by the way, shout out to Josh. Josh said the Jets were going to do this. They were going to move down maybe 1 or 2 spots. They're still going to get their guy, and they're going to get their second round draft pick, which they lost by trading for obviously Aaron Rodgers. So does
Minnesota have 10 and 11? Because my
all right. So I have the trade details here for you. The Jets get 11, 129, and 157. Give the Vikings 10 and 203. So they get some better mid-round picks.
Wow.
Looks like a 4th and a 5th.
So they don't get a second round pick.
No, they get a 4th and a 5th.
They get a 4th and a 5th for like a late 6th.
And the Jets have already 2 4th-round draft picks, so this is a 3rd 4th round. So you know what the Jets are going to do with those 3 4th rounds? They're going to move up and get into that second round, which I expected them to do. They have now 3 4th-round draft picks in the what is that? The 3rd day? I think it's the 3rd day.
Day 3 is the 4th round. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so
and if they want Bowers, why not trade back 1 pick while the other team gets the quarterback?
Mm-hmm. No, it was a good move. This is a good move.
That means 5 in the top 10 if it's McCarthy. 5 in the top 10.
And now the Jets have 3 4ths and 2 5ths and
wait, so who did I have the Vikings taking?
Who did you have the Vikings?
It's not in yet.
Let's see. No, I'm trying to. Jeff had because you had the Patriots with May originally. So I think you would have had McCarthy. I think you had Bo Nix to Denver.
I think that
so I'm going to get this right only spots, dude. It's like I see into the future.
I think you're an idiot. I think Rome Odunze. If Rome Odunze was sitting there at 10, I think the Jets draft him. They don't even move back. I do.
We'll never know. So now they're going to move back, get Brock Bowers, and I'll still get my guy.
You're an idiot.
You're going to go buy a Brock Bowers Jets jersey, Jeff?
Never. He'll never
I'm going to buy 10 of them.
He's never
give
going
them
to
all to my friends.
Get the hell out of here. All your friends can't stand the Jets, so that would be funny.
All my friends are Jets fans. We all converted.
How do tight ends perform with Aaron Rodgers?
I'm sorry.
Like, who's the best tight end he's ever had? I'm not quizzing. I'm legitimately asking the question.
Oh, he's had
Martellus Bennett maybe for the same season.
As far
he
as
had Jermichael Finley before he got hurt. Was really good.
was the best one he's had. Or Watson.
No.
Watson was pretty good.
Finley was better than Tunyon.
No, they never had Ben Watson. Martellus Bennett. Martellus
Bennett. Rodgers has always thrown to a tight end. The problem is it's always been like 4 or 5 of them or whatever. It wasn't like a Brady Gronk.
Jimmy Graham.
They were together for a long time. He had a bunch of guys there.
Jimmy Graham sucked on Green Bay.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was kind of washed at that point.
He was good in New Orleans, and everybody was good in that offense.
Yes, I agree with you, Wes. He was good in New Orleans, and when he left Sean Payton, he wasn't the same guy. He really wasn't.
Yeah, he had like 1 good year in Seattle. That was it.
And that wasn't even a good year. What do you have? 850 yards?
Yeah, he had a bunch of touchdowns. I think he had 9 touchdowns.
I mean, the 3 years he was with the Saints, I think he was a 2-time Pro Bowler that year. Those years.
All right, so I got the top 5 tight ends in the Packers the last 20 years. Jermichael Finley by far, but doubles up the next guy in yards and catches. Then Donald Lee, who I don't remember.
I remember
Yeah,
Donald Lee.
vaguely.
Yeah.
Tunyon, and then Richard Rogers, who I believe came down with that Hail Mary.
I remember Rogers.
And then Graham Corliss, who I think had an injury that ended his career. Bubba Franks and Mercedes Lewis. And the rest
I remember
of
Bubba.
Bubba Franks.
I remember
Bubba.
Best.
Good old
Bubba.
What I'm saying is Brock Bowers is going to be by far the best tight end.
No question. Listen,
no question.
Yeah, no question.
No question. None of those guys that he just named are the talent that Brock Bowers is. I was just asking to know, does Rodgers utilize? Does he look to utilize the tight end? Is he wide receiver centric? I've never broken it down and thought about it that way.
You know what's so interesting? I did want Brock Bowers because I don't want to draft a tight end too early, but Jeff is trying to sell me, and he keeps trying to sell me it, and whatever. If it works, I'll be happy. But I'm
not trying to sell you. I'm telling you facts.
If it works, Jeff's going to send you a jersey.
I'll take it.
No,
I'll take the jersey. My friends get one. Screw you, Jeff.
You're converted Jets fans, friends.
What happened?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Wes?
I said, speaking of jerseys, Errol.
Yes, I know. I know.
Where did you end up going with? Karlaftis, Wes?
Yeah, the Karlaftis.
Furious George.
Yes, Curious George.
Yes, Carl. Jimmy Graham was in Green Bay for 1 year and was not great.
Oh. What are we talking about, Jimmy Graham?
Yeah, Carl was saying Jimmy Graham in Green Bay for 1 year. Yes.
You know, I want to go back to the point Wes was making though, where he was talking about, the film. Knicks has better film than McCarthy and all this sort of stuff. I mean, that's all well and good, and that's fine. But that's also not how quarterbacks get drafted, though. You saw how quarterbacks get drafted last year with Anthony Richardson going ahead of Levis. You can't honestly tell me you thought Anthony Richardson's film in Florida was better than what Levis did at Kentucky. But he has intangibles and can throw and can run and do all that kind of stuff, which is what McCarthy possesses. Like, people get drafted on upside. They don't get drafted because you had a good game against Clemson.
By the way, they're reaching on this JJ McCarthy. And by the way, the pick is in. Goodell's going to walk and trounce on that, the podium, and hopefully doesn't slur. He's on some kind of drug tonight. He's on something.
Maybe he's
every time he goes up there, he's been slurring.
Maybe he's smoking with Sean.
No, Sean's not there. Who knows where Sean is? Sean might be in the gutter right now smoking a Dutch.
Who's everybody got Denver taken?
I had Bo Nix originally. I think they'll be stupid enough to draft Bo Nix. Even though I don't think they should, because I think his game is really goofy and I don't think it'll work for the NFL.
The pick is in. How long does it take them to get to the podium?
Takes a while.
It's got to be McCarthy, right?
So I was listening to a podcast that Charlie Weiss, the great fabled Charlie Weiss, said that sitting next to Bo Nix talking to him about football was the same as sitting next to his former protege, Tom Brady. Yes, that is something I heard today. Charlie Weiss, who's obviously the greatest evaluator of all time.
Go get another wheelchair or something.
Chucky.
Yeah, Charlie
All right,
Weiss.
here it is. Here it is. Here we go. Somebody.
There's somebody coming in. Today,
It's the best one. Head coach, play caller, supporting cast. I think it's fantastic.
It looks like Roger Goodell's mother.
All right, stop making fun of people that have nothing to do with your. I mean, come on. You hate Roger Goodell, so you're going to make fun of these two? It's probably a Make-A-Wish fan, you idiot.
We are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing.
Oh, you feel good about making fun of him now?
I'm not making fun of them. I was making fun of Goodell. What are you talking about?
Zachary died after a battle with cancer. After he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one.
Errol, you made fun of this guy?
No, I didn't make fun of this guy. Making fun of Goodell.
The pick in honor of his uncle.
So the pick, just in the middle time, the pick that the Jets traded away is the pick they got for Zach Wilson in that deal.
The Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy.
We knew this was going to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
5 in the top 10.
Well, maybe not you, but I knew what was going to happen.
I don't think we'll ever see this again. 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round, in the top 10.
They're not done. Denver's in 2 picks. They might get Bo next.
No, I'm just
In the
saying
top
in the
10.
top 10. I'm talking you 5 quarterbacks drafted. in
No
the top 10.
defensive players. 0 defensive players.
Yeah, we heard that
Right.
we heard that was a rumor, but
Has that ever happened
threw the
before?
curveball with Penix.
Carl's like JJ champions.
All right, Carl, go become a Vikings fan. You could go convert like Jeff did.
But now the Jets are on
Our
the clock.
Jets are on the clock. Let's go, Brock.
He said our Jets.
The pick is already in. The pick is already in. So
They picked that.
They ran it.
They ran up
Who's going to
there.
take a shot in the later rounds on Jordan?
It looks like his mother, man. How you
Shut
feel now, dummy?
Shut up, you moron. Nobody. I
Who's
wasn't
gonna-
making
who's
fun
gonna
of them.
take a
I
shot
said
at
that
Jordan Travis.
he's such an idiot. I first of all, I was not making fun of the family. I was making fun of Goodell, and I said it looked like his mother. Okay.
Right, so that's a comment on someone in the family. So it wasn't making fun of Goodell. It was making fun of someone.
Never mind. I'm not going to get into this.
Right, there's no defense for it.
There is a
There's
defense to it.
There's a Gold Star family that Earl just was like, oh, ugly.
Jeff, why do you have to turn it into more than what it is, you idiot?
It doesn't matter. Shut up. Brock Bowers is about to be taken.
You know what,
Well,
Jeff?
Well, you know what? I'm
Okay.
not going to go there.
Go ahead.
I'm going to stay away from the politics. This is the number one thing.
Stay away from the politics. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about this idiot anyways. Brock Bowers looks like he's going to be the guy that the Jets are going with. But
It's like someone sees into the future.
Jeff,
For
shut
whatever it's worth, this JJ McCarthy pick is the first C letter grade given. For whatever it's worth, I just find it entertaining. I'm not saying I support or think anything more than the entertainment value on these A, B, C ratings, but JJ McCarthy was given a C.
Wow. A C. Did you hear that, Jeff? Do you give him a C?
What's that?
Do you give McCarthy a C?
Well, the pick at that spot was given a C.
No, I got you.
No, I wouldn't give it a C. You know, like, I mean, look, again, people get drafted on upside. That's why Anthony Richardson went 3. And this kid can run and he can throw. And look, would I have done it? No, I wouldn't have done it. But I'm not a GM of a desperate team that needs a quarterback. And when you look at next year's group of guys, if you punt on quarterback this year, what are you left with? Drew Alar, who threw for 70 yards against Michigan last year? Come on.
In just a few moments, we're going to have our special guest. He'll be joining our draft party. We will be talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett. We have Wes, one of the best, and I'll say this, one of the best handicappers we've had on our show. And we have Jeff from Tampa, who, I think was one of the more nuttier people, but knows his college football just as good as anybody. So I'm happy that Jeff is joining us right now. And we have the Jets on the clock, and the pick is in. It seems like it's going to be Brock. That's what it seems like. The Jets have been. What's going on now?
I didn't look.
Oh my God!
I guess
It doesn't look like it's Brock.
Devastation.
It's not Brock.
Return the jerseys.
If it's not Brock, who do you want it to be, Errol?
It's an offensive lineman. It's an offensive lineman.
Oh my God! Get the rope.
Jeff's gonna sell his Jets fandom now. Draft Brock Bowers.
All right, here it is. The pick is in.
Spencer Rattler.
I'm not upset if it's not Brock Bowers.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Boone.
I expected this. He fell to them. I think this is a good pick for the New York Jets.
Can't go wrong.
No, this guy was over the last year. Everybody said he was predominantly a top 3 pick. He fell out of the top 10, and I think the Jets got him as a steal. I think this is a good move for the New York Jets.
Yeah, this is actually what I was thinking scheme-wise would have been, like we were talking about Latham earlier for the Titans. I think scheme-wise that might have been better for him because he's actually one of the more quicker linemen in this draft. And like we were saying before, Wes, like with Penn State, they've had a much more like well-rounded offense in recent years, and that's a big reason for that is Fasciano really emerging his game. So I like that kind of thing for the Jets.
I think when you sit here and what the New York Jets are trying to do, they want to protect their asset. Their asset is Aaron Rodgers. They don't trust that Tyron Smith is going to stay healthy. Morgan Moses is usually healthy. He stays healthy usually. But these guys are old. And if one of these guys go down, their season is over. They need to make sure that they have protection over there on the side. Obviously, Jeff's favorite player, Mr. Fat Man himself, the big ticket, is no longer a part of the team. So the Jets needed to go and clean up. And I told you, Jeff, I did not think Brock Bowers was going to the Jets.
This pick is baffling to me. Honestly, baffling to me. They're in win now mode, and they just spent a first-round draft pick on someone that won't even see the field.
Well, he's going to see the field. He'll play right tackle this year, and they'll move Morgan Moses either inside if they need it, or he'll be the swing tackle. He's only getting paid like $4 or $5 million. He's coming off a pec injury.
I think what the Jets should do is have him sit for a little while, let him learn behind Tyron Smith.
How does that help you with win now?
You got to play
because
him.
one of these guys are going to go down. None of them are going to. The Jets have had more injuries at the offensive line than any team in football in the last 2 years. Okay, 14 guys have gone down. So you're going to tell me this year it's going to be different? It's not going to happen. You could plug him in. Hold on, Jeff. You could plug him in at guard. You could plug him in at tackle, and he's young. This is a young offensive line. You have Elijah Vera Tucker, where you're going to have to extend him if he stays healthy. You have Tippmann, and now you have Fasciano. This is a great move for the New York Jets.
I don't think it is a great move for the Jets, but because also, by the way, Joe Douglas has proven that he has no idea who he's taking with offensive line. None of the offensive linemen he's taken have been any good. So what makes you think? So what makes you think this is a good pick? Terrible drafting linemen, right? And if those linemen get healthy, is Vera Tucker going to play ahead of it?
I don't know, Jeff. I do remember before the season started, everybody had Fasciano as by far the best offensive lineman in this class. It's not even close.
No, they had Alt as the best lineman.
No, they didn't. Not when the season started. Fasciano, I'm telling you, Jeff. In the beginning of the season, when the season started, Fasciano was everybody said was a top 3 pick.
At the list I'm looking. You're not looking at the list I'm looking. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but Joe Alt has been terrific for a long time. Joe Douglas has no idea what he's doing. This should have been Brock Bowers. Veto this pick.
Well, how many plays into the season was the Jets' season over last year because they couldn't protect the quarterback? I mean, this is a responsible pick.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a good pick. I don't know what Jeff is talking about. Yes, Brock Bowers. Dude, they have
get linemen later. You can't get a guy that could be the biggest game.
They have Jeremy Rucker, who everybody said has looked every time he's on the field, he looks really, really good. He could block, he could catch, he could do everything. Now this is his chance this year to be that second tight end. I don't understand why they would bring Brock Bowers in when they drafted Jeremy Rucker 2 years ago in the 4th round. I expect Jeremy Rucker to be their future tight end for this organization. I think Jeremy Rucker is more than efficient at the position at the tight end. So I think he's going to be good.
Jeremy Rucker, while he's not a bad player, is not even in the same.
I understand that, but you need to protect this guy. That's what you're trying to do. You want to make sure that Aaron Rodgers is going to be on his 2 feet all season long. Right, if one of these guys go down.
So Fasciano's going to protect him while he's holding up the Gatorade bottle on the sideline?
What are you going to do when if Tyron Smith has never been healthy for a full season?
Then
never.
We shouldn't have signed him.
They signed him because they signed him for 1 year, and this guy is an all-pro player. So they brought him in, but there's no guarantees he's going to stay healthy. And knowing the Jets, their season would be over if they didn't make this move. This was a good move for the New York Jets. It makes it like Wes said. This protects the Jets' asset, who is their asset? Aaron Rodgers.
Their asset would have been Brock Bowers if they had taken him.
Oh, my God. Anyways, why don't we bring in our very special guest? He'll be joining us right now.
And we also got Reno Johnny in his car.
And Reno Johnny in his car. And by the way, we're very happy to have him on. We are now talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor, Dennis Bennett. Dennis, what's up, buddy?
And I'm watching the draft, and it couldn't have started off more chalk. And then it was like back in the days, like in college, where like I'm having a couple drinks, things are going good. Then about pick 5, then Joe Alt goes. That's a couple picks early, and then it just kind of got off the rails. And now I'm on a full-on bender, and it's just I'm not sure how these next 20 picks are going to go tonight, but a lot of crazy stuff happening. Good stuff for fantasy.
Oh, absolutely. Dennis, your thoughts? Obviously, we're here in New York. Malik Neighbors going to the New York Giants at 6. And at number 11, the Jets trade down, which was expected. And they go after Fashanu, who I think was a great pick for the New York Jets.
So the Giants need a number 1 receiver. Malik Neighbors is in that, like the new prototype receiver is that 6 foot, 200-pounder. And Malik Neighbors sits right in there. I like Jalen Hyatt for what he does. I like Wan'Dale Robinson for what he does. But nobody stepped up to be the number 1. My concern for the Giants is they need offensive linemen way worse than the Jets do. I know that Jones is coming back and Locke may start the season. They should spend a couple more picks early, second, third rounders, getting offensive linemen to the Giants. As far as the Jets,
There it is.
Bo Nix.
And 6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
That's
Bo
crazy.
Nix.
I think I'm having a flashback. So
Now the quarterbacks drop off quite a bit.
the thing with the Jets, a lot of their backups are street free agents. They need talent on the offensive line. And as much as I love peak Tyron Smith, we haven't seen that for 6 seasons, maybe. Like you'll get it occasionally. It's like Toby Keith. He's as good as he once was. I forget how it goes. He doesn't do it consistently anymore because of the injuries. So you have to have somebody that can step in when Smith goes down. Moses, I agree with you, could slide into that swing tackle role if Fashanu takes over at right tackle. Vera Tucker seems like he's on the right track, and Tittman on the interior. But they need depth and they need talent on the offensive line. Brock Bowers would have been a fantastic pick. But we haven't seen Aaron Rodgers consistently use a tight end. He'll use them occasionally, and Robert Tonyan had a good year one season, but it's going to be Garrett Wilson. He's going to get the majority of the targets, and you've got Breece Hall, who's going to command the ball from the backfield. So Bowers seems like, while a good pick, would have been kind of a luxury pick, and based on Rodgers being almost as old as me, I think the offensive lineman was the right move.
Oh, I think it was a great move, and I agree with you. And I know Jeff isn't happy because he wanted Brock Bowers, but to me as a Jet fan,
I'm a Lions fan, and I'd like Brock Bowers too.
you got a pretty good one in Laporta, so don't worry about that. You're not going to be crying about that one. I mean, that guy's going to be the best tight end in the league in the next 2 years, but if he's not one of the top 3 right now. But I do believe the Jets had to go offensive line. If they lose Tyron Smith or Morgan Moses or any of those guys on the offensive line, their season is over. They don't have a guy that's going to be able to fill in. And what do you need to do? You need to build from the trenches. Now you have Fashanu, you have Tittman, who I think is going to be a sensational center and talent moving forward. And Elijah Vera Tucker, if he can stay healthy, he's one of the best offensive linemen in football. You look at his numbers, it would tell you. I think he's only given up, in the games that he's played as a professional, he's only given up 1 sack. And I think in 13 or 14 games in his career. That says a lot about what Elijah Vera Tucker is. He just has to stay away from Denver. Stay away from Denver, and he'll be fine. He won't be tearing anything anymore, because it seems like that is what do they say that is poison? So
right.
He could reunite at Denver with Zach Wilson.
That's true. I stay away from Denver. That's all I'm going to say. But
Stay away from Zach Wilson. Stay away from Denver. Seems like a good mantra.
now, listen. Obviously, and if anybody doesn't know who we were speaking to, we were talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett. Dennis, we have a lot of knowledgeable NFL football, guys that are on this panel right now. We have Worldwide West. He's one of the better handicappers. He's fantastic. We have Reno Johnny. He's really, really good. So you're meeting. And Jeff, believe it or not, a guy that bets on college football more than anybody I know. And by the way, he makes more money through college football more than anybody I know.
Raiders pick is in.
All right, here we go.
Select Brock Bowers.
There it is.
Wow.
Yeah, hold on. What? Didn't they just draft Myers?
Michael Mayer last year, Brock Bowers this year. They're going two tight ends.
Michael
Two tight
Mayer.
end sets. All
That's
right.
crazy.
Well, I mean, Buffalo's kind of doing the same thing with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. So Bowers will be the move guy on the outside. He'll work from the slot while Meyer stays in line.
It's a Luke Getsy offense, though. They love to use the tight ends. I think they could probably make this work, assuming the quarterback.
I will say this: Brock Bowers doesn't look happy. I saw his face. He didn't really look happy.
Jeff would be devastated, too, if he wasn't drafted by the Jets.
Buddy, wait till that guy figures out what the spearmint rhino is. He's going to be plenty happy.
Bowers.
Wait until he learns what a casino is.
I think the spearmint rhino is going to outweigh blackjack.
Wow, this is going all over the place. Once we hit 8 or 9, everything started to change, Jeff. I mean, it's unbelievable. It went from Michael Penix, and nobody thought Michael Penix was going to go. I didn't think he was a first-round draft pick. I thought he was falling out of the first round. The guy's in a top 10. First time ever we see 5 quarterbacks go in the first 10 picks. I mean, 4 would have been is crazy, but 5, and now all these guys. And I don't. We've went over this. Some people thought Brock Bowers was a top 10 pick. Fashanu, a lot of people believe was a top 10 pick. And all these guys are falling out. And this is what happens in the draft. You never know what's going to happen. It is absolutely amazing. Wes, what are your thoughts? I know you're on mute. What are your thoughts?
Well, he's a great tight end, but you look at the needs of all these teams. This is a really odd one for me that this one is going to the Raiders just because they have so many more pressing needs. And I look at things as a handicapper. I don't even know that there's a tight end in the league outside of Laporta and Kelsey that would represent even 1 point on the spread. So I don't know that this tight end changes the game for them versus what they need. Like, who's going to throw this man the ball? Unless they like one of these quarterbacks in the later round, unless they're willing to roll the dice on Jordan Travis. I mean, that's an interesting one with the injuries. Pratt from Tulane is an interesting one. Both of them will probably be there in 3 or 4, possibly 5. But if you're the Raiders, what's the plan at quarterback? Because if you don't have a quarterback, you really don't have anything.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was talking with Scoops before the show too. Like Michael Mayer in a Luke Getsy offense might have been the high upside, and Dennis, you're a fantasy guy, you might know this, might have been a high upside fantasy pick with this year. But now two of them are going to probably do a lot of 2 tight end sets now, especially if Devontae Adams. He says he's happy now, but maybe not for the long term.
Yeah, but who's throwing the ball?
Who's
throwing the ball?
Either with Minshew and O'Connell there, it feels like from a fantasy perspective, you want to fall in love with Adams or Bowers, but it feels like it's going to be Zamir White. And they're probably going to go for one of the running backs in the 3rd round that's a top 3 or 4 running back, just because that's a Raider thing to do.
That's a good way to put it.
There's a lot of things the Raiders like to do. I don't understand this move, but I know Jeff wasn't happy, but it's not.
I love this move for them. I love this move.
What is this? Like a love fest for Brock Bowers? Why don't you go and marry him?
Vegas wedding, perfect.
Buddy, Brock Bowers might be the biggest game wrecker in this draft. Everyone loves Neighbors and Harrison, but this guy is a pass catcher too. And anytime Georgia needed a first down, they threw to this guy. He's a two-time national champion. He's going to be too big for defensive backs, too fast for linebackers. This is a great pick. Like, he's a great player.
I am interested to see how good this guy turns out to be, because if he's a bust, I'm going to make sure that I stick it to you, man.
I know. I know. You're so good. You're so good at making picks yourself. Zach Wilson, the best quarterback in his draft class.
First of all, and I did. I'll admit it. But you thought Trevor Lawrence, and look how bad Trevor Lawrence has been.
Trevor Lawrence. People were waiting for Trevor Lawrence.
He sucks. He stinks.
That's nonsense.
Jacksonville better. I'm going to tell you right now. If he doesn't make the playoffs this year, I don't extend him. I go looking for another quarterback because I think Trevor.
You want Shedeur Sanders now.
I don't like Shedeur Sanders. I think he's a second-round draft pick.
Maybe looks out Spencer Rattler to replace Trevor Lawrence.
Get the hell out of here, Jeff. You're out of your damn mind. Sometimes you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man. You really are.
I don't know what you guys aren't seeing in Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is a terrific player, man. And 2 tight end sets are kind of the thing. You know, like, it's another pass catcher. He's a really good player. He's got size, speed, great hands, you know, the will to win. I don't know what you guys aren't seeing in this guy.
At this point, what I'll say about the Brock Bowers move is it's very similar to Kyle Pitts. He's in the wrong situation, so his potential will never be lived up to. Kyle Pitts was every bit the game breaker that Brock Bowers is, and that was a good Florida team that couldn't play defense. And Kyle Pitts was an incredible college tight end with a tremendous upside, but he went to Atlanta without a good quarterback, and that's what this Brock Bowers move feels like now. If he would have gone somewhere with a quarterback or some other threats.
Just complaining that J.J. McCarthy was a 2nd or 3rd round pick, and now that they're all gone, you're dying for what? Spencer Rattler to be taken by the Raiders just so they draft a quarterback? Make sense.
I'm not advocating for Spencer Rattler, not even a little bit.
Well, you're advocating for some shit bum to be drafted on a place.
No shit bums. I am just simply comparing Brock Bowers to the Kyle Pitts and the situation that he is now in being very similar, and the path looks very similar. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
You specifically said this pick doesn't make sense. What are they doing at quarterback? Which implies they should have taken quarterback with this pick. So please enlighten us with the great quarterback they were going to take.
But I'm sure they were blindsided by Penix going 8.
I never said they should have taken a quarterback with this pick. There's no quarterback on the board now that belongs in the 1st round. I don't think they should have.
Michael Pratt, he's now with the Raiders just because quarterback.
Oh, Nippon will go ecstatic if that's the case. Don't give any false hope.
All right, the pick is in.
Division III Bridgewater State, because Raiders need quarterback.
Anyways, well, we have another pick in, but obviously I want to know, Fisher, your opinion. But first, by the way, we are talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett. Dennis, your thoughts to what Jeff said and Worldwide Wes.
So I agree with Wes that, you know, we saw how mismanaged Kyle Pitts was, and it's going to really come down to, can Getsy figure out how to use the weapons he has, because they do have weapons now. And, you know, we've seen bad teams win, or good teams with bad quarterbacks win, because they have a lot of talent at the other positions. You know, we saw Brad Johnson take the Buccaneers to the Super Bowl, and Trent Dilfer take the Ravens. Now, they had good defenses, but those teams can win games with a mediocre quarterback. We saw Teddy Bridgewater have 3 top 25 wide receivers in Carolina, top 25 for fantasy. So weird things can happen. And I think the Raiders like Aiden O'Connell. I don't think they like him as like their quarterback of the future. I think they think he's a guy that works hard and can execute what they're trying to do. You know, the same with Gardner Minshew. They need to get a stud quarterback. But I agree with what you said earlier. I build teams from the inside out. And if I'm building my offense and defensive lines and I'm building out my skill position, because when you hit that quarterback and they get to that second contract, you're paying them $50 million a year or more if they're any good. And so you want to get that quarterback. maybe it works out for the Raiders with one of these journeyman type quarterbacks that they're serviceable and they can win. Or maybe next year or the year after is when they really go for that quarterback and try to hit, the top tier guy in that draft class. I don't know if their thought was one of the guys would fall to him. Honestly, I don't think Penix or Nix, either one, deserved to go as high as they did. I really didn't think Nix was a first-round pick, and Penix late first round at best. But I tend to prefer a quarterback with a big arm, and Bo Nix had 30% of his completions last year behind the line of scrimmage. So, but that's kind of that's a Sean Payton guy. I think that he could have traded back and got him. I just think at that point there was nobody anybody wanted to come up and get. So, it was simply a get your guy.
Once those quarterbacks are gone, Dennis, are you drafting quarterback there? You can't possibly think who's the quarterback they're going to take at that point once those guys are gone?
The Raiders? There's no quarterback they should take there.
Right,
but I don't think anybody wanted to trade up either. What's that?
But that's what Wes was advocating for. He said it didn't make sense because what are they going to do at quarterback? I think Bowers is a great pick here.
Like a bad quarterback, their best friend's a good tight end. They always say, like, a little dump off candidate. Now they have two. They're going to run 12 personnel. They got Adams on the outside. They can find it. I don't know who their slot guy is. You guys would have to tell me, but they're going to have to do something
Myers.
like that. Myers, well, but still, that means they're only one guy away, and the quarterback, can tread water. Minshew's going to tread water. We know that about Minshew. They're going to be okay. He can't play the whole season. He's too slight. But, he'll tread water for them, and he'll have some big games. We all know what he can do. He's like the evolutionary Fitzpatrick.
I think this is a terrible move because I think I think you're taking away touches from him. And they drafted him very high last year. What was he, a second-round draft pick? Yeah. And now you're drafting a first-round tight end. Now you have two tight ends drafted in the first and second round. Really prototypical tight ends. Both of them play the same way. I mean, Brock is more talented, obviously. That's why he was drafted as high as he was. And like Jeff said, I mean, this guy is a two-time champion, and Mayer wasn't. But, again, you're drafting practically the same guy for the same position. I don't like this move. They're reaching here. And this is Raider like
two tight ends, but you're acting like two tight ends don't work. It works
too high, Jeff. You don't.
It works.
All right. Let's go. Hold on.
For pre-killing people and Gronk.
Jeff.
Two tight end things can work.
All right, Jeff. When was Gronk drafted? What round was Gronk drafted?
Second round.
So, okay. All right. The top right now, Travis Kelce, what round was he drafted in?
Long enough ago.
He was a second-round draft pick. All right.
Where was Sam Laporta drafted?
Second round.
Right. What about some of these other tight ends? No tight ends ever taken in the first round?
I would tell you this.
Andrews,
a lot of third round. George Kittle, fourth round.
I don't care. I'm still taking Brock. I don't care. You like the guy, take him.
And let's go through the tight ends right now that we've seen in the last couple of years and how much OJ Howard, where's he? He stinks.
Probably out of the league.
Yeah, he stinks. Let's who else?
It was Evan Engram and David Njoku in that draft.
How about Kyle Pitts? Njoku is probably the best one, and he's up and down. He hasn't been as efficient.
Really
Hawkinson's actually a good tight end. I would say Hawkinson is, but he's also it took him a little while. Now where is he at? He's in Minnesota without a quarterback. So we'll see how TJ Hawkinson's going to be this year without a quarterback.
It's not like the Raiders are trying to compete next year. They're still a little ways away anyways.
It's by the way,
They're
again,
for Ruggs to get out of prison.
By the way, Reno, Johnny, what's going on, man? You got yourself on
You're
mute,
muted.
man.
Yeah, I'm not sure if y'all can see me. It looks like a black screen to me, but I can see me. So, yeah, I mean, I just kind of watched the draft. Like, I was kind of sitting here, like, I feel like I don't bet on the draft. I'll listen to some positions that guys that I trust and maybe have some action. But for the most part, When I was looking at the draft the other day from like the 2016 like NBA draft, like 90% of the first round aren't even in the league anymore. NFL draft, like I've noticed, I know a lot, like Jason Morrow. I remember Jason Morrow, like, oh my God, he's gonna be the greatest tight end ever. Not in the league anymore. So like, I really just wait for the draft. I watch it. I kind of want to see who goes where. I'm interested in it, but Caleb Williams, in my opinion, an absolute bust waiting to happen. I think that might be an unpopular opinion. I think he's an incredible bust waiting to happen. You have to understand this guy was not
Somebody's smoking something tonight.
Huh?
Somebody's smoking something tonight.
Oh, you guys are on. Yeah, do you think I would be? I think the Bears are probably the dumbest team in the draft this year because I think that ultimately they didn't do right by Justin Fields. They didn't have a coaching staff around him. They didn't surround him with any talent. He's already kind of progressed. And they said, let's start all over with literally Justin Fields 2.0. I think Caleb Williams is a bust. He's coming in thinking with a huge ego, right? He already seems like he's going to be incredibly difficult to work with. And he hasn't proven anything. He had some success at Oklahoma, some success at USC, didn't win a national championship, didn't smell the national championship. And you think this guy's going to turn around a franchise that's really been in the toilet for the last 20 years?
So
There's
Johnny,
no way.
Johnny, if you were the Bears, how would you have played the first overall pick?
So I would have actually probably traded it away and with somebody that could have maybe helped Justin Fields. I think the coaching staff has, and again, they didn't want him. They were very adamant the first year that they kind of took over. Like, I would not have drafted Justin Fields. Like, he has not really been given the opportunity to succeed in the NFL. I think if I were the Bears, I'd probably trade it away, get some help either on the line or a playmaker that can help Justin Fields. But I think what you did was let's trade Justin Fields away, keep the number one pick, and you're basically restarting with the same quarterback. And so I think it's a terrible move. The Bears are going to be in the toilet for another 10 years. Like they are so long away from being competitive.
Stop. Roma Dunze is a good wide receiver. You just added, I think, a playmaker a lot of people loved. And I disagree with you. I think Williams is going to be fun to watch. Now, I do agree with you. I would have not traded Justin Fields. I would have kept him on and made him challenge Caleb Williams. And that's what I would have done. And whoever won the job, I would take the other one and I would have traded him. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, see, but
the biggest Bears mishandling, question mark, red flag, call it, whatever cliche you want, is they only have Eberflus under contract for one more year. And so it's almost like on paper, their commitment is to do the same thing to him, to Caleb Williams, what the Bears have historically done to Jay Cutler. I mean, Jay Cutler had 4, maybe 5 O coordinators. I lived through that as a Bears fan. Justin Fields, same scenario. So on paper, the commitment is win to keep your job, Eberflus. And so now Caleb Williams is possibly going to have a second coaching regime next year. I don't think they do it. I think that defensively that team is in a good place, but it's just an odd handling of the coaching situation when you're drafting first overall. I mean, if this is a Joe Burrow type move, you don't mess that up at number 1 overall.
All right, Tommy Scoops, he has a couple of things to say. I mean, what are your thoughts so far in the draft? Unmute yourself.
No, he's good. He's already.
No,
been
I'm unmuted. With the Caleb Williams situation, you guys are kind of already mentioning it though. But with the Caleb Williams thing, this is kind of like the reset button. Like, I mean, you already saw what Matt Eberflus did with wide receivers, with certain games to his arsenal. Now with Caleb Williams, now with the weapons giving to his quarterback, this is kind of the reset button for him, saying, okay, now this is how you could show what you have in store. And if he flunks out, that's going to be it for Eberflus. So, I mean, you have to look sort of how Caleb Williams is going to be adjusting towards the future if he's going to be your franchise quarterback. And it's really a lot of the pressure is really on Eberflus.
No, it's on Caleb Williams. He took over for Justin Fields. Justin Fields was pretty much thrown away for a 6th-round draft pick. It's going to be on Caleb Williams. This is the number 1 pick. He's going to start. They brought Keenan Allen there. Now they have weapons for him. Now they gave him a Rome Odunze. They were hanging out on the plane together, and that's why they brought Rome. They're doing everything they can to make Caleb Williams happy. That's what they're doing.
So my question for that is this. Why didn't they do that for Justin Fields?
I agree with you. I would agree with you.
He's been in the league for 7 years, and all they've done is said, you don't win enough, and the coaches have talked crap about him. They've never brought in anybody for him. And all of a sudden, Caleb Williams, the guy that's more worried about the color of his fingernail paint than playing quarterback, now you want to surround him with the talent, and he's got to go through a rookie year. I think that's a disaster. That's my point. I think Justin Fields is right now the far and away better quarterback with more talent, better arm strength than Caleb Williams. But they didn't do anything by him.
By the way, we are talking to Dynasty Nerds managing editor Dennis Bennett. He's joining us. I know he's a busy man. As tonight is draft night. But Dennis, what are your thoughts to all these arguments?
So I live in Columbus, Ohio, and I love the Ohio State Buckeyes. And I think Justin Fields got the shaft. That being said, he was not without flaws. I do think Caleb Williams is a better passer coming into the league than Justin Fields was. But you build your offense around your quarterback's strengths. And Fields, like he's like a yoked up Michael Vick. He's got a big arm. He throws a great deep ball. Let him run the ball. He weighs 230 pounds. There's so much you can do with him in that. Lamar Jackson threw 36 touchdown passes on like 425 attempts. You can be an efficient passer without having a ton of attempts. They never gave Fields anything until last year when they went and got DJ Moore. He made Moore and Kmet look great for most of the season. It just felt like it was a classic case of regime drafts a quarterback, regime gets fired, new regime wants their own quarterback, new regime's getting their own quarterback. They're going to suck next year. New regime gets fired, and whoever comes in is going to have to deal with Caleb Williams. Maybe Williams figures it out a little quicker. Fields has, his big knock was he doesn't anticipate well. He holds the ball too long, and he's a classic overthinker. He thinks he can make a better play all the time, and so he would not pull the trigger on plays that he should have. It is what it is. It's who he is. So you scheme up things that work for him. That's what a good offensive coordinator should do. I mean, they could have traded that first-round pick. I don't know that you bring in Williams and Fields and have them compete and then trade whichever one doesn't win, because all you're doing is diminishing the value of the other guy.
But
here's you get a whole lot of value for Fields to begin with when you traded him. So, maybe.
But I'm sorry I cut you off, but that's where I don't get this. If you're not going to do this or you're not going to do that, why would you trade him for a 6th-round draft pick? He was worth more than a 6th-round draft pick.
I agree.
Pretty much tossed him away and said, here you go. Here, Pittsburgh, you can take him. We don't want him anymore. And I'm going to tell you right now, Russell Wilson is not winning that job. I'm telling you right now. Justin Fields will win that job one way or another in the preseason. I think he's the better quarterback. I think he's a better leader. Nobody likes Russell Wilson. You can ask any one of his teammates. He will be out and about, sitting on the bench, eating Twinkies by the beginning of the
Justin's got a better shot at success in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I thought Tomlin already came out and said that he was very adamant that Russell Wilson is a starting quarterback.
Yes, right now. But you're going to see, and the same thing. Hold on one second. The same thing Pete Carroll said about Matt Flynn, if you remember. Matt Flynn signed, and they went after Russell Wilson. They signed Matt Flynn for a 4-year deal. He got an extension because he took over for Aaron Rodgers when he broke his collarbone. He goes over there to Seattle, and during the preseason, who looked better? Russell Wilson. He looked like he can run the huddle better than Russell Wilson. I mean, better than Matt Flynn. So what happens? He starts. The same thing with Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields, DJ Moore did not want him to go. Half of those players did not want him to go. They wanted him to stay there. He is a good person. He's a good person in the huddle. I've heard by many people say that this guy, he's got a good personality and everybody loves him. Nobody likes Russell Wilson. I don't care what Tomlin says. That's the problem with Tomlin. Love him as a coach, but he can't. The problem is he has all these different personalities. Antonio Brown, he's an idiot. Le'Veon Bell, he's an idiot. We could go down. Juju Smith-Schuster with his stupid TikTok. This is the problem with that organization. They got a tremendous amount of talent, but for some reason, Tomlin doesn't know how to control his players. So I disagree. I think Russell Wilson will not win that job. I don't care what Tomlin's saying right now. He's trying to make Russell Wilson happy because he's a little baby. That's what he is. He's a little brat.
So what Tomlin said, though, he didn't say Russell Wilson is our guy this year. He said Russell Wilson's resume has earned him the right to be the QB1. And Justin, when it's time to compete, Justin's going to get a chance to compete. So he's deferring to the veteran is really what he's doing. Does that mean that Russell won't start the season? I don't know. But I would beg to differ. I think Tomlin does a better job keeping shit in house than just about any other coach. He doesn't get in arguments with his players in the media and stuff, and he knows when to get out. Like it seems like if the Steelers trade away a wide receiver, you can bet we're less than 12 months away from that receiver having a meltdown.
Yeah,
So
I agree with you.
If you roster Deontay Johnson in fantasy, get out of the Deontay Johnson business.
Yeah, I agree with you. He does really good because I feel like you don't hear about the problems until after they've left Pittsburgh. Like you didn't hear about a lot of Le'Veon issues, about AV issues. You didn't hear a lot of even Juju. Like you knew like the TikTok issues, but like I feel like a lot of stuff you find out after they've left Pittsburgh. So I think he does a really good job at like keeping everything internal as a coach, at least.
No, I'm not saying that he doesn't. And I agree with all of you. I agree with you, Dennis, too. But here's the problem. Why do you have these problems in your locker room? Because you bring these personalities there. Russell Wilson, I don't know if you guys listened to what Russell Wilson just said recently about a week ago, saying that he believes that he's paving the way for all these African-American quarterbacks in the future. Who is he? Is he better than Steve McNair? Is he better than Randall Cunningham or any of the quarterbacks in the past or Warren Moon? He's not better than any of those guys. The fact that he opened his mouth and said that makes him look as stupid as he does. And that's what I'm saying. The guy's an idiot. The guy's a moron.
Corny. Russell is corny.
He is corny, but I get what he's saying because you mentioned a lot of quarterbacks that do not have hardware.
Yeah, and it's not just ring. When the Seahawks were in that heyday that they had going on, Russ was a top quarterback in the league. He was reliable. He was clutch. He was good with his legs. Him and Pete Carroll had a good relationship. Oh my God, he is the corniest of cheesy. But he's got the ring, and Cunningham does not have a ring.
Let me ask you a question. Everybody can say
hand the ball off. He's got 2 rings.
All right.
That is correct.
And you guys say he got the ring. Okay. Who was the MVP of that Super Bowl?
Wasn't it Earl Thomas?
It was Smith. It was Smith. Okay. Yeah. It wasn't him. He wasn't the best player, and he was definitely not the reason why they won that Super Bowl. It was the Legion of Boom. That's why they won the Super Bowl. That defense was unbelievable. They shut down the best offense in football history at the time. That offense was fantastic. So I mean, they shut down Peyton Manning at the top of his game. So I disagree. I don't think it was Russell Wilson that won the ring. Now he did.
Yeah,
he does have a ring.
Russell Wilson in that and Arrow, you're right, and 100% right about the quality of that defense. But don't turn this into Russell Wilson, Trent Dilfer. Russell Wilson was a top 5 quarterback in the league when that was going on. He made clutch plays that got them there. Russell Wilson was a completely different quarterback, and Pittsburgh has got both of them for almost nothing, for free. I think they're paying under $5 million for both of them on the roster total.
Oh, they have a better chance of winning with the quarterback play they have now than what they did last year. It's horrible. And George Pickens, it's amazing. George Pickens had a great season with nobody throwing him the ball. Now he's got 2 guys and 2 quality guys, and that defense is fantastic. TJ Watt is fantastic. I think he's the best. And by the way, Jeff, you're still here. Jeff, what is your thoughts to the whole conversation right now that we have with Caleb Williams?
Well, I would have attacked that differently. I would have, if I'm the Bears GM, like whether you like Fields or you like Caleb Williams or whatever, it doesn't matter. No one's blocking for him. So, like, I would have traded back as well, kept Justin Fields, got a lineman, got a receiver, and moved forward that way. Because no matter how many receivers you have and how good they are, and they are good, I like DJ Moore and I like Odunze, that's fine. Who's blocking? And as far as Russell Wilson goes, dude, come on, man. I wouldn't pay any money. The only way I'm paying to see Russell Wilson if he's on pay-per-view amputating his own arm so I never have to see him throw another pass. That's it.
Got to trade, guys.
By the way, Seattle drafted Latu. I like that move.
No, Colts drafted Latu. Seattle drafted Byron Murphy.
Oh, the Colts?
Colts took Latu.
Byron Murphy. The Colts drafted Latu.
I thought I saw Latu.
Vikings just moved up, traded with the Jaguars. The trade is 17 to the Vikings, 23, a 5th this year, a 3rd and a 4th next year to the Jaguars. And it looks like they're trading up for Dallas Turner. There's going to be 3 straight defensive linemen coming off the board after none were taken in the top 14.
Lineman. I'm surprised. I'm shocked that Turner fell this far.
I think we all had him in the top 10, right?
Yeah, I think everybody had him in the top 10. How about you, Dennis? Are you shocked that Turner fell as far as he did?
Yeah, I thought Turner was going to go to Atlanta at 8, and that's kind of where I had him pegged. Once they didn't pick him, then it got a little. Then it was kind of picking and choosing to see, well, who wants to take a shot at the best defensive lineman in the draft. So, Bo Nix, Denver could have used him, that's for sure. The Raiders, they've got a good defense. They just signed Christian Wilkins. But that, kind of going back to Michael Penix, look, they don't have an out on Cousins' contract until 2026. That's $12.5 million. The cap hit the dead cap for Kirk Cousins after 2025 is $65 million. Now I know we're seeing like the Broncos eat a ton of money with Russell Wilson and stuff. I just don't think you do that with Penix. So I think we're going to see Penix ride the bench for probably 24, maybe into late 25 before he gets any solid playing time in Atlanta, unless Atlanta feels like they can move Cousins to somebody that needs a veteran because they're contending.
Interesting. It's crazy how everything is starting to fall together. Now some of the defensive players, no corner has been drafted yet. I don't think any corner has been drafted yet.
No,
so that's crazy too. There's
3 D linemen. That's it.
Yeah, there are three good corners in this draft, and it seems like they're all going to fall to maybe 20.
You had the Rams taking one of them, so you might be right on that one. I think you had the Rams taking Wiggins.
Yeah.
So
well, this spot here with Cincinnati could be your first corner.
Could be. They could also still go offensive line though. So we were talking about the good interior guys, Jeff, that could be available.
Dennis, Dennis, who did you have Cincinnati drafting?
I had him drafting Johnny Newton out of Illinois, big defensive tackle.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. It's so crazy when everybody has a mock draft. I'm surprised. I would love to see who has something around the mock draft that we're seeing, the draft that we're seeing right now. Nobody thought Michael Penix was going 8. So that was a shocker. I think that definitely ruined everybody's board.
I don't know if anybody thought the Jets were going to trade.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if anybody thought the Jets were going to trade either, like move down.
A little bit, but not.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Actually, Josh told me yesterday. That's why I mentioned him. Josh told me yesterday that the Jets are going to try to get back into the second round because they're looking for certain talent, and they have 3 4th-round draft picks now. So what are the Jets going to do in day 2? I guarantee you they're going to take 2 of their 4th-round draft picks and move up to the second round to get the player of their liking. That's what they're going to do. That's why they made that move. They only went one spot. They knew that J.J. McCarthy was going to Minnesota. They put themselves in a position to move back into the second round to get the player of their liking. So I think I expected the Jets to do that. And they got probably a better offensive lineman than they thought they were going to get sitting there at number 11. I mean, did anybody think Fashanu was going to be there? No.
Good Fashanu stat. He's had 1 sack his whole career at Penn State, given up. 1. None in the last 2 years. So better than what you've had before over there in Jets land.
No, we had the big ticket or the little pain in the ass.
Big meal ticket.
Well, he eats a lot of meals, that's for sure. I'm sure he was hiding McDonald's in his pants while he was playing.
His pass protection was so good. Drew Alar was able to throw for 70 yards against Michigan. What
don't we love Jeff? Dennis, don't you love him? He's definitely a
Dennis loves that. He's an Ohio State fan.
It's true.
Jeff, I'm trying to bring the positivity, man.
He's so amazing. He threw for 79 yards against Rutgers. What a quarterback.
We're not talking about it. We're talking about the tackle, dude.
Dennis, go ahead.
No, I was just listening.
No, you don't.
How much I love Jeff.
Jeff is an interesting personality. You'll get to love him because he doesn't hold back his feelings. And like I said, if there's anybody knowledgeable about college football, it would be Jeff. I mean, the guy watches it religiously. He bets on it. So I love when Jeff comes on the show when it comes to college football and college basketball because he knows it just as much as anybody.
Dennis, I got a question for you. When was the last time you've seen a team so shitty they could only manage 79 passing yards against Rutgers?
I don't recall. That's 1937. I don't know.
No, that might have been Rutgers' heyday. That's when all the New Jersey schools were going to college football.
Right.
The great Big Ten. They're softer than
the McCourties. The McCourties would have held them to 70.
Iowa.
The McCourties. I'll tell you this, Jeff loves one of them, that's for sure.
Both of them. They're both great players. Jason McCourty, Devin McCourty, 2 great guys.
Devin McCourty was a great player. Jason was okay.
Yeah. Must have devastated you as a Jets fan, Jeff.
Look, as a Jets fan, I certainly can respect other teams.
Shut up with this Jet thing crap. You know damn well you're not a Jet fan. Stop this. Dennis, you don't know. This guy
has Fireman Ed on my shoulders this year.
Get out of here. I would love to see you go to a Jet game and have Fireman Ed on your shoulders. I would pay you. I would pay to see that.
We have to get him back on the show just for that. Just to ask him, what was it like having Jeff on your shoulders?
I'm going to the game with my out-of-stock Brock Bowers jersey.
You know what? We're going to get Fireman Ed on the show. We had him.
I've tried him for like 6 months to get him back.
Yeah, because he's working.
I know.
He's working. But when we do get him on the show again, I'm going to get Jeff on because I think I would love to hear what Fireman Ed's going to say about that. But
well, I joined Jets fandom because they need more positivity. Because as we know, Fireman Ed is a quitter.
All right, here we go. The pick is in. Cincinnati's pick is in.
They're gonna make a good pick for their future because if they don't do this, they have no future. That's my guess. Figure it out. It's a riddle. What do they need the most?
All right. All right, they're waiting. You know what I hate about this is they sit there. They know who's going in, and now they're saying there's some kind of trade that Pittsburgh's trying to trade up for a wide receiver.
Oh, Christ. This could be, or is this a Bengals Eagles trade? Something involving that?
No, we got the pick is in for the Bengals. They're just screwing with you. I have it here. You want to try to guess because they suck on TV?
Troy
Hold on. Here it is.
For a season, you have to address offensive line.
Here he comes. Here comes Mr. Ugly Man himself.
I'll go.
With the 18th NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Wow.
Georgia.
I didn't expect that either.
Terrific pick. Great bulldog.
Look at this hit. He's just such a strong dude. And he gets out in space all right. You know, he's a guy that they need because let's face it, if Burrow can't stay healthy, they got nothing.
But I disagree because they need defense. Hendrickson already has requested a trade. He wants to be traded before the season starts. So if they lose Hendrickson, who's going to be their top pass rusher? Who are
I
they
think they lost out on the 3 pass rushers that just went.
Extension. He knows Chase is coming up, and he's trying to get his money before they pay Chase. Is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, they also drafted 2 edge rushers the last 2 years too. Maybe they're banking on that and hoping that they can make it work with the other guys first. Is what I'm thinking. Dennis, are you a Bengals fan by chance? I see you have the T. Higgins jersey.
I grew up a Lions fan, and I adopted the Browns when I moved to Ohio, so I know losing.
Yeah, Lions and Browns. That would be quite a combination. That's everybody's dream Super Bowl for all the suffering fan bases for 70 years.
By the way, Dennis, Worldwide West, who had to leave, he obviously has baby duties, and I want to apologize to him because he had picks. But
I have the picks. He dropped them in the comments.
All right,
so I'll read them at some point.
But Worldwide West is a huge Ohio State Buckeyes fan, and he's actually from Chicago. And he lives in Kansas City now. So he roots for the Chicago Bears because obviously that's his home team and the Kansas City Chiefs. He has season tickets over there in Kansas City. So not a bad team to root for now. That's for sure.
Not at all.
Wait, who's up? Is it the Eagles? Are they going to get the best corner in the draft now? If they improve their secondary, I'm going to be so upset. I really hope those guys are off the board before they got there.
That's a big man. Mims is a big man.
Yeah.
He's big and quick.
His arm is thicker than your neck, bro.
No, he's a great talent
fast.
if he can stay healthy. He could easily be one of the top 3 tackles if he stays healthy.
Of course he's a great talent. He's a bulldog.
I'm going to predict the Bengals go corner. That's what
The
I'm
Rams.
The Rams. The Rams. The Rams are going to go corner.
Might as well at this point.
When was the last time they had a first round pick?
1974.
That long ago. Wow.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
8 years.
So who do you have? What do you guys?
Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon.
Yeah, he's the
I'm
top
going
corner, I
with
think.
cornerback.
Yeah, cornerback. That's what he just said. Everybody has cornerback. I think they go cornerback too.
So I think I originally had Latu, but Latu's off the board now. So
They've got to be pumped that it fell into their laps like this. All the corners to pick from, they really got to be pumped about this.
I mean, Miami could take one too. They could use front 7. They got to go defense either way, but Miami could.
The Rams secondary was putrid last year. They need a number 1 corner, and they need one really, really bad. And they really have their pick. They can get whoever they want sitting here. And I think Kool-Aid is the best corner in this class. The fact that he's falling because of injury is crazy, but his counterpart is pretty damn good too.
Yep.
From Alabama. So.
Yeah, Kool-Aid has the most upside, I think, if he does end up staying healthy. But he also
Stevie, who did I have here?
To the Rams. I don't remember offhand. I'll have to.
I had a
corner.
I
know you had Wiggins for sure.
I had Wiggins.
Listen to the Bengals line right now. They got Amarius Mims 6'7", 340, and I think Orlando Brown and Trent Brown are just as big, if not bigger than that.
Jeff, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure you had Jared Verse to the Rams.
That's interesting.
Verse to the Bears.
You had Verse to the Bears. Okay.
Yeah.
Verse still out there.
You probably did have a corner too. I don't remember offhand, but
I only asked because I thought you had a list. That's why.
No, I didn't. It was too hard for me to keep up with everybody.
Sixers beat the Knicks.
I was just about to say that.
I just want to let you guys know. I told everybody they were going to lose. The Knicks were going to lose Game 3. They're going to win Game 4. I couldn't believe Aaron Donald retired this year. I was shocked when I heard that, but I
was
thought
hinting at it for like a year or two now.
Yeah, but he he signed that 3-year deal at the end of last season. And then all of a sudden, yeah, he didn't have one of his great seasons. He still had a pretty good season. Not his all-pro season, but I was surprised. I was shocked that he was retiring. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. So,
Pick is in.
All right, the pick is in.
She does a good job coming off the TVs and moving back inside.
All right, you want to check my facial expression, try to figure out who it is?
No, we don't.
I don't want to know.
We really don't want to fish.
You're not gonna. I mean, it's not like it's the Jets or anything.
It's a corner. Am I right? It's a corner.
He said he's not allowed to speak. He's just allowed to use facial expressions.
It's not a corner. It's not a corner. Who do you have, Dennis? What do you think? It's not a corner.
Judging by the way he's acting, I'm going to go with Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Another receiver to overload for the Rams.
Wow, could you imagine that? With the players they have around. Oh.
I have them taking kicker out of Missouri, Harrison Mevis.
First round kicker.
First time since the Raiders long ago with Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah.
I have Reno Johnny getting drafted.
At least Harrison Mevis is a real player.
Here we go.
2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
Wow.
Great pick.
That's a great pick.
Yes.
That's a great pick.
Mm-hmm. That is.
We talked, Errol, when the Giants traded for Brian Burns. We were talking about like how come they're spending so much money. It's because that's the most important position on defense. You could have a shitty corner, and if the guy's under pressure, he's going to throw up balls that a shitty corner can still make plays on. And I think that's just how it is. Like you got to take the edge rusher.
But I disagree.
The Ernie Accorsi method.
I'm not paying Burns 140, $130 million when you had other positions that you needed to fill. Burns was overpaid. He played on a Carolina defense. He had 8 sacks last year. Great. And he's a great leader, and he's still fairly young. You could have went into the draft and drafted. You could have moved up. I'm sure there's going to be good defensive players in the second round that you could have drafted. You better hope that Burns is the player that you think he's going to be in this defense, because if he isn't, and by the way, you don't even have a defensive coordinator you could trust, because Wink Martindale was ran out of town thanks to your coach, Mr. Dable.
But nobody wanted him either. I think it speaks a lot that he had to go to college, that no professional team wanted Wink. So, maybe it really was on Wink, all the problems last year and the disconnect, and maybe the Giants are just going all the way to the championship this year, baby.
Yeah. What kind of?
I will say
that's funny.
I do think Malik Neighbors was the perfect pick for them. He's going to feel right at home. Baton Rouge smells like shit. The Meadowlands smells like shit. Nothing like being at home.
Reno Johnny's leaving. So Reno, what are your thoughts before we let you go?
Nothing. Yeah, I had some action on that Knicks game tonight. Took the over, easy over 201. I gave my plays in the chat for the weekly picks. Other than that, I'm just gonna put on the rest of the draft and see what happens over the next couple of days. But again, I take so little stock in the draft, and I'm probably one of the few, because I love football. I love to bet on football. I watch a ton of college. But when you look at people that like bet on sports, watch sports, handicap sports, I feel like I'm one of the few that just does not put a lot of stock in the draft. I just gotta wait, man. I gotta see what happens.
We appreciate your hot take on Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. I just think the ego throws me off a little bit. You're walking into a league expecting ownership, like you haven't thrown a pass, and you may not. You know, who knows what happens, right? So the ego to me, I think, is what threw me off. But some interesting picks in terms of what I feel like teams need and the route they went so far. So, this is round 1. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. But
Johnny,
my picks
go take a shower. Go take a shower, man.
That's what I'm going to do right now.
Man, you look like a giant sweat ball, man. What are you doing here? I can
was,
smell you from over here.
I was hooping, man. We were I got to stay in shape somehow, and I get into a little Thursday night, beer league and try to play some basketball and shoot a couple threes and get some rebounds, stay in shape.
There you go. You should invite Jeff. I mean, Jeff would have flew over there. I mean, he's 6'3", right, Jeff?
6'3", baby.
There you
Although
go.
I ain't getting reborns. I don't play defense and I don't get rebounds. I don't play defense and I don't get rebounds. I'm the guy. Yeah, I'm the guy that like pretends he plays defense, but I'm gonna hang out at the logo just jacking up Steph Curry threes.
We have enough of that on this team. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. But I'll see y'all next week, guys.
Reno Johnny,
Thanks
thank you,
for
buddy.
having
Thank
me.
you for joining us. Reno Johnny, Worldwide West. And by the way, we still have on our very special guest. Thank you for joining us as always. And you can stay on as long as you want, my friend. We are talking to Dynasty Nerds manager editor Dennis Bennett. He's fantastic. I don't know if you guys have checked out some of his stuff. His guys, these guys are as good as anybody in the industry. You know, Dennis, it's crazy. Everything. And now the Steelers are sitting there. Do they go wide receiver? Does Thomas go here?
Makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they will, but it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, does Arthur want to throw the ball, though? He's got George Pickens, who's good. He's got Freiermuth in Washington. You know, it feels like Najee Harris is going to have a renaissance to me. Like he's like a dirt cheap fantasy sleeper you can kind of grab, and you may luck into it like you did with James Conner when he landed in Arizona.
So the opposite Arthur Smith trend. I like it.
I do need to hop off at the bottom of the hour.
Yes.
I got a mock draft article.
Yes.
I have to edit and get set to publish. I really appreciate you guys having me on. I love the NFL draft. I play Dynasty Fantasy Football, so it's like being the general manager of a football team. And so, like, I'm preparing for my own rookie drafts. I have drafts that start Sunday. So we'll be drafting. I'm in 17 Dynasty leagues. So I'll be drafting starting Sunday, probably through August.
17?
Yeah, 17.
That's a lot of leagues. They're like, how do you keep track of that?
I'm a licensed professional.
That's right.
No, I try not to get on too many platforms, and I have a routine. You know, Monday Night Football, I'm presetting my lineups. Tuesday night, I'm doing waivers. It just Thursday Night Football, I've checked. Did anything happen I have to be aware of? And then Sunday morning, I do a start-sit show for Dynasty Nerds in our Discord. And so I make sure I end that with enough time to do a final reset. And then I just watch football on Sunday. And because I work in the industry, my wife thinks I really have to watch football all day, Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Friday, any other time it's on. It kind of works out good for me.
From Dynasty Nerds, Garrett Price has been on our show a bunch of times, and he's actually to be on next week on Thursday as well.
Right on. Well, we're heading up to Chateau de Nerd up in upstate New York. Garrett and Rich and Jared are already up there. We have our annual meeting draft weekend up at Rich's place in upstate New York. So I'll be hopping out of work at noon tomorrow and driving up. So we watch the draft.
Bears. Stay away from the Bears over there.
Yeah.
Don't go petting any of them. I mean,
I'd be more afraid of the millions of deer that I have to navigate up here in upstate New York. And Errol, I always have these turkey crossings this time of year as well.
I'm staying away from the turkey after what happened to me today.
Watch out for the turkey crossings, Dennis.
I grew up in north central Michigan, where like you turned off of a dirt road onto the small dirt road I live on. And I had it felt like 6 years in a row my dad hit a deer. So
wow,
I'm used to it. Thanks for having me, fellas. You can find me over at dynastynerds.com, on the Fantasy Football Roundtable podcast, at culture_coach on the Twitter machine. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for joining us.
I'll be back anytime.
Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic Dynasty Nerds managing editor. He's fantastic. Go check him out. He does great work. So does his guys. We've had a bunch of them on our show, and they're great. They really are.
Here's the next pick.
Yes.
Mark on their NFL career.
There it is.
Striving to make an impact on the field.
I know I had the Steelers with Graham
But
Barker.
their impact
Let's hope this
will
is
be
Graham
far
Barker.
beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton.
Fits what Bennett was saying, the Najee Harris resurgence, build through the line type of an idea.
Award presented by Nationwide recognized his lasting legacy. Tonight,
This guy makes $55 million a year, and you talk about a guy that can't read.
NFL Man of the Year, winner Cam Hayward.
I love Cam.
There was some controversy in the Knicks Sixers game. Embiid tried to injure Mitchell Robinson intentionally.
The NFL, it makes a
Yeah, he
lot.
still dropped 50 on them.
The NFL draft is special.
Yeah, well, he's a cheap bastard.
In the process of joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. By coming here and being in this league, seize that moment.
Seize it, baby, like Caesar.
For our league and our world.
Speeding style. Nathan sends us a picture. He's in the back.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Makes a lot of sense.
Another tackle, man.
Well, he's going to play guard for them probably.
He's played all 5 spots on the line. They say he can play everything. So this is a guy that, and he's a tough dude. He's a mauler. He sounds like a Pittsburgh Steeler. It makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, they got the right tackle. Okorafor was already pretty good, and then there's Broderick Jones, who struggled at the beginning of last year, played better in the second half of the season at the other tackle position. So yeah, I would imagine.
What did we predict? Jeff? What did you predict? Did we predict?
Jeff and I both had Graham Barton, and you had Jackson Powers Johnson, the center.
Yeah,
Oregon center.
Well, he could play a little center too. That's possible. So
it's crazy. This draft. And we expected this. Everything. I'm so surprised how much talent fell the way it did. I mean, just because of the quarterbacks, so much talent fell, and that's that with the Patriots. Remember when the Patriots last year drafted Gonzalez? The way he fell to 17, I was surprised he fell.
Yeah, that middle of the first round was really weird as a whole. It wasn't even really just the quarterbacks either.
I love Gonzalez, Jeff. I think he's going to be a sensational player. Terry, what happened?
He's no good.
Yeah, okay.
He looked great before he got hurt.
Yeah, he did. He looked great, and he's going to look great.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't tear his ACL.
Oh, you're going to do that to Mikey C and his Patriots?
What did he tear?
He didn't. No, he didn't tear anything. He rolled over and dislocated his shoulder.
Oh, was it the shoulder? Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I thought he tore his ACL. I thought it was his knee.
Yeah, looking at the middle of that first round, though, besides after the Titans pick, they took an offensive lineman, Skoronski. The Lions taking Gibbs there was you weren't expecting it that early. Then it was the Packers and the Jets both taking edge rushers, and then Washington, instead of taking Gonzalez, taking Emmanuel Forbes was very weird.
I'm interested.
And a mistake.
I'm interested to see where Philadelphia goes at number 22.
Oh, they have the
it's corner. It's corner.
Bulldog on the board because that's probably what they'll do.
Probably. They have the pick of the litter at the corners. They'd be. I'm not saying they'd be dumb not to because there's other good value at other positions, but still, you have to really take advantage of that, especially with Bradbury not playing as well last year and Darius Slay just running his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, and they're a little older, both of them. So it just makes too much sense. And of course, they get the top corner in the draft. It falls to them. They don't have to trade. Just ridiculous.
Hey,
but they need a lot of other stuff though too.
Not like that though.
Martin could be their center. Didn't they lose Hassan Reddick too? So they could need edge rusher. We don't.
They replaced those inadvertently though in other drafts. Though Landon Dickerson can play center.
Well,
the Nebraska kid Juergens they drafted a couple of years ago could play center. I think they had that in plan and set. And Josh Sweat played really well last year.
They moved from Hassan Reddick to add Bryce Huff. That's what they did. So Bryce Huff went to the Eagles, and Hassan Reddick went back. He went to the Jets.
He's
so it's
kind of like good without Robert Saleh.
I don't know. I think Bryce Huff is going to really adapt over there, and I think he's going to be fine. Yeah, I don't think he's a bum. I think Hassan Reddick is going to grow.
Robert Saleh made him.
I think Hassan Reddick is going to be unbelievable on that Jets defense this year. I really do. I mean, the beef that they have up front now, I think obviously the veterans, and I think the Jets are a better overall defensive line than the Eagles are. They're younger. The Eagles have the less experience. The Jets have the more experience, and obviously the Jets secondary is pretty damn good.
But the Eagles have always drafted offensive, defensive linemen kind of ahead of schedule as it is, so it gives them leeway if they can get good value at another position to take advantage of that now, and that's why it makes a lot of sense. Even if Miami takes a corner here, you still got your pick of the litter of 3 other top guys.
Is Miami looking for a corner?
They could be. They cut Xavier Howard. Jalen Ramsey's good, but the drop off after that is not great. They could definitely go front 7 though too. They need a lot on defense.
I picked a defensive lineman.
Yeah, I think you and I both had Jerzon Newton to the Dolphins, who hasn't been picked yet. And then there's also the floor. Oh no, you had Jerzon Newton. I had the Fisk from Florida State.
I definitely picked a defensive line.
Yeah,
because they lost a lot. Didn't they lose?
They
Wilkins?
lost Christian Wilkins. He went to the Raiders and bolster up that line. They lost Jerome Baker, one of their better linebackers, and they lost Xavier Howard. So there's a lot of positions they can go on defense.
Dude, they lose Xavier Howard every single year. Guy can't stay healthy. I love him. I think he's a great player. I just can't stay healthy. I think he's done anyways. He can't stay. Doesn't he have bad knee problems or some crap that he has? But some kind of disease or something in one of his knees.
Right.
But,
so they could definitely fill that second outside corner spot, but there's a lot of front 7 still available for them to take advantage of. I think Verse would have been a nice pick for them if Rams just took him. That would have been ideal, like a Florida State to Miami type connection.
So far, what you guys have seen in the draft, winners and losers. Who do you have as winners and who do you have as losers?
The Broncos, an obvious loser. I don't not trust at all to be good in the NFL.
And you watch, he'll be the best quarterback in the class.
Who knows at this point?
You watch. It's a crazy thing.
You know, we don't know if J.J. McCarthy is going to be good or not, but taking a quarterback and getting arguably who everyone thought was the top edge rusher, the Vikings did pretty good for themselves, just giving up mid-round picks.
Yeah, the Vikings did well last year, too. I think they've made a lot of those defensive players work between Pace and Blackman and that Brian Flores offense. I think he'll know what he's doing with Dallas Turner, too.
Scoops, winners? Who do you have as a winner right now?
A winner, I would say, is I'm going to follow up with what Fish said. Either I would have to say the Vikings did pretty good for themselves getting McCarthy and sneaking one of the best edge rushers in. But I also have to say the Bears getting their much wanted quarterback that they wanted, Caleb Williams, and they snuck in Romeo Dunze in there. So I think that's a pretty good win for them, for the Bears right there.
Jeff, who do you have so far as the winner? So in the first 21 picks.
I mean, everyone has different needs. The only team I don't think did well, God forbid I'm going to say this because, like maybe he turns out to be good. What were the Falcons doing?
I think that's where my losers are. I didn't understand the Atlanta Falcon move. They have a quarterback. They paid him a lot of money. Why would you bring in Michael Penix? You probably could have gotten Michael Penix in the later rounds. I think he falls. To me, none of the other teams were looking for a quarterback in my eyes. I think.
What are you talking about? 2 were taken out. 3 were taken out.
No. I know that. Bo Nix was going to the Broncos anyways. He was going to the Broncos.
The Dolphins pick is in.
And JJ
Dolphins
McCarthy,
pick is in, and it's going to upset Nathan. That's my hint.
Minnesota wanted JJ McCarthy. We've been speaking about that forever. So if he fell out of those picks, the Raiders were never drafting. The Raiders were never drafting Michael Penix.
Not according to Worldwide West. What are the Raiders doing? They need a quarterback.
Yeah, but they were never. They were going. If Brock Bowers was sitting there, we're drafting Brock Bowers.
I think their plan was to take Penix in the second round. The Raiders.
I think honestly, if Michael Penix fell after that, if Michael Penix was not drafted at 8, I don't think he's drafted in the first round. I think
unless the Vikings draft him with their second pick or something like that, and maybe they wait on him and not draft him.
No, because they drafted JJ
if they liked him more, is what I'm saying.
Why do you have to scream into the mic?
Every draft. Guys may not work out. They may work. They may not. Like whatever. But the whole purpose of the draft is to improve. And I think every team thinks that they improved. I just don't see how the Falcons improved for next year. What did the Falcons do that makes them a better football team next year?
Nothing. They added 2 quarterbacks. They added a rookie quarterback that's going to be sitting behind Kirk Cousins for the next 2 years, unless Kirk gets hurt. And then you're going to have to trust.
But that's not in the draft. They already have quarterback.
It isn't.
The Falcons have.
Is it? I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
The Falcons just haven't improved. Like they haven't done anything. So next year they're a better team. They did previously because they got Kirk Cousins. But this is a night to improve. They just don't.
Isn't Michael Penix the same type of quarterback as Austin Ritter? Isn't he? I mean, no, I'm saying
with intermediate throws than that, but.
No, I think Michael Penix has talent, right? Mm-hmm. Like he can certainly throw the ball. Like he definitely needs work. His medicals are a little questionable because he has had some injuries. But I just don't see how the Falcons got better immediately. How did they improve for next year? They didn't.
Well, maybe they don't think they're an obvious contender this year, so maybe they still are banking on the fact that, like Errol was saying before, the quarterback class is not very good. So they're going to trust their defense, which was pretty good for most of the season. It fell apart at the end, but a lot of that was because their offense wasn't on the field. And
the sports books would disagree with you, right? I'm just telling you, sports books would disagree with you. The Falcons are now the favorites to win their division, and they became the favorites when they got Kirk Cousins.
No, I understand that.
To win the division, and you make the playoffs, you're a contender.
No, I understand that. The division was like all a crapshoot besides the Panthers, and that made the Falcons made the biggest swing of the offseason of those three teams. The Saints can't pay anybody, and the Buccaneers were trying to make sure they just kept their guys.
Oh, by the way, for all the fans out there, A.J. Brown and the Eagles agreed to a 3-year, $96 million extension. So,
right, Speedy, I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is that they already had Kirk Cousins. They already made that jump in the odds to win the division. What did they do tonight to make themselves better?
Well, not tonight definitively, but again, I don't think if they view themselves as an obvious Super Bowl contender. They might win the division. They might make the playoffs. I'm not disputing that. I don't think the Falcons are thinking they're anywhere near the Lions or the 49ers right now, but maybe in the future with a high upside quarterback like Penix, they could be. I'm not saying they're going to get better for this year, but they trust their defense enough.
That's the point of tonight. But that's what I'm saying. That's the point of tonight. And 2 years ago, no one thought the Cincinnati Bengals were a contender to win the Super Bowl, but yet they found themselves in the Super Bowl.
Okay, you're going to have your surprises. I'm not saying that kind of thing wouldn't happen, but the Bengals jump and the jump the 49ers made, I would say in 2019, are two exceptions to a very crazy swing.
And Jeff, also, you know this more than anybody. In football, you could be one of the worst teams in football one year, and then the next year you're one of the best teams. It could be such a flip-flop if you make a couple of moves and you got the money and you got the draft stock. So you know that. Look at the Patriots. If they do get Brandon Ayuk and they have now a guy like Drake May, I mean, I'm not saying they're winning the Super Bowl, but I wouldn't be surprised if they sneak into the playoffs.
Let's see if my source is correct, and let's see if that comes to fruition. Let's see what the 49ers do, and let's see if that triggers a trade.
Again, it's pretty.
Does that guy look like Chip Kelly in the Eagles hat?
Yeah,
yes, he does. Undercover Chip Kelly doppelganger.
By the way, for all the fans out there, Chop Robinson goes where? He goes to the Dolphins. So the Dolphins add a defensive lineman. By the way, Nathan was so happy. And by the way, and I'm going to tell you this right now. Where the Cowboys are sitting, they could get themselves a really good player. I mean,
I had them getting Tyler Guyton.
Where?
Tyler Guyton.
I had Tyler Guyton. That's who I have them say. They lost that fat prick at left tackle. They need to replace Guyton's the guy.
That fat prick who's now with your New York Jets, Jeff.
That's right. Great player.
Fat prick. Such an idiot.
You know, the Dolphins lost both their edge rushers, right? Phillips tore his Achilles. He was having a great season. And I think Van Ginkel. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Finns, I meant to say. And the other one was Van Ginkel, who signed elsewhere, right?
Yep.
So
I think he went to Minnesota with Flores, yeah.
Right. So this clearly was the biggest need, I guess, over secondary for them. But obviously they need to work on the defensive side of the ball. Let's see what else they do later on tomorrow.
Well, yeah, it was definitely the bigger need for them. I think I was more looking at the value for the corners as still being a possibility to get another outside guy because I like Kalu in the slot. I think he's pretty good, and obviously Jalen Ramsey's great. But the front seven was definitely still more of a need, and they still took advantage of that. They must like something with Chop.
So now the Eagles get their pick of corner.
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know why everybody's so angry about that.
I hate them.
That's the way your Giants.
Oh, that's how Giants fans act.
Your Giants still got the player that they wanted, Malik Neighbors. I mean, that
doesn't matter. I hate the Eagles. I hate their fans. I hate their stupid colors. I hate their stupid Eagle dances.
All right, here we go. The pick is in.
Song.
Pick is in.
The only way Giants fans would be happy is if they just forfeited their pick.
Of course it is. God. I hate that they're run so well. I think that's the biggest issue.
Chip Kelly again.
This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany.
Shut up.
This upcoming season,
Maybe
we
he's
play
getting
our
snarky
first
now.
ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Dude, I told you he's on something.
And we will be coming to more markets on a
Ozempic.
global basis soon.
Still going with the Sean Smith theory.
Oh,
The
God.
Come on, you
International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity.
Just give
to
us the
compete
pick,
at
you
the
floppy
NFL
cock.
level.
And this pick is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
From the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia.
Oh my goodness.
Of a new NFL academy for high school football players.
You might be right, Jeff. Jordan Mailata's announcing the pick. It could be another offensive lineman.
Where's a high school shooter when we need him? Take your pick, idiot.
It does sound like he's giving a high school commencement speech where it's like 5 hours long for no reason.
Oh,
With the
Christ.
22nd pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell.
It's quite Mitchell. Okay. Yep.
Of course
Great
they get
corner.
him. Of
Right in
course.
that right corner, of course.
He's
Oh,
phenomenal.
They're going to take someone that was projected in the 6th round. They're still getting a good player. Well, you Giants fans are the most unreasonable pricks on the planet, dude.
Ah, shut up, Jeff. Look, I've been at a couple of historic losses.
Praise us. We don't have to be even our fan base.
Oh, he's the oh god.
Don't worry, they're coming up. I can't. They're
I was
coming
at
right
the-
up.
Oh, I can't wait for the Beef to be mad at this pick. Whoever it'll be. Oh, Brian Thomas Jr., best receiver on the board. He'll probably hate us.
No, I think they go corner.
They could. No, they definitely could.
No, I think they're going offensive line for the Cowboys.
No, they definitely could go corner too. And the Beef will probably take a good value at corner and still hate it too. Oh, they should have drafted a defensive line.
He wanted Xavier McKinney over
I know.
CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, but we will never harp on him for that.
Right, but do you like you know that I came up with the formula on how you know if someone's like going to be good, right? You have to decide whether you have to find out whether the Beef likes him or not. If the Beef likes him, he sucks, and if the Beef hates him, Hall of Fame.
Well, one of the other guys he didn't like had to retire this offseason because of injury, and Leighton Vander Esch.
Look, but he was very good. He was very good. He
was good. I'm not disputing that.
Right, but he hated CeeDee Lamb. He's like the best receiver in the league. But CeeDee sucks, right?
Yep, he gladly would want Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
And
If the Beef doesn't like him, Hall of Fame. That's pretty funny, actually.
No, it's true.
It's true. That is true. If you when the Beef came out, the craziest take I've ever heard on this show was when the Beef tried to say that Ezekiel Elliott could have ran behind the same offensive line as Barry Sanders.
Yeah, more.
That was
Like, he hated Tyler Smith last year. Tyler Smith ended up being the best lineman on that line. Right? He hated CeeDee Lamb. All he does is catch touchdown passes. Right? Like, oh, we love Xavier McKinney. Throw him in a dumpster.
He loves Zeke.
Yeah, straight bum.
Oh man! Hey,
Wow.
What?
Hey,
Legit.
we got a Woj bomb in basketball.
Oh.
So Embiid put up 58-4 today, but apparently he got diagnosed with Bell's palsy earlier this week, and that's why he had issues with his eye in the previous game. So he put up 50 with Bell's palsy.
Wow.
And a bad knee and everything. That's crazy. That's a bad one. That makes your face look real messed up for a few days. Yeah. I knew someone whose mother used to have that.
Still look better than the Beef. I will say this. The Knicks got to learn. They got to figure out how to stop him. He's been killing them in this series, and I understand.
How many rebounds did
Mitchell Robinson
get? Tell me he got 8 rebounds.
Hold on, I'm running the clip. I'll look it up in a second. But they lost. Whatever, like they were gonna lose this game.
No, it's
they
not
just got to take the next one.
Mitchell rebounds.
All right, I'll tell you. I bet he had more than him.
Keith says, "Who's for 2 teams? I guess take a shot at Wes.
For
Screw
8
Wing.
rebounds.
I am a
Yeah,
Giants
I don't
fan.
really get that
For 8
either.
rebounds, that's great.
I don't really get rooting for more than one team in myself, but let's see. It says Mitch barely played, but he had 7 rebounds in 12 minutes.
God damn it, pig.
They actually played Precious a little bit tonight, and looks like Hardenstein played. You know, they kind of split up those minutes and tried to play a little smaller.
Yeah,
I guess
I was done when you said 7 rebounds. I'm good.
7 rebounds in 12 minutes is pretty good.
Yeah, but play more. God damn it! I thought he was going to play tonight, Errol.
No, I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised.
That's specifically what I called you about to ask you if they were flip flopping those guys.
You know what? My question is you know, with all the stuff with all the cheap shots tonight with Embiid, I know what's his name again had a cheap. Kyle Lowry had a cheap shot at Dante DiVincenzo. I mean, is the NBA going to look at this? Are they going to say something about this? Because
stop!
I'm just saying, man. I'm not the one who said it. Wojnarowski said that they're going to investigate.
Stick to breaking trade news instead of critiquing refs. Geek looking dork.
Definitely, he's trying to investigate harm done to your New York Knicks.
Josh said he missed the second half because Embiid is a dirty SOB.
So what happens? They're going for a rebound. Embiid's on the floor. Mitch is going up for the second rebound. Embiid grabs both of his legs and pulls him down and hurts his ankle. Like, legitimate should have been flagrant 2, suspended. Like, this is as bad as I've seen.
That's a complaint. Let's see if it's as bad as
it does sound bad.
He pulls him down. I mean, look, he didn't get hurt that bad because Mitch is a beast. But he's coming off a foot injury, and let's just call it like it is. Embiid's a little great player, but his emotional I don't know how to say it. He acts like a little bitch.
Well, then the NBA
you know?
needs to suspend him for game number 4. Yeah.
I would love to see that. I think they should suspend him for game 4 and 5. You know, as many games as it takes. Because he's really good.
Yeah, he was on the floor and he definitely grabbed him.
Called for.
It's not that bad. It's not like he tackled him. He did grab him.
He hurt him for the rest of the game. He's out for the game.
So he hurt you. So you should kick his ass, Jeff.
He should have to sit a half like Mitch said a half. How about that? That's fair.
It's not like you guys.
Quid pro quo, Jeff.
You guys make this seem like he put on a helmet and he got a running start and speared him.
So he did 2 things to hurt you. He hurt your bet, and he hurt one of the guys on your New York Knicks.
Oh, this is a good move. Jaguars land Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow. So they trade back and still get him. That's a great job by them.
They drafted. They made sure they got him before the Cowboys got him. Yep. That's what they did.
Time for the Cowboys to grab Worthy. They love the flash. They love the speed. That's where they're going to go. I said it last night.
You still think it's a fat guy.
All right, Jeff, research
what alignment are left.
Research the draft prospect that has the most weight
and
see where it'll go to the Cowboys.
Oh,
I just mean offensive linemen. I think that's where they should go. That's me. You know, my opinion personally. That's what I think that they should do. Their receivers aren't that bad. And look, you have to protect Dak. Otherwise, he's going to wear his foot on backwards again. And then what good is that?
By the way, Josh says he also kicked Harnstein in the balls and threw OJ down beyond reckless.
Great. It's the playoffs. Can everyone stop being a pussy for 3 seconds? Come on. The playoffs. This is what happens in the playoffs, and it's not regular season anymore. Stop crying and play
It's
hard.
just Philadelphia teams and Philadelphia sports. They just have to play like little scumbags all the time. They can't win even the right way. Even if they're better, they got to play dirty, and they got to play, you know, let's face it, it's the fan base. And the team plays after them. Now they're so dedicated.
Dirty. You're so right.
Not like Philly. Get the hell out of here. Philly's crazy.
Oh, really? How about throwing a baseball at Alex Verdugo in the outfield? How about throwing beer bottles at all the Cleveland Guardians players? How about the guy sucker punching the Lightning fan, knocking him out? How about the Ranger fan?
You think that they haven't done like 10 times as much of that? And famously threw shit at Santa.
You guys pretend like you guys are angels and ignore all the other stuff. And it's absolute garbage.
Whatever. You're a Tampa fan.
Yeah, they're saying that Mitch might not play for the rest of the series now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Fine. He turned his ankle. He's fine.
No, it was his injured ankle, the surgically repaired ankle.
Yeah.
Good. Then I'll bet precious rebounds next game.
That's a good bet, actually. I think that's a real good bet.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Joel Embiid should be suspended for it.
Yeah.
He should be suspended for that. If you lose Mitch Robinson for the rest of the series and the rest of the playoffs, the NBA needs to do something about that.
He got hit with the flagrant.
What happened?
That
doesn't matter. You just lost arguably your best center
Yeah.
for the rest of the freaking series.
No,
The only one that could really body him.
He played 13 minutes and 16 minutes. and
Jeff,
Hartenstein is the best center.
Jeff, he's the best center on that team. Stop it. Hartenstein
They're
is
very
not
different
fucking
players.
Then why in the last game, the previous game, did Robinson only play 13
Because
minutes?
Hartenstein's a better offensive player, and they needed offense. That's why.
Right, so that's what it is. Right.
He was
And
hitting
also-
shots, Hardenstein. They let him
and
play,
he also
play the
started-
hot hand.
So he's the better guy. So they didn't lose their best center.
Jeff,
They might have lost their best rebounder. You can make that case, but they didn't lose the best player. Hartenstein's a better player.
No, he's not. No, I'm taking Mitch Robinson. Who would you guys rather? Would you rather, Speedy, who would you have? Mitch Robinson or Hartenstein?
I think when healthy, Robinson.
Okay, how about you?
Yeah, you got to go with Robinson. I look. It's
How about
not
you?
that Hardenstein isn't good.
I'm sure every single person here would say they would take Mitch Robinson over Hartenstein. Okay, there's no doubt about it. I would take him over 3 times before I would take Hartenstein. I'm not saying Hartenstein isn't good. He's fun to watch. He's a great player. You know, he's a fill-in player, good secondary player. But he's not. Mitchell Robinson is one of the best offensive rebounders in the league. He's one of the best shot blockers in the league.
Hartenstein last game, 14 points, 4 assists.
He's a
8
good
rebounds.
offensive player.
Right. Okay. Right. But even he had 8 rebounds and 4 assists. Here's Mitchell Robinson's line last game: 1, 1, 4. So 1 point, 1 assist, 4 rebounds. Those numbers don't even come close to Hartenstein.
Come on, man. That's not the He's not a numbers guy. He's a defensive efficiency
Josh
guy.
said Robinson too. Everybody says
Hold on. You're a numbers guy, Errol. Go with the numbers. What do the numbers tell you?
Jeff,
Now you don't want the numbers. Now you don't want the numbers.
Jeff, I just told you he's a better offensive player. That's why he was playing. They were down by 20.
But he also had more rebounds.
Would you play Mitchell Robinson if he's not an offensive player when they're down by 20? The answer would be no. You're playing the better offensive guy.
Here's some numbers for you. Brunson bounced back tonight.
And he had way more rebounds than Robinson. Way more.
We knew that the Knicks were going to lose this game. I think everybody and their mother knew they were going to lose this game.
Couldn't care less. I wanted Mitch rebounds.
Yeah, well, sucks for you.
Sorry, you're getting rid of your Knicks fandom now, Jeff?
Nope.
Brunson hitting shots tonight. 39 and 13 for Jalen. 13.
By the way, the Islanders are done. They lost 3-2.
Oh, no.
They're done.
13 of 27 from the field, 3 of 7 from 3, 10 of 12 from the line. He crushed it. He's that really, honestly, getting him going, even if they lost, was really important. So I'm very hopeful for Game 4. I hope they suspend Embiid and Hardenstein runs wild on
They're
them.
going to investigate this. They're going to have to investigate this.
What's there to investigate? Everyone has 2 eyes and they saw what happened. There's the investigation. They'll fine them. They'll do whatever. There's no suspension coming. There'll be a fine.
He needs to be suspended for that game.
For sure.
If Robinson is not playing for the rest of this series, which I'm reading right now, it's the same surgical repaired ankle. He could be out probably for the rest of the series.
Then he's out. Oh, a trade alert. Oh, we got to trade. Cowboys make the trade? They traded the pick.
I know. Now know the Beef is in pissy mood.
Oh, the Lions are going up for a corner. Lions should be going up for a corner.
That's a smart move by them.
What do the Cowboys get?
Let's see. I'll let you know as soon as it comes across. Detroit trades up. Nothing yet. Well, they obviously the top corner was off the board. Arnold's still there. Kool-Aid's still there. I think Arnold's been, kind of looked at higher.
Great players available in the second round.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good ones.
It's pretty good. So you guys think the Lions have to go corner, right? You would think that this is what they're doing.
Kool-Aid.
It's one of the 2, the Alabama guys.
The Cowboys, I'm reading right now, the Cowboys get a 2025 7th round pick. Detroit's 29 and 73. So 73 is what, the top of the 3rd round?
Mm-hmm. It's probably one of the picks from another team. probably middle third round, top third round, something like that.
Right. So they move back to 29, get 73 and a 7th round pick next year.
Well, they need so many positions, and they don't have any money, so they need to stock up on those draft picks.
Yep. Both our Cowboys guys yesterday nailed that.
Oh, we got the pick in.
Dumpster, you save $60 million.
Yeah, that's the main problem with the team.
I think if the Cowboys are picking over there 29, Xavier Worthy, they're going to go after a wide receiver sitting there. I think Xavier Worthy goes in the first round.
He's got to with running that combine.
Yeah, the Bills could take him too, definitely.
Do you guys want to stay on for the rest of this draft?
If it's not the Cowboys, yeah, we have to hear Jeff's reaction to the Cowboys pick. Actually, no, we don't.
We don't. No, we don't.
No, I'm kidding.
Actually, no. Let's go Cowboys.
We don't have to stay on after this. Let's see what the Lions are
The pick is in.
I just hope the Beav is having a miserable night.
He is having a miserable night. I am telling you right now, he's miserable.
Good.
He's not happy with this. He's probably
I've never
screaming.
been happier.
He's probably like, I hate you. I hate you, Jerry.
You know the Lions probably have the best.
Than the Jets didn't draft Brock Bowers.
No, the Beef told me the other day. He says they should hire me to be the GM. I say, Beef, you probably ruined the team in 5 minutes.
I mean, dude, there's no doubt. Can you imagine him making picks like he's a drunk kid at 3 a.m. playing Madden? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, he hated CeeDee Lamb. He's one of the best players in the NFL,
league.
Dude.
He is.
Yeah, like
in the league. Yeah.
You trust that guy to evaluate talent? Get out of here.
They must have
work a salary cap or what to pay people, dude. That organization would be in the shitter so quick if they hired.
Just so you know, and you guys weren't on the show when CeeDee Lamb was getting drafted. On my board, I had CeeDee Lamb as my third best player. He fell to 17, and we all told the Beef, I can't believe the Cowboys are going to get a chance to get CeeDee Lamb.
You know, like that's not even the whole thing. Here's what's even better about that, right? Errol had to have a conference call with me to talk Beeve off the ledge because he was about CeeDee Lamb. That's the truth, isn't it, Errol?
Yes, he wanted Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
He was crying about Xavier McKinney over CeeDee Lamb. I was like, what are you, nuts?
And Xavier McKinney wasn't even the best safety in that draft. That's when
right now, even McKinney is a decent player. He's not anywhere close to the talent CeeDee Lamb is.
They called me the next day. Dude, I was in absolute tears. And he was, tell me why we didn't take Xavier McKinney. Why didn't we take Xavier? Well, CeeDee Lamb's not even any good.
Here's the pick.
They competed in the Michigan
Oh, just shut up, Goodell.
High School Football League and local high school football
flag football, guys.
I jumped the gun. I'm playing his highlight.
I see a bunch of girls and 2 guys.
Don't make any comments. They're like 15.
No, I didn't say it. I see a bunch of girls and 2 guys. That guy over there on the right side, he's big. He's a giant.
Please welcome Anthony Bagley.
Where's Jason?
I wonder if we have teams trading back into the end of the first round with all these guys available, you know?
24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold.
We were right.
There we go.
Makes a lot of sense. You know, reunites him with Brian Branch, who had a very good rookie season. Just take Saban's defensive secondary while they're still remember what he used to teach them.
I like his suit. I like that. Very good.
The best suit was still Malik Neighbors' suit. Did you see Did you see the liner of his coat?
Yep. No, I like his suit. This guy's got the better suit. This nice suit.
Keith says, "Wow, Beef has a great eye for talent, huh?" LMFAO.
All right,
probably one of the worst.
He knows what he knows. Like, he can definitely eyeball what a pound of potato salad. He has no idea what a football is.
Maybe he could send some to Tyron Smith.
A pound of potato salad.
He could send some to Sean too.
That's pretty funny.
No one's ever been more accurate with weighing corned beef than him. But as far as football goes, he knows shit.
Now the real question: how much food of the Beef's Deli could we send to Sean?
The Beef's Deli.
He's the Sultan of Fish. You don't know the nickname. He's the Sultan of Coleslaw.
I gotta meet this guy one of these days. He's coming on ever?
He used to call a lot. He hasn't called in a while.
He listens to the show. He was on a little bit. He listens to the show. He's a big fan of the show.
My whole thing though is like he's the epitome of stupid, right? Because he's like every other, like everyone has something that they're good at, like everybody does, and I'm sure he's good at something too, right? But like you're a fucking deli manager and he's spouting off about how he could run an NFL team. Dude, shut up, bro. You know meat and coleslaw. You have no idea what a salary cap is or how much to pay somebody. That's like the epitome of stupid. Is like I can do a better job. Yeah, you'd probably screw it up.
You'll probably screw it up pretty quickly.
That's funny.
Them two, I would love to just get them on and just them going back and forth with one another.
I'm sure he's a great deli manager. I'm sure all the customers love him. I'm sure like his coworkers like him. That's all well and good. But
For you, Scoops.
We've heard his football takes, and they're dumb.
That's a good one.
Right, like they're completely dumb.
That's a good one. That's pretty funny.
I'm trying to be complimentary. I'm sure his coworkers like him. I'm sure he's good. He's in his job. But like this is like everybody on the planet, like a plumber or an electrician. He's a fucking deli manager. It's like I'm running.
Jeff, you gotta.
Jeff, he's laughing at the graphic. That
You gotta look at the graphic. That's.
I can't see the graphic. I don't care.
The graphic's hilarious, Fish. That's funny, man.
So Jeff, to describe it to you, so we have Errol was talking about a story with turkeys earlier, and he has him in a car, Errol in a car with a gif of a turkey with Olu Fashanu, and it says "Protect me, Olu."
As I'm probably next to his crotch, right there.
I don't know. That text still baffles me a little bit.
Oh, you would rather Brock Bowers go protect him?
Dude, look
for the killer turkeys.
I would rather have a game like we don't know if he's gonna like play. They got Morgan Moses, they got Tyron Smith. I'm just gonna say the same thing about the Jets as I would about the Falcons, because I said about how does that make you better next year? If Morgan Moses is playing and Tyron Smith is playing, where's Olu standing on the sidelines?
I think he's going to learn from one of the best tackles in football history. I mean, he's a great tackle, and now you have a guy that's going to sit down.
But I'm not questioning that. I'm not questioning if he's good or not. I believe that he's good. The question is, how does he make you better next year?
Well,
ooh.
I don't trust that the Jets are going to be healthy. So I could see one of these guys going down.
But you could get a backup lineman, second round, third round. Like the top of this draft is where you get difference makers.
But he's not a backup lineman, Jeff. If you're going to have him, he's starting by the third week of the season. Moses is not long term.
Yeah.
He could also start
inside
and then walk Slake.
That's also not true.
I would bet Moses goes inside.
They brought what's his name again in Simpson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
they brought.
But he's only making like $6 million, right? The two of them, they're not making a lot.
Let me
they
tell you
don't owe him anything.
Let me tell you something. The Jets are not going to be healthy. They're not going to be healthy on that offensive line. That's why they did it. They know they have a chance to go all the way this year. They want to solidify that offensive line and give it a chance. And now they have one of the best offensive linemen in the class. Nobody would have thought.
But if those guys are playing and they stay healthy,
honestly, Jeff,
on the sideline.
Honestly, Jeff, I did not think Fashanu was going to be there. I did not. I thought he goes in the top 7 the longest. I did not.
No one had him in the top 7, not even you.
No. Because listen, I'm just going through the draft and I was fucking around. Excuse my language, but that's what I was doing.
No one had him in the top 7, not even you.
I know that. I was going through the way I thought it was going to go because I thought Fashanu was going to fall out. And then I said, where did I say he was going? 13, right? I think I said he was going to the Vegas Raiders. Didn't I say that?
I don't think the
13
Raiders.
isn't 7.
I don't think the Raiders offhand. No, I thought you had him to the. Didn't you have him to the Titans? I thought you had him to the Titans at 7. I'm pretty sure you had him to the Titans. At
Did
7.
I have,
Yeah, because you had Fuaga to the Jets.
so I did have Fashanu.
Yeah, you had Fashanu to the Titans.
I had Fashanu to the Titans. That's what I said. Yeah. I had him in the top 10.
All right, it looks like we have Nathan here.
Hey, Nathan.
I tried to bring him on, but he wanted us to enjoy the draft. That's it.
Yeah, no worries.
What are you drinking
Sorry.
over there? Oh, are you wearing that famous blazer, Nathan?
Right here.
There it is.
Of course.
The famous.
We had a great turnout today.
Did anybody sign it? I keep telling you should be bringing a marker and having everybody sign that thing.
I got to get it signed by.
Nathan.
I'll sign. I'll be the first autograph on it.
Hey, what do you got? Hey, Fish, Malik Neighbors, let's go.
Let's go. Here's a problem though for you, man. Did you talk to Matt Leinert's wife about Chop Robinson going before the Cowboys pick?
Wait, about trading back?
No, Chop Robinson's off the board. You wanted him so bad last night for your boys.
Nathan,
Chop Robinson?
Yeah, he's gone.
He said.
I know. It's all right.
What Fish was saying, Nith, is that did you reach out to Matt Leinert's wife and ask her what happened with Chop Robinson?
Nathan is blasted right now.
It looks like he's sucking on something over there.
What are you drinking?
Nathan is stunned.
Nathan, it looks like you're about to, what are you doing with that thing over there? What is that? Water? You have a straw in the water? Oh. Are you drinking that thing? You better not be driving home, man.
Uber. I don't think he hears us.
Lost his hearing.
I wonder how happy Nathan is. I thought they were trading up to get the player that he wanted.
Hey, Jeff is Hey, Jeff, the Cowboys are going to draft Michael Pratt with the 29th pick.
All right, enjoy the biggest reach of the first round.
Is that filled with ketamine?
Hey, guys, we're going to draft. We're going to draft. I don't know who they're going to draft.
Now, you already locked in Michael Pratt, Nathan. Enjoy the biggest reach of the first round, maybe.
Wait, they're gonna draft Matt. They're gonna draft Matt Leinert's wife.
We know she's your number 1 pick.
He's laughing.
So once Nathan gets fired,
I tried to bring Otis on the show today. I tried to bring Otis on the show.
Nathan would be a better GM than the Beat.
Huh?
I don't know, Michael Pratt at 29.
No, they're gonna draft. I hope they draft Xavier Worthy or Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins.
They should draft Wiggins. I think that's the best pick for them.
I can't believe he's still on the board though.
Yeah, the corners had a skid. That was the position that had a skid. This
Well,
year. Last year was the receivers. This year was the corners.
Packers. Ben says Packers went offensive line.
Yes, Jordan Morgan to a tackle out of Arizona goes to the Packers.
A lot of the things I'm reading says that's a reach, that he was more of a late second round type of a guy, but we'll see.
Who, Nate Wiggins?
Mostly second round too, but I don't think it's a bad pick.
No,
who Nate Wiggins?
No, Jordan Morgan, who just went to the Packers. Not everything's about the Cowboys, Nathan.
By the way, Nathan, Keith tells me that Matt Leinart is going to beat your ass, beat your drunken ass.
That's who we should get on the show, Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinart
with Nathan on.
I don't know. That might get awkward.
We should have his wife like he doesn't even know his wife is going to come on, and then he'll have Nathan like in the middle. It'll be like a sandwich. Nathan will be like a sandwich between them. Look at Nathan.
But this is the intelligence of Cowboys fans. Like, look at this. Oh, look at
Now the real question in the sandwich of the Leinarts and Nathan in the middle, would the beef serve that at his deli?
We got another pick in. Also,
they're gonna draft Jeff in the first round.
Jeff would never play for the Cowboys.
I will tell you this: Jeff will probably be the best pick for you.
Jeff better than Michael Pratt.
Michael Pratt. did you, Nathan? What makes you think that they would draft Michael Pratt? What do you think? Why would you think they would draft Michael Pratt in the first round?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would hope so.
How much are you drinking right now?
Zero.
Just high on life.
Huh?
I don't believe it.
He
It's
says
all
you're sober.
All right, Nathan.
I can't believe it.
Tampa just made a pick. This is the one that we've been thinking is going to come off the board for a long time. I don't know if it's happened on TV, so I won't say anything.
Wait, who did the Packers pick?
They just took Jordan Morgan, the
Your
tackle out of
mom.
Arizona.
Oh,
They took your mom, and they're playing her at tight end.
Matt Leiner's wife.
What's up with you and Matt Leinart's wife?
She follows me on Instagram.
Now it all makes sense.
And you just follow her.
Do you see a pattern here with this idiot, though? Like, do you see the pattern? Oh, I like EJ Perry because of his sister. Oh, now it's Matt Leinart because of his wife. This dude finds someone like something up for a spouse every draft time, and is like, "Oh, that's my."
All right, so Jeff, your theory is that Michael Pratt has a hot girlfriend that is getting involved in on Instagram.
It's got to be. This creep on Instagram is following every 15-year-old from. So I'm trying to find Matt Leinert's life, and so that's what he talks about.
So Jeff, what you're saying is that Nathan should have been at the draft announcing the Detroit Lions pick with the flag football team of the 15-year-olds.
It's completely weird. Like, that the EJ Perry thing was because of his sister. Oh, I wanted a lacrosse team.
He was at a lacrosse game earlier.
EJ Perry. Maybe EJ Perry's coming out of retirement. He's
Hey, well, for the next pick, let's get on to something serious here. What do you think of the Utah hockey? I have one that I think it should be, and if it's not, I'm going to riot. But what do you guys think the Utah hockey team should be named?
The polygamies.
What? Is it polygamies?
Yeah, because it's a big ALDS or whatever, the Church of Latter-day Saint thing. They have multiple wives.
Yeah, that's how it works. There was a show about it on HBO years
If it's
ago.
not the Utah Yeti, I ride.
Wait, Errol.
Yeti.
All right, I'm actually, from that logic, I'm going with
Errol.
Sasquatch. But I wanted that to be the Kraken.
What's up, man?
Errol, do you like the Jets pick?
Yes, I do. I really like the
Graham Barton to the Buccaneers.
really like the pick. Really like the pick. Yes.
Oh, Graham Barton.
I don't want it.
Let's go.
I'm happy it's not Brock Bowers. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not want Brock Bowers. So I don't want to draft a tight end that high. I fully believe that I don't want to draft a tight end.
And Nathan, this is where the Cardinals are going to steal Xavier Worthy.
Huh?
This is where the Cardinals are going to steal Xavier Worthy.
They just got Marvin Harrison Jr.
And they need more.
Yeah, Xavier Leggett's still there, though.
Leggett is there.
Xavier Leggett's to the Cowboys. There you go, Nathan. There's your consolation prize.
Okay.
No.
I want the Cowboys to get. The Cowboys need to get.
I don't know if I'm worthy ahead of A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Leggett.
Okay, that's
the
fair.
Cowboys need to get Nate Wiggins.
That's I think the best pick for them. That's what they should do, but they definitely could go receiver too.
If Nippon said it, you know that it's going to be horrible.
Yep, Xavier Worthy, the next John Ross already.
Yeah, Cowboys fans should not make Cowboys picks.
All right, good thing. All Cowboys picks should be made from Giants fans from now on. Sounds good.
You know, Barden.
Maybe the Cowboys fans should make Cowboys picks, so when they suck, it's their own fault, and they see how terrible they all are.
Jeff, do you go to any Bucks games since you're down there?
I don't see the tickets.
Yeah, so now you got a versatile lineman who was the best player by far on that Duke line. How you feel about that?
The 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's see who it is.
Arizona Cardinals select
All right, here you go. Pick his in. Pick his in. Here we go.
defensive tackle, Missouri.
That's a reach.
Who was it?
Darius
Darius
Robinson,
Robinson.
defensive lineman from Missouri.
Ooh, Darius.
He was a good player.
So, Rob.
Of course,
There's
he's a
Robinson.
I just think it's a reach.
So I'm gonna throw some clips on of him, and you
Speedy.
might not feel that. after
Speedy,
watching.
Xavier Worthy to the Cowboys.
Oh, well, you got to watch out for Buffalo first. They could use a receiver too. So
That's Daniels.
survive those two. He's all yours, Nathan.
I'll tell you what, this is where a good spot for Xavier Leggett too. The whole draft process, they were really high on him. I wouldn't be surprised if he was here.
Yeah, definitely possible. I think the Bills still should go corner because I think they need that more than
Go wide receiver.
because I think Josh Allen can alleviate a second round receiver better, but the defense can alleviate a corner.
They need a wide receiver. I go wide receiver. They need one badly. I was
I don't know
surprised.
about badly, but they could use one.
I mean, who's their starting wide receiver? Curtis Samuel.
Yeah,
Right. And then they got Khalil Shakir.
who's a gadget player.
No, he's not. He's a good slot receiver. Shut up.
Okay, they have enough. They're going to be a tight end and running back centric offense. They're not going to be
Right. They're another 2 tight end team with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. A couple of good players. They could use a wide receiver, but like they still have some good players there.
They still should draft one in the first 2 rounds. I'm just saying I think it's still better for them to take a corner here because I think the drop off after this round could be harder to find. And Josh Allen's a great quarterback.
I think Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think Kool-Aid is going to fall. Guess who? Kansas City. Kansas City is going to draft Kool-Aid. You watch because they lost Snead. They're gonna get Kool-Aid.
They got to go
Can you
receiver
imagine
though with
that
what's
promotion,
going on
though?
with
Kansas
Rice.
City red with the Kool-Aid red.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm a marketing genius.
All right, Jeff, we're actually going to use that idea. Fish, if Kool-Aid is drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs, you need a Kool-Aid commercial graphic with Sean's face on it.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There you go, Jeff. We got the cross promotion for Sean Smith.
There it is.
Dude, I'm a marketing genius. How good was that? Just right on the fly. I should do all the marketing for Beef's Deli.
The Sultan of Coleslaw. What will he call?
What would you call his deli? What would you call his deli?
No, I would just run half off on Mondays because you know all the cold
Half off.
tears in it.
That's a great name. Half off on Mondays.
Half off on Mondays during football season because they all got Cowboys tears in the coleslaw.
No, that's a good name. Half off on Mondays. That's a good name.
Yeah.
And Nathan is cashier.
Huh?
You're the cashier at Beef's Deli. Half off Mondays.
What?
Hey, I got a quote from Kirk Cousins' agent. Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea about Penix. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is, the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation.
What?
Oh,
Atlanta.
Big trade. Kansas City moves up to where Buffalo was.
All right, the Chiefs are coming up now for Kool-Aid. Start the promotions.
It's definitely Kool-Aid. It's
No, it
definitely.
could be Xavier Worthy very easily.
I think it's a receiver.
It could be
You
Xavier
like it?
Worthy. It could be
I did.
Oh, the Chiefs traded up. The Chiefs traded up.
The Chiefs are trading up
You
to
said
steal
that.
Xavier Worthy, Nathan. Hate to break it to you.
I had a fat pick for them. I think I had a line.
Yes, I think you went.
No. That's not true. I had to cut Coleman to them.
No, you went Guyton. No, I thought you said you were Guyton.
No, yeah, Keon Coleman.
Guyton I had to the. No,
Yeah,
Guyton
Keon
I had
Coleman.
to Dallas.
Yeah, Keon Coleman.
Oh, and the pick is in immediately.
Oh, I think you were talking about the Cowboys. Yeah, no, I think you were talking about the Cowboys.
The Chiefs select Speedy.
Yes.
They're not wrong about the speedy part of it.
So could be Xavier Worthy, could be Keon Coleman. No, steal it from the cousin.
Let's
Oh,
see.
I would love it. Can you imagine if Dallas traded back and the Chiefs traded up right in front of them? to
Yep.
steal
Now we
the
need now we have Nathan on to see his live reaction to the Chiefs
Oh,
stealing
my
Xavier
God.
Worthy from the Cowboys.
Oh, please let that happen. Oh,
I just want to see the Beeves face because I know the Beeves watching this, and he's probably having a heart attack right now.
Why does the potato salad taste salty? Those are tears.
You know, in my opinion, there's no better picture than T.O. crying after losing to the Giants back in the Super Bowl season.
That's a great name, Jeff. That's definitely a great deli name. Half off Mondays. That really is. That's a good
Should
deli.
be half off every day because no one would go to Beeves Deli.
He's actually a good deli manager, man. He actually is. He makes good money doing it.
Has Beeves tried to sue Buc-ee's yet for using his name, image, and likeness?
They don't have any delis down in Tampa anyway. You don't even know what we're talking about.
You're terrible. He's terrible.
Do you know what Buc-ee's is?
Yes, I do. I know what Buc-ee's is. Have you guys ever?
Does Speedy know?
No, I don't.
Buc-ee's is a gas station.
Wait, what?
But it's not
everything.
like a gas station.
I know it's got everything.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's like even the gas station part of it's not like a gas station going to a gas
I
station.
know. When me and Brittany went to when we went on a cruise, we got into Houston. Houston has Buc-ee's, and it's huge, and it's got all different food. It's like a food mall in a gas station. It's crazy.
Wait, you guys think it's gonna be Xavier Worthy here?
Yes,
it fits. They love speedy receivers that love to get your.
I picked Xavier Worthy.
I'm surprised the Chiefs.
I just think it's too many of the same guy though. Like they have that guy.
4-2-1. He ran a 4-2-1, man.
So anything's possible.
Well, yeah,
no one else runs that.
Jeff, I agree with you at the time, but you also look at like all our Cowboys fans were explaining it. Jerry Jones is a bad weakness of leaking players he likes, and he loves Xavier Worthy. It fits now.
I'm surprised the Bills and Chiefs even did a trade.
Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point.
No, they could have gotten. They could have gotten who? And you forgot already, Nathan. They could have gotten They could have gotten Mitchell at 32. Yeah.
Well,
he still can. He's still there.
Mitchell Robinson just
I gotta
left
give
with
the
the walking
Cowboys a
boot.
lot of credit. I'd be throwing things around if I knew Kansas City was taking the player that we want away from us, and that's what's going to happen.
Don't worry, we have Nathan's live reaction.
I told you guys this is what they were going to do. I told they were going to go.
To be fair, does Jerry Jones even know where he is half the time anymore?
That's also true.
Jerry Jones is useless.
He's useless.
You know what, Nathan? I got a great idea. They got to really find a new GM. I heard Matt Leinert's wife is fantastic at making.
Oh yeah, we're gonna hire his wife now. The new Matt Leinert's wife is gonna be the new GM of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. She'll make Matt Leinart the quarterback.
Xavier Worthy.
It is, and
there it is, Xavier Worthy.
Keith is preparing you now. Have another drink.
Just easy speed, man. They haven't had a guy with speed like this since Hill left. You know, they have had fast guys, but not like this.
Just so many of the same guy. Worthy and Marquise Brown and Rasheed Rice. Like, it's all the same dude.
Well, Rice might not play, as we know.
Life-changing wishes that make a wish it grants.
They need what they you know, Patrick Mahomes is
Fish, they're gonna announce Matt Leinert's wife, the new GM, pretty soon.
Matt Leinert's wife will never, ever be a GM of any other team. The only GM should be is Matt Leinert's penis. That's about it.
Why do we keep mentioning Matt Leinert's wife?
Justin to the stage.
Well, it's better than that than listen to Goodell stumble over his words for 5 minutes before he makes the pick.
Dude, he's on something. I've been telling you that the whole night.
Who?
He was drinking with Nick before.
I
Yeah.
don't think he's drinking. He's doing something. He popped something.
Ooh.
Roger Goodell.
Goodell.
Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024
Xavier Worthy.
Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs.
You know, I think there's some more value with this guy as a return man, especially with the new kickoffs as
There you
well.
go.
You know, I think he's going to be really, really dangerous with them, and nobody knows better than Reed to use them. You know,
Dude, he's Tyreek Hill 2.0. That's what he is.
Yeah, but you know, we said that about other guys because we said that about Nicole Hardman
Yes.
too.
This guy can catch, man. This guy can
They
catch.
all can catch.
he really tracks a ball well.
Yo, he's gonna Mahomes is gonna make him into a number 1 receiver this year.
They better because they don't have any other weapons on the outside.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's faster, Xavier Worthy running or Rashee Rice driving a car.
That's true.
Pat-
I like
Dallas is
Rashee
in the clutch.
Terrence Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, because they got the first round. Second round is tomorrow. 2, 3, 4 tomorrow, then 2, 3 tomorrow, then 4, 7 Saturday.
Mitten. Bro.
That sucks for the Cowboys because this would have been perfect for the Cowboys.
Let's all cry for the Cowboys.
That's what makes me happy. That's what makes me happy.
Jeff needs something to make him happy to cancel out the Jets not
Thank
drafting
you for
Brock
coming to the
Bowers.
event.
No, it's just Cowboys fans are just the lowest life form on the planet, dude. They're so all they so sweet, and it's like anything
Oh.
it makes me happy.
All right, I got the trade details for the Chiefs Bills trade. So 28, 133, and 248 to Kansas City, 32, 95. So they move up to the end of the third round, and 221 at the front of the seventh instead of the back.
I'll be a good MC when
Move back 4 spots only. That's back 4 spots. It's pretty good. They do. I really like A.D. Mitchell a lot better than most. I think
You
he's
know
a
where
really
Buffalo.
talented
You know where
receiver.
Buffalo's going.
Jim Jackson.
They're gonna go with Kool-Aid. That's what they're gonna do. They need a corner.
Yep.
And he's
They have to go corner.
That's where they're gonna go. I'll put money on it. That's what they're gonna do.
And I wouldn't be surprised with that moving up to the end of the third that they're probably going to try to take one of those receivers.
Let's go. Pick is in. Hey, Wiggins. We need.
They should do. We'll see if they actually do it.
Oh wait, Errol. Spencer Rattler here.
All right, we got the Cowboys pick is in.
Spencer Rattler.
Nathan, who you taking? The pick is in.
Tyler Guyton.
He was already drafted, you idiot.
Oh,
No,
I'm
he
just joking.
No, he wasn't. That was Jordan Morgan.
All right, Nathan. What trade are you going to propose to the Cowboys to get Marvin Harrison Jr. from the from the Cardinals?
There's another corner that's really good that's available still.
Nate Wiggins.
The pick is in. I got it.
I hope it's Nate Wiggins.
That's
You
what
I'm
already
settled
got-
on Nate Wiggins. There we go.
What's Goodell going to talk about in this step up to the mic?
Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go.
There's Guyton. Jeff, you got it.
Nailed it.
Tyler
I've
Guyton.
been hammering this
Tyler
draft.
Guyton.
Has anyone noticed I
Here we
hammered?
go. Tyler Guyton.
That's a good pick.
He's raw. He's a good player. He's just raw. He needs to work on his footwork.
Oh.
Otherwise,
The Beans gonna have a heart attack.
Tyler Guyton.
that
He's
only
good.
makes me like the kid more.
Oklahoma.
Another offensive lineman.
I can't wait for Brian Burns to make this guy eat his freaking lunch twice
How
a
about
year.
the Cowboys? Fish. Tyler Guyton is going to be an all pro.
Yeah?
Oh, no.
All right. We'll see.
I
But
love
I'm pretty sure he's going to get his
Why
ass
are you
kicked twice
sucking
a year
over
by
there?
the
Why are you
Giants.
sucking a straw, man?
He might have an oral fixation, guys.
He's a good pick. I like that.
He's certainly got it pretty loud into the mic.
More than me, by the way.
I was pretty good. I did pretty good.
I hammered every one of the quarterbacks to the team they were going to. Every one of them.
I think we all did, except Penny.
No,
At least, right? Can I get another tip, please? Thank you.
No, I said J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings.
Oh,
I
you
also,
were there.
Bo Nix, I said to go to the Broncos. I did.
No, you both got besides Penix, every one of them.
Yeah.
You both got
Oh,
the
wow.
Yeah, Penix was a bum. Yeah, I didn't have the Penix thing.
Oh, is another one at Howell?
You know, I was closest with Penix. I had the Raiders trading up to 9 to get Penix.
Oh, wow.
Can we tell Nathan that he's on live radio and to stop talking to people? Thank you, Nathan. We love you.
Cut him off, dude.
He's just sucking on that freaking straw.
Yeah, just cut him off.
He's living his best life.
Suck it dry, Nathan.
Dude, I mean, freaking! If I have to hear about Matt Leiner's wife one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind, bro.
We can ask him about Britt McHenry. He loves her too. Or who was the other one?
Don't worry, Keith. He's on mute right now.
One of them. I don't remember.
Jerry Jones.
All right.
Has no idea
So
where he is.
we're in the last 3 picks of the first round, guys.
Already?
We made the pick. Wait a second. I didn't want him.
Who's that?
Who the hell is that? What position does he play?
Oh, really? How about the Cowboys? How about the Cowboys? Oh, yeah.
My son just whispered, "We drafted Johnny Manziel."
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got it. We got the pick in.
Kick is in.
Thanks, Evan.
The Ravens picking at 30.
Jeez. How about we send him to the Beef's house? What do you think?
You tell him to pick personally.
What's his new deli called?
You should call
Half
him
off on Mondays.
Half on Mondays.
Off on Mondays. That's great. I'm telling the Beef tomorrow. I'm telling him I got the perfect deli.
Why don't
name
you
for
call him? Get a laugh. Why don't you call him? Get a live reaction to Tyler Reddy.
I don't want to hear what he has to say. He might not even be up because he's got work tomorrow early in the morning.
Yeah, well, potato salad don't sleep.
Here's some guidance clips for you, Nathan.
Potato salad don't sleep. Oh my god! I'm just surprised how this draft fell the way it did. It fell, man. It is very surprising. But there's a lot of guys, a lot of good guys on the board. There's some good players.
We just wait to see what San Francisco does.
I could see the Cowboys moving up in the second round to get Keon Coleman. That's what I think is going to happen.
Wait, what? Moving up in the second round?
Nobody's in the second round. The second round is tomorrow.
I know. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Nathan.
I'll see you tomorrow, man.
That dude is funny.
He is funny.
It's like Ravens pick is
I will tell you guys this: going out and doing interviews with him, it's some of the funniest things.
Wiggins to the Ravens.
Nate Wiggins goes to the Ravens. That's a good move.
Makes a lot of sense.
No. Could you imagine me going to to interview people with Speedy and Nithin? Could you imagine that walking in? These two guys. It was funny.
I can imagine.
It was funny.
You see this crazy plays Wiggins made last year? Look at this.
The cast from the Ringer.
I would insult our friend Austin Gale. That's where he works.
That's pretty funny.
No, you've never seen the movie The Ringer?
I was kidding. I was making a joke because we had the Ringer guy on a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, no, I was talking about the movie.
I know,
Johnny Knoxville. Yeah.
I was making a joke that everyone else probably besides you because you weren't listening to that show. God.
No, but it was pretty funny. I thought it was funny. I walked. It was just. If I had a video, you guys would have laughed. It was just so funny. Niffin walking around with that same. He wears the same blazer to all the events. I'm like, Niffin, do you have another blazer? I was like, dude, this is what you do. You meet all these guys, have all of them. I'll bring a Sharpie. Have every single one of them autograph that blazer.
You should have it right there. Like it has a
Dude, I tell him all the time. I'm like, dude, we interviewed Rafael Palmeiro. Tell Rafi to sign your blazer. No. And then after he left, he's like, well, I should have had him sign my blazer. I'm like, dude, you should have had all the people that you met, all the interviews you've had. You should have had them all sign that ugly blazer of yours. That thing is ugly. It looks like a rug on his body. I tell him all the time. I'm like, Nathan, I'm gonna get you a new blazer.
Maybe he just has 4 of the same blazer because
dude, he has a very wealthy family. He's got suits, he's got everything, but he chooses to wear that blazer. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's got some infatuation to that blazer. It is pretty funny, dude. Everywhere I've gone to like 7 or 8. We had media credentials with him. And every single time he wears that blazer.
Maybe it's like a superstition. He can't.
No, dude, he loves that blazer. It looks like a rug. It looks like my grandmother's rug on his body.
You know what he needs to go with that blazer? He needs a cowboy hat. That's what he needs to be walking around in with a big Lone Star.
Dry cleaning.
Signed by Jerry. All right, we got the next guy. Let's see.
49ers still on the clock.
No, not yet.
He says, yes, Nathan can work at the Beeves Deli. Half off Mondays. That's a great name, by the way.
Ugh.
That is.
What an idiot.
The last time the Chiefs and Bills traded draft picks, the Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes with that pick.
Correct.
So, who did they take again? Xavier Worthy?
Mm-hmm.
The last time the Chiefs and Bills traded was when the Chiefs traded up from 27 to 10 to get Patrick Mahomes with the
remember
Bills.
that, yeah.
The Bills actually got made out in that trade for the most part, too, building up their defense. They got Tre'Davious White and Tremaine Edmonds with those picks.
They didn't make out because they never won a Super Bowl. And guess who did?
Well, yeah, I'm just talking about the overall value, but yeah, of course they didn't.
Patrick Mahomes has 3 Super Bowls to their 0.
I think we're forgetting about the sleeper pick that draft. The amazing move from the Bears to get Mitchell Trubisky. Amazing. Nobody loved that move?
Bitch.
Everybody, I'm kidding.
I don't think Jeff.
We got it.
What did you think about Mitchell Trubisky when they drafted him?
He was a highly thought of prospect. Honestly.
On paper, looked good.
Yeah, like when he was, coming out of college, everyone, oh, we love his strong arm. We love, like all that kind of stuff that you hear. Like everyone, no one is taking that high by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not an accident. You can play football, but most everyone's success is just dependent on, the people around you, including coaches and things like that. And it's like, you're not going to succeed if there's nothing there. And the Bears sucked. Because I think, wasn't it Trestman that was
no, he was gone. He was 2013 and was fired after 1 year. That was still John Fox the end of it, and then they
had Nagy,
and then they switched to Nagy the next year.
Yeah, so it's like they fired the coach they hired the year before, got a new coach, and then still in your rookie contract you're getting a new coach. That organization was a mess. No one was going to succeed there.
Oh yeah, that was the basis of the argument. So the betting guys and that we're having before. Will it be the same for somebody like Caleb Williams? We'll say.
Let's see if they take wide receiver here. That would be interesting.
Well, yeah, that's your consensus for the Ayuk trade. Was their guy taken?
That's just what I hear.
So who do you think? Who's the best wide receiver available?
Well, Jeff is mentioning.
There's Troy Franklin. There's Xavier Leggett. There's A.D. Mitchell. There's a lot of guys.
Yeah, Leggett went to South Carolina like Deebo Samuel. Is that a similar thing they're looking in with that type of system?
Maybe they reached out to Sean.
I saw a tweet.
I'm sure he thought highly of him.
He's hoping they'll give him the call.
Oh, God.
Go 49ers to resurrect Sean Smith.
He's sitting and watching the draft, but he couldn't show up yesterday.
Wow. Pick is in. for
Now
the
we know which
Niners.
inside sources. He was traveling to draft day to give Roger Goodell some smoke and then get drafted by the 49ers out of nowhere.
A little bit of a surprise coming here for the 49ers.
I haven't looked at this one yet.
If you were the 49ers, who are you taking?
The center, Powers Johnson.
Powers Johnson.
Mhm.
You know,
I
I
keep
think there's
Ayuk
one
t-
thing
close
that
to
can
the offensive
happen. If you keep Ayuk, but if you get rid of Ayuk,
I think they should keep Ayuk. I've advocated
But-
all offseason they should not trade him.
so my question to you is: if you take a receiver here, does that mean Ayuk is gone?
From what Jeff was saying before, yeah, it seems inevitable.
Ken Coleman.
I don't think he's their type of scheme fit. I'd be surprised with Keon Coleman.
I'll do the facial reactions again.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
And you were right, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Look,
So that means Ayuk's on the move. I would guess.
Well, I guess welcome to New England, Brandon Ayuk.
Well, look, we gotta wait and see. That's still yet to be determined. But that was what I was told. By the way, I sent Errol the text message. Errol, what's the time on that text message?
All right, let me look. I'll look right
Oh, we
now.
got the timestamp to prove you're right, Jeff. We just gave you credit.
Patriots have trade in place for Brandon Ayuk. If the 49ers receiver gets a receiver at 31, it will trigger. And that was 8:22.
It's pretty good.
Just telling you what I hear.
Is this kid good?
Ricky Pearsall's very good.
Yeah, so he was a mid-second round grade. Most people had him there. As you know, obviously it doesn't really make a difference if they liked him. They liked him.
It's a scheme fit for them. Yeah. It's
Wow, what a
scheme fit.
catch. What a catch.
He's talented. I mean, there's no doubt. There's a lot of really good receivers in this draft.
By accident.
Right.
You know, I guess no one wanted to
Like-
trade up with them. I feel like they might have been able to get him if they traded down.
No,
Still,
he's the
but,
perfect
you know.
scheme fit for them. Good, versatile yards after catch.
Kyle Shanahan's not drinking right now. I mean, he drank
Yeah,
before the Super
trade
Bowl.
the pick
Jackson's in that
again
cup.
to Carolina. Woof.
Buffalo's they need a lot of pieces. That's why Buffalo's doing this.
Well, they're getting a lot of pieces, but they're
Yeah.
not getting any help. You know.
They'll do that in the second and third round.
Well, it's as deep of a receiver draft as we've heard is what a lot of these.
I
guys
think
have
they
been
need a
saying.
lot of corner.
They might be
help.
going. Yes, I agree. That's the one thing that might hurt them is they're going to lose out on that. Unless
All right, we
Kool-Aid does
made it
fall
to the
that
end,
way.
guys. We've made it. It's the last pick of the first round.
Wow, look at
The
that.
Bills get so the Panthers, we just got a trade.
I was about to say.
The Bills have traded out of the first round.
There's a new guy that it came into the draft. His name is Snatch Howard. Did you hear about him?
Tell me more about him.
Is he better than Ohio State quarterback Will Howard? What do you think, Jeff? Would he rank in the quarterback rankings next year?
Dude, these people but that is what Worldwide West was saying, right? Like, I'm not wrong. It's like, I don't get it. They need quarterback. Well, if you thought J.J. McCarthy was a reach and Bo Nix shouldn't be taken, what fucking quarterback should be taken after all of those guys are gone?
Pratt.
The rattlesnake.
No, that's a
But
different
isn't
guy.
that what he was saying? Isn't that what he was saying, though? Because he's like, I don't get the pick. Why? What are they doing at quarterback? Like, dude, if you didn't think all these other guys that got taken ahead of them weren't first-round picks, you're advocating for a worse quarterback to be a first-round pick? Well, what world are we living in, dude?
It's the Raiders. You never know.
So the Bills move back one spot to the top of the second round, and the Panthers move up.
That's a great
and
move.
give up. And the Panthers move up. They give up 141, and they get 200 back. So they drop a couple of rounds in the draft. Looks like end of the fourth, beginning of the fifth-ish, to the end of the sixth, beginning probably end of the sixth.
I will tell you
So-
that if Kool-Aid is there in the first of the second round, that's where he goes. That's where
I think
Panthers eat
Panthers
everything,
want
so
to.
you don't know.
Yeah, I would get a receiver if I'm the Panthers. If they think the Bills might take a receiver, I think
That's
that's
what I'm
why they're
thinking,
trading
too.
up a pick.
Mhm.
You know, and the Bills are like, fine, we'll take Kool-Aid first pick in the second round. Fine
That's
by
where
us.
I think they go in the second round.
Yeah.
They get their corner. They get their number one corner, which they definitely lack.
I think that makes
Dude,
the most
black
sense.
everything. They're the Panthers. Do
No,
not
he's talking about the
mind.
Bills. He's talking about the Bills
Oh, the
lack of corner.
Bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that if Kool-Aid is there in the beginning of the first round, because if you guys remember, Joey Porter Jr. was.
Yeah.
And he went.
That's right.
I remember that.
So I think Kool-Aid, if he's not getting drafted here, Kool-Aid will be out like Trout with the first pick of the second round tomorrow. That's what I believe.
Trout, by the way, 10 home runs, resurgence, Major League Baseball.
Well, dude, we know Trout's a great player. I mean, the guy can't.
He
stay
had
healthy.
this like neck thing though for the last year, kind of sapped his strength a little bit.
It's been
great.
2 years.
Yeah, I know. Looks great though.
Well, now he's
All
the
right.
go-to
What do we got?
because there's no Ohtani there anymore.
Right.
So I think he still be. I still think he's going to be traded at the trade deadline. And I told you where he's going. He's going to the Mets. I've been saying this forever. I've been saying this forever.
Do you know the Falcons have had 8th pick overall in the last 3 drafts in a row?
Yep.
That's pretty crazy. And they took Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and Michael Penix.
They're going to lose. I think the Mets are going to lose out on Soto because the Yankees are going to do anything to make sure they keep him. And I think the Mets. It makes a lot of sense that the Mets they'll make a trade with the Angels to get Mike Trout because they're not going to have to give up as much as they probably would have 3 years ago. I mean, you would have had to give up your whole farm system. Now, I think you give up 2 good prospects and you're going to get Mike Trout. So I think that's where he goes. That's my belief.
He's a big Phillies fan, growing up. Imagine him and Harper together after the two of them being the
NFL draft. The Carolina Panthers select Xavier
Leggett.
wide receiver.
Xavier Leggett.
South
Wow.
Carolina.
There it is. Take the big physical receiver that can run under a 4.4. Why not? Why wouldn't you? He's like 220, 6'1",
And
physical guy.
My prediction tomorrow, the number 1 pick of the second round, Mr. Kool-Aid will be going
Kool-Aid.
to Buffalo.
Amazing. He fell out of the first round, though.
Look at this. Now these Johnny-come-lately idiots are Ian Rappaport for 5 minutes ago. Oh, the 49ers take Ricky Pearsall. Looks like Brandon Ayuk is on his way. And then you got this show, Dave Lombardi, who's another. Oh, Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk looks like he's out of San Francisco. No shit, I have it at 8 o'clock.
Showed, he says.
You should tweet them and tell them you demand credit, Jeff. We got a timestamp.
Honestly, Jeff should do that. I would have posted it before.
Yeah.
At 8:22, and I would have said, I don't
need the credit. I know when I'm right.
So who fell out that we expected to go? Obviously, no running backs were taken as we expected. Cooper DeJean didn't go. That's maybe it's because of the
I can't believe
medical.
that's another good corner too, man.
Really good corner. Kool-Aid, like we said.
If I was Buffalo right now, I would go Kool-Aid first and then try to move up and get DeJean. I would get both of them. And then you really solidify you really solidify your secondary. You got 2 young, talented corners on both sides. I mean, you go from what are you going to do at the secondary to now having 2 dominant young guys that you have control of for the next 4 years. I think it's a smart move. That's what I would do if I was Buffalo.
And Fish,
Go ahead.
I was going to say the other 2 that were probably notable were Powers Johnson, which a lot of people thought could go in the first round, and then Brendan Fisk as well, defensive tackle.
So I saw a couple people have Fisk rated as low in the 4th round. There's some people who really don't like him because he's undersized. And had Verse playing next to him, and maybe give a little credit to Verse, get him getting free.
We thought
I like him.
Fancy last year, and he still went in the first round of Tampa.
And I think that's I think he doesn't have the measurables.
I'm a Florida State fan. That kid's going to be a beast in the NFL.
Hey, if the Giants can get him in the second round, I wouldn't be against it. I really like that guy. So that's something. But who is still available as an interior lineman? I don't think anyone took Johnny Newton, right?
No.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, that's
I had him I saw him ranked as high as 15th by the Ringer. Had him ranked 15th. You know, so
Yeah,
that's probably the biggest fall of everybody.
One of them. They need D-line help in the worst way. You have to think one of them.
Honestly, I actually
They
like
need O-line.
and
No
D-line.
linebackers or
Arizona's
safeties
D-line is
went,
beautiful,
right?
so.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part of it too, but like you just paid $300 million for Kyler Murray. Like, I don't know, help him out a little.
Well, they got Marvin.
I actually like what Buffalo did.
No, right, but like
Just
you
so
can't
everybody
get the ball to Marvin if you're already running from your life as soon as they snap the ball.
Yeah, but that's his game, though. You know.
I figured this is where Kansas City was going to go. I knew Kansas City was going to go for a speedy wide receiver. It's so Andy Reid like to do something like that, and it's going to work because
boy, he has a type though, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah. He likes those fast, small guys that can break out and beat you on the outside. And this kid, I don't know if he has anywhere the same hands as Tyreek Hill. The way Patrick Mahomes likes to throw the ball down the field, he could be really dangerous. So
yeah, for sure.
I didn't have Leggett to the Bills, but I had Leggett to the Bills at 23.
Yeah.
You know, we still got a couple of receivers out there.
27 originally.
Yeah.
Lad McConkey didn't go. He's a Bulldog, Jeff, and he didn't go in the first round.
He's a second round.
There's you go. Eagles second rounder. Perfect.
He's a second round draft pick.
A.D. Mitchell didn't go. Troy Franklin didn't go. So there's some really good receivers. The other Washington receiver and the Michigan receiver is still out there. And the one we've been talking about the most in the offseason, Keon Coleman. So there's a lot of talent in that second round at receiver.
I think Polk was expected to slide second round. I think the Franklin one was only recently.
Dude, Keon Coleman.
But isn't McMillan in the draft too?
I don't think McMillan was supposed to go second.
He's a little bit lower rated. I see him as the end of the second, top of the third. But, not a lot of people were high on Leggett. Leggett, unless you're a big, Gamecock fan. Like Sean.
We all know somebody we've had on the show quite a few times.
Anyone not high on Leggett is out of their minds. That dude's a great player.
Oh yeah, he's one of those guys that's not like as much of a he's really fast, but he should separate more for as fast as he is type of a thing. But he catches and contested catches. He's a physical guy. I think I don't want to give too much of a comparison, but like a Hopkins type of guy is what you would want out of him. Like a guy whose speed isn't the thing that's he's faster than Hopkins, but he's not going to separate. You want him to get like contested catches and be physical after the catch. Like line of scrimmage plays, like all that type of stuff. I think that's what you're getting with him. And if you get that with him, that's a great pick.
I still can't believe Fashanu fell out of the top. So.
Yeah. I mean, 1 sack his whole career at Penn State. The only thing I worry about with him, besides his ability to protect you from the attacking turkeys, is that he's a left tackle and Tyron Smith's playing left tackle this year. So he's got to play on the right.
I understand all that, but I obviously believe the Jets don't believe that Tyron Smith is going to be 100% healthy all season. Right?
But if that's the case, then they shouldn't have signed him.
Well, listen, you got him on a cheap contract, and he wanted to come and play with Aaron Rodgers. But
there's no way on earth, even idiot GM Beaves, right? There's no way on earth you sign a guy going, well, I'm going to give him this money, but I know he's going to get hurt. There's no way anyone does that.
Dude, it's 1 year. It's 1 year.
Right. But also, you don't sign a guy if you believe he's going to get hurt.
Listen, Aaron Rodgers came out this summer and said that he wants to play another 3-4 years, which tells me that if the Jets get into the playoffs this year and they make a run and they just come short, they fall short, they're not bringing Tyron Smith back next year. Fashanu is their future, and that's the way they're going. And I have this feeling that they're not staying healthy. I don't believe this team is going to stay healthy all season. Dude, when was the last time the Jets' offensive line, their starting offensive line, stayed completely healthy? You want me to tell you? I remember exactly when it was. The Rex Ryan era with Ferguson and Mangold and who's the kid? Who's the guy from Allen Fenica? That was when that offensive line was 100, and that was a veteran line. Okay, this line has never been healthy, and I'm going to tell you this right now: there's no way in hell this line's going to stay fully healthy this year. So I think Fashanu was a guy that they believe they could put him at guard, they could put him at tackle, they could put him anywhere on that line, and he could play that line just as good as anybody. I think he's a Penei Sewell type of player. I really do.
Wow.
I think you can put him there, and he's that type of player. Athletic,
He
and
could
great
be
footwork.
eventually, he could be eventually, but Penei Sewell started. This guy's going to be on the sideline.
Well, I agree with you, and I think this is good for him because he's going to learn behind arguably one of the best offensive tackles in football for the last, I would say, 12 years. So,
and you're going to see the reports. You're going to see the reports that his idol growing up, Tyron Smith, and has, I don't know if he's gotten the camps for him, but this is the guy he's emulated. He gets to play with his hero. That's a pretty cool thing for a rookie. That's the type of stuff you want to hear when he comes into the team. So whether or not he's spelling guys this year or he's starting, it's irrelevant. He's going to have, his dream rookie season.
The kid's going to be a star. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now on that line with Tippmann, you're talking about three guys that could be all pro players in the future. So remember the Cowboys when they had three of those guys? This guy, the only thing that scares me about Elijah Vera Tucker, and I've said this over and over and over again, Elijah Vera Tucker has given up 1 sack in 14 games in his career with the Jets. And he played all 5 positions, all 4 positions out of the 5. He was left guard, left tackle, right tackle, and he played it just as good as anybody. But the problem with the guy is don't let him play in Denver. That's the problem. Keep him away from Denver. Mile High, stay away from there. Yeah. That's the only thing. Elijah Vera Tucker, if he stays healthy, the guy's fantastic. Tippmann, you saw what he could do. Dude, he was the best center in the second half of the season. So, and now you have this kid who is going to be another filling guy. You're talking about 3 positions that now you have for the future of your offensive line. This is something that the Jets need to continue doing. Build the trenches so you have your quote-unquote franchise quarterback to go out there and be protected and be able to get the ball out to Garrett Wilson. And Mike Williams
also not protected.
And here's another thing. They obviously believe that Mike Williams is going to be 100% healthy and ready to go in the first game of the season. So I'm not really worried about it. I would have, if a Dunze was there at 10, I guarantee you they drafted Dunze. I have no crazy.
It's easy to stand on that when you can't prove otherwise.
No, you're right. I can't prove it, but to me, everything that I've read, that the Jets really wanted it. But as soon as he fell out, obviously Fashanu was the guy that they wanted, and I was very surprised he was sitting there the way he was.
And they got some mid-round picks too. It's a great job by Douglas. I think,
Douglas will use. He has 3 fourth-round draft picks. He will move up to the second round tomorrow. I guarantee it. You remember I said that. He will move up into the second round.
And like you said, there's 5 name receivers left in that second round. If they want to get a slot guy to replace Lazard.
I don't think they draft wide receiver in the second round. I think the Jets look defense. That's what I think, and that's what the Jets do. Linebacker. And I think because CJ Mosley, this is his probably final year with the Jets. That's what I think. I think the Jets will, now with Quincy Williams taking over and being the player that he was this year, I think they go young, and I think they draft a linebacker. So,
the 2 Michigan guys are still there, Colson and Chris Jenkins. So, as an interior guy. So Colson, there's been no linebackers off the board. He's clearly the best of the bunch. I'd be willing to bet someone's going to move up for him.
I'm telling you, mark my words, the Jets will move into the second round tomorrow, and they're drafting a linebacker. You can book it. I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. Because CJ
before we
to be back after next year.
Before we close up for tonight, I want to remind you, Errol, of the first time we ever talked before I joined the show, and you asked me, who do you want the Giants taking? And I said, of those receivers, I want it to be Neighbors. And you said the same thing because of the LSU connection, OBJ, Chase, Jefferson, the bloodline, to make a WWE reference. Look, I'm super excited about this. I think this guy could be a version of Tyreek Hill as well. We're talking about Worthy, but Neighbors is more polished for sure. He can do more things. I'm just super excited for.
I'm
going to
tell you this: he's the better version of Jamar Chase. I think he's better than Jamar Chase.
Wow,
I think he's that good. And
I take that every day and twice on Sundays,
He lost
man.
me at WWE.
Well, you had me at hello, Jeff.
WWE is for children or adults with diminished capacity.
So I guess Josh and the Beeve are not your favorites.
Oh,
the Beeve isn't his favorite. He already mentioned that many times.
All right, look, the proof is in the pudding. I said diminished capacity, and that's what you gave me.
Oh man, but what? Okay,
Super cool.
quickly, Speedy. Give me 2 winners and 2 losers.
I like a lot of the back end.
I'm on it. Give me your 2 winners and 2 losers.
All right, so I'm going to go unconventional. I love the Lions, 24, Teron Arnold, the Buccaneers, 26, Graham Barton, 2 of my favorite picks. 2 of the worst picks, the Broncos, and I wasn't crazy about the Titans. I think there were better scheme fits at offensive line than Latham.
Okay, Fish.
I mean, you got to go. I think pretty clearly the Falcons are the biggest losers in this draft. Like regardless if Penix is the guy, you've just made your quarterback you gave a huge contract to unhappy. And I think, Errol, you brought it up earlier. I don't really know what the Raiders were doing there at 13. It makes no sense to take a tight end early again. You got, a pretty good one in Meyer. Look, you can run 2 tight ends, but that's not the guy you want to go take at that point. And if you're going to go take him, I mean, there's got to be a trade down. I just don't really understand it other than, what are you doing with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew? Do you really think you're going to be competitive just by the Raider way with Antonio Pierce, who I love, but not experienced as a coach? We'll see if the honeymoon lasts another season. Winners, Giants and Jets. Let's go with the Giants and Jets as winners in this draft. I love saying that. Couldn't care less for the Jets, but I'm saying that for the Giants.
All right. Scoops, 2 winners, 2 losers.
The 2 losers, I'm going to literally just copy Fish because he took exactly what I was going to say. But yeah, I think the Michael Penix Michael Penix over there to the Falcons is really questionable. And then Brock Bowers. I mean, it would have made sense if they knew what they were going to do with the quarterback position. But, I mean, if you look at the only 3 consistent tight ends in the past few years, Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews, they've all had good quarterbacks to help make them elite players and develop them. So I don't see why you got Brock Bowers so early. And then the 2 winners I would just pick is just going to be the Vikings and I would say the Bears. I think those are 2 winners for the day.
Jeff, 2 winners, 2 losers.
Yeah. What's up?
2 winners, 2 losers.
2 winners. The Arizona Cardinals. I like what they did with both their picks, and I'll say the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings, whether you like their quarterback or not, it's a good quarterback, but they also got an edge rusher, which they needed. Both in first round, 2 good picks, I think. And losers, definitely the Falcons. You managed to pick a guy that can't help you next year and piss off your regular quarterback all in one move. And the New York Jets. We didn't take Brock Bowers, and that's
I figured he was going to go that route. I was waiting for him to say that. All right, my first winner is the Buffalo Bills. Okay, they didn't even draft in the first round, but I think they need so much on that defensive side of the ball and a wide receiver. I think they're going to get it, and they're going to get their pick in the second round for corner, and they might even go and get 2 corners in the second round and really solidify it. So I would say Buffalo as my number 1. I like what Buffalo did. I know a lot of people say, how do you like it? I think they added some good, draft stock for them. My second winner, I'm not going to copy all of you guys, so I'm going to look a little bit more deeper into it. And my main thoughts to the winner, the other winner is whatchamacallit again? I'm sorry. Who got Thomas?
Jacksonville.
I think Jacksonville. Yeah, I think Jacksonville won.
And traded down and got him.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville got the wide. They lost Calvin Ridley in the offseason, and they had a very good, some people say might be the best wide receiver in this class.
Trent Baalke doing something smart. Who would have thought?
And by the way, if he didn't,
Who do you think was saying Brian Thomas was the best wide
You
receiver in
did.
this class that had Neighbors and Marvin Harrison? You find me the draft expert that picked Brian Thomas. Please, God.
You did.
So, they say he might be the best wide.
You did. I just gave you a compliment. You did, you
No,
idiot.
I never said Brian Thomas was the best wide receiver in the draft.
Oh, you didn't say it?
No.
Oh, then it wasn't you. I've heard of many people. What's
People that
Sims?
are unnamed because no one said it.
Chris Sims on his show with Mike
Chris Sims,
Florio.
That's all you need to say, moron.
Well, I don't know. The last couple of quarterbacks he picked to be great. He was right about them. So,
It's a former Tampa Bay Buck great, Jeff. Chris Sims.
Chris Sims and Mike Florio. I heard Mike Greenberg say that he thinks that he was like a top 3 wide receiver in this class. But I like Jacksonville, what Jacksonville did. My losers. Well, the Michael Penix thing would be very interesting, and I know a lot of people are probably pointing that out and probably viciously want to attack him. But I think the loser here, I'm trying to think out from top to bottom who lost and who won on this.
I bet the Cowboys wanted Worthy and got screwed.
We know. We got a live reaction from Nathan just for that.
You know, it's
Yeah,
so.
but I don't think that's true though, because if they wanted Worthy, they could have taken Worthy where they were. They traded back.
Yep, correct.
I think Jerry fell asleep, man. That's all it was. They're like, oh, he's asleep. Trade back until he wakes up. You know, maybe bring some 20-year-old blondes around to wake up. You know.
All right, I'm going to say this. I think Arizona lost, and the reason why is I would have drafted Malik Neighbors over Marvin Harrison Jr. And the reason why is I don't try. And I said this before the draft. There's something about Marvin Harrison Jr. His father is taking over, managing him, and telling him not to do this and telling him not to do that, and trying to spin the wheel and make the deal with him. I think Arizona is going to have problems with Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what I think. I don't think his talent is unbelievable. I would have taken no chances. I would have drafted Malik Neighbors because I think Malik Neighbors is a go at me, put me on the field, and plug me in and let me play. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is not. So I like what Arizona did. I agree with Jeff. I think they had 2 draft picks in the first round, and you would think they won. I'm just worried about him. I think with Kyler Murray there as a third, his talking in the third person problem, and then you have this guy. Are these guys going to get along on the field? But one thinks he's better than the other. I don't know. So.
By the way, before we go, I just want to read the picks that Reno Johnny and Worldwide West gave for the betting as well. Reno Johnny had tomorrow the Kings money line plus 110 as home underdogs. He's got the Pacers covering the spread tomorrow minus 5.5. Orioles run line minus 1.5 tomorrow, and then the Nationals plus 135. And then Wes has the Kings home dogs, Vancouver road dogs in the NHL and the NBA. He's got the Timberwolves plus 4 and the Bucks plus 6.
One more question for you, Jeff, before we let you go. Were you surprised the Celtics lost game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a surprise, but yeah, it's definitely a surprise. But it also, look at what it took to beat that. Everyone's trashing the Celtics right now because they lost to the Heat. Bro, it took a record, an NBA record for threes made in a game to beat them. No one was winning that game. No one's winning any game if a team sets an NBA record for threes made in a game. No one's winning that game. So yeah, it's a surprise because they're shorthanded, no Rozier, no Butler, but when every player on the team is throwing it in from half court, it should not your night, bro.
Yeah, I would agree. I was shocked that the Celtics lost that game, but I love Spoelstra. I think he's the best coach in the NBA. I'll continue to say that.
There's no coaching throwing it in from 3 every time. How many did they make?
But
20?
It's not the coach. It's not the offense. It's the defensive style of ball and the way he positions his players to play his defensive style of game. And that's coaching. That has a lot to do with coaching. I think if you didn't, I know you watched the game. Watch how they pressure the way. they don't really have a lot of talent on that team. Don't give me Tyler Hero. I think Tyler Hero is one of the most overrated, overpaid players at his position. And
he only made 6 threes yesterday. So
that's fine. That's great. So can half the NBA do that. So
then why don't they every night?
They do. They shoot up. They chuck 43 pointers every single night. Every single team does.
I don't think you realize how hard it is to make 6 threes in a game. Like I honestly, so threes is what I bet on a lot. I love betting player threes. I don't think you realize how many 6 3-pointers is. It's not common, dude.
That's fine. And he had a good game, but I don't trust him. And
Caleb Martin went 5 for 6 from 3.
Caleb Martin's a Jimmy Butler in the playoffs. It's unbelievable.
Jaime Hawkins made 3 3-pointers.
Dude, go look at
Hayward Highsmith.
Dude, go look at Caleb Martin's numbers in the regular season over the last 2 years, and go look at his numbers in the playoffs. It's ridiculous. It's like 10 or 12 points more
but the threes
in the
difference.
playoffs.
The Heat made 23 3-pointers. The Celtics made 12. You double.
Jeff, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. I agree with you.
No, I just think it's great. I don't think people realize how many 3-pointers that is to make, dude.
I was shocked when I looked at the score at the end of the game. I was shocked. I couldn't believe they won that game. But I'm not a Bam Adebayo fan, but he had a great game. And listen, they're going back to Miami. All they got to do is stay close. Take this to a game 7, and maybe Jimmy Butler comes back and they surprise everybody and knock the Celtics off. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
Just to keep it in perspective, the Heat scored what they scored 110, 111. Is that what they scored against Celtics?
111.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the 76ers tonight scored 125 points, and they only made 15 3-pointers.
Yeah.
You're not going to beat a team that makes 23 of them. That's an insane number.
Listen, I agree with you, and I'm interested to see what happens. What is it tomorrow? Is it tomorrow in Miami and
no, Saturday.
So I'm interested.
The Races play on Saturday.
I'm gonna racist. I'm looking forward to watching that series. I've been watching that series. I watched game 1 and I watched game 2, and I've been very impressed with the Miami Heat. I can't believe that this series is 1-1. I thought the way they were going, I didn't think they were going to be swept, but I thought 5 games. This series could go 6, maybe even 7. And they don't even have their best player. So that says a lot about coaching. I don't care what anybody says. So anyways, Jeff, thank you for calling. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. You were fantastic.
Hey, it's always a pleasure. I'm glad I could hit the IV bar today to come back to life.
That, by the way, I told everybody that you were a little out of whack in the morning.
Dude, this morning, oh my God, I felt like a bag of smashed assholes. It was terrible. It was terrible. Too. I don't know if you guys have ever been to an IV bar, but highly recommend.
Smashed assholes. I've never heard that.
Dude, I was so. Dude, it was so terrible. I felt so. And also, getting older is tough because I used to drink all day and all night and stay up all night and still go to work the next day and not feel anything. Now I have 3 drinks and death is at my door. So when we drank 2 bottles of tequila last night, wasn't going to be great.
2 bottles of tequila.
Jeff, where in Tampa are you from? Or do you live?
Blanco.
I didn't hear.
No, that was the name of the tequila. No.
Where
are you in Tampa?
Where do you live? I lived in Tampa for 3 years.
Yeah, so I live basically, do you know where Soho Saloon kind of is?
Just give me a name of a town, it'd be easier for me.
Tampa.
The neighborhood, dude. I was just trying to think of the IV bars. You go to I've seen a few of them. But it doesn't matter. It's not important.
There's 2 IV bars in South Tampa.
If you can't answer the question, it's not important.
What? No, I told you. You said name the town you live in. Tampa.
Tampa's the city. All right. I'm sorry. You say Queens. You could say Astoria. You say Queensville. There's a lot of places.
Sorry, South Tampa.
All right. The dirty South.
No, South Tampa. No, if you lived in Tampa, you'd know South Tampa is the
I lived
area
in
South
West
Tampa,
Tampa.
all the
All
way to
right.
the Air
I
Force
got you.
Base.
I know by the air by was it McDill or something like that.
What's that?
Never mind. It was great hearing your picks, Jeff.
No. Dude, first of all, I can barely hear you because of the setup. So when you're saying things, it's hard to hear.
Well, luckily I can hear everything you say.
Right, but you said you lived in Tampa. I lived in South.
I lived in Citrus Park, not over there. I hear you.
Oh yeah. So you were like over by the mall. You're over by like where Old Memorial
Right there.
is and that kind of stuff, like Gun Highway
Yeah.
stuff.
Every street is Gun Highway over there. It took me a month to figure it out. Every direction.
No,
is
but
Gun
like
Highway.
the Gun Highway, that's like where the Citrus Park Mall is and stuff. It's
Yeah, I was around the corner.
Memorial, the golf course.
Yeah,
right around the corner, Jeff.
Right. So I'm in South Tampa, right? Like there's an apartment block that's right behind where the Soho Saloon is, and I'm 2 streets back of that on Azia.
Okay. Cool, man. Well, I'm glad you can heal yourself at an IV bar after crushing 2 bottles of tequila blanco and living to talk another day and still giving us an 8:22 p.m. timestamp on that soon-to-be confirmed Brandon Ayuk trade. What an effort by you tonight,
Let's
Jeff.
see if it happens. Let's see. It may not.
It's happening. Jeff, thank you.
All right, boys.
Wow, Jeff was on for the show. This is the longest show we've ever done. I mean, we've
We're
done
almost
a
at
lot
5.5 hours. Look at that.
5.5 hours. Yep. And then we did yesterday, we did 4.5. So it's been
10.
10 hours in 2 days.
This is the longest show you've ever done?
This is the longest show. This is the longest show I've ever done. I've done a show by myself. It was 4.5 hours.
That is
I did it by myself, and I'll never forget it. Mikey C was supposed to show up, and then I had a bunch of callers actually call in, and I actually produced it myself too. So I produced it, and I did a 4.5 hour show by myself. And people said, "How the hell did you do a show like sit there for almost 5 hours and entertain people and entertain yourself for 4.5 hours, and without taking a break, by the way? I didn't take a break. I just went right at it. Hey, but listen, at one point we were on Periscope, and we were drawing like 50,000 people. So I was doing a show almost 5 days a week, and me and Mike were doing a show 4 hours every day. So it was a lot. Me and Mike did it for 2 years together. It was crazy. That's how Jeff and Snug and they all tuned in and gave us hell. So did Carl. Gave us hell. I mean, and we had a lot of people following us, a lot from all different parts of the world watching us. So it was crazy. Magic Carl, everybody. Anyways, boys, it was great. Do we have the Islander game on Saturday?
I mean, yeah. Are we not doing it like
I don't
last
know.
week though?
I gotta find out.
Yeah.
That was because it was an early game.
But yeah, it should be because they played tonight, so it should be game 4.
Yeah, they're gonna lose. So it doesn't matter.
The Lakers are like on the verge of about to like being a 3-0 lead right now. Yeah, they're about to be down 3-0.
Dude, everybody knew they were gonna lose that series.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I knew they weren't winning it. I just thought it's funny.
Dude,
that they're
nobody's
about to
beating-
get swept again.
Nobody's beating Denver.
No,
Nobody's
Denver's going all the way to the finals.
nobody's beating Denver. I'm telling you right now. Maybe, and I'm not saying this because I'm a Knicks fan. Only team that I think could match up against them because of the depth is the Knicks. And that's it. And I don't even think the Knicks can beat them. I don't. I'm not saying this because I'm a Knicks fan. I think the Knicks have a tremendous amount of depth, but I think Philadelphia's done. By the way, I do believe in beat, but I think they're done. I think the Knicks are better than they are. They should win Game 4 and go back to Madison Square Garden and end this series. And that's what I predict. And then they'll have to worry about Cleveland or whoever. And I think the Knicks are going to have a pretty easy run in the second round.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Whoever they play in the second round is going to be
Either Cleveland or
Magic.
On the Magic, one or the other, and they'll beat either one of them. And then it'll if it's Boston or Miami or whoever it is. I mean, The Knicks will have problems. They got to get out of this Philadelphia series. If they get out of this Philadelphia series, and look, listen, they're having problems with Joel Embiid. I mean, that's embarrassing for a guy that's playing on one leg and sick and all that, and he's putting up almost 50 points on you. That's a problem. I mean, and you have two big men. Somebody needs to keep him outside of the paint. He cannot be out rebounding you and out dominating you on the boards when he's only got one leg. So I don't understand that. So the Knicks are going to have to figure that out. But anyways, boys, Fish, thank you for doing what you do best, and that's being our executive producer. Thank you to you, my friend, Mr. Scoops. So you'll be back on Wednesday next week.
The week after that,
Okay.
I'll be there.
And Speedy, keep wiping your ass, man.
I'll try.
You are wiping your ass.
Speedy, is it up first or is it down?
No, you know what?
first?
I never have a real way of doing it. It depends on how wet it is or how hard it is. And Speedy, I think you would agree with me on that one, right?
I don't analyze that.
You don't analyze you taking dumps?
No.
Have you ever taken a log dump before?
I have no idea what that means.
You've never had a log
I
dump?
have no idea what that means.
Do you want me to explain a log dump?
I don't.
You don't want me
care.
to. You've never had a log dump.
Maybe I have. I don't care.
I mean, when it's like practically hanging out of the toilet, it's so long. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, okay. I get that.
It sounds like some conversation my brother would get into. I don't know why.
Well, it's a lot of shit,
Good.
I mean,
You and
It's a lot of
your
shit
brother
to
and
talk
Errol
about.
could go talk about it together.
well, we do. We talk about a lot of things.
I bet they do. Yeah, I wouldn't be
we
surprised.
do.
Okay.
Dumps
There you
are
go.
good. Dumps are good, Speedy.
There you go. Talk to Scoops'
Speedy,
brother.
I just
Talk
want-
to Scoops'
I
brother.
just want you to do this.
Talk to Scoops'
I
brother.
want you to try this. I want you to take some of your dump and put it under your eye.
That's disgusting.
Why? It'd be good.
Ew. No.
I think it'll work for you.
Ew.
You could paint your
Ew.
beard with it. Paint your
Ew.
beard with it.
Ew.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to our very special guest, Dennis Bennett. Thank you to Jeff for joining us for as long as he did. He was fantastic. Thank you to Wes. Thank you to Reno Johnny. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for tuning in to a very long show. I hope we entertained you. I hope Speedy entertained you. Where are your glasses, by the way?
I was so stressed today and busy. I couldn't.
Stressed about what? What are you stressing about?
Planning all this.
Just relax. I mean, we don't need you to have a heart attack here.
I try.
And listen, if you're really stressed out, take your thumb and stick it up your ass.
Not
It'll
happening.
make you feel good. Anyways, that'll take stress away. What are you doing over there, Scoop? Dancing?
I don't know. You know how people have like a resting face? I just stand there and I just do this sometimes.
Yeah.
It soothes me.
By the way, Fish, say hello to your wife for me, okay?
Will do.
Wave. I know she's probably pissed off.
That's a good assumption.
All right. Tell your wife I'm sorry. I mean, we knew this was going to be a late one tonight.
I told her.
Yeah, this was going to be a late one. But tell her, don't worry about it. You're gonna have you all weekend.
Excited about that.
I'm sure you
Let's
are.
get after it.
All fish.
Anyways, fishermen. I'll see you guys. I think we're gonna have the meeting on Monday, because I am actually emceeing an event on Sunday morning and then Sunday night. So
Okay. So you said Monday?
Monday night.
That works.
Yep. And Sean better be there, by the way. So Speedy, you better let him know that he better be there on Monday night. Tell him you'll stick your head up his ass. Anyways, good night, everybody. We love you. Bye.
You're
Night.
listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.